Good morning and welcome to the Foothills County Council agenda for December 3rd, 2025. Council, we do have a requested emergent item, Blocky Community Association solar lighting request. Manager Porter, I see your name is on here. Can you speak to the emergent nature of this item?
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. Good morning, Council. The emergent nature of this item is that this has been a request for 3 years now, and we look at missing out on a fourth year and that for the Blocky community and that in regards to this request. So there is another portion of this request that's being worked on right now, but initially the Community Association would like to install these for this holiday season. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Christmas is soon here, so I will look for a motion to add that as an emergent item. Deputy Revol gives us that, and being emergent, it doesn't need to be unanimous to add it on. So all those in favor? Motion carries. So we will add that on as B3. Then I'd look for a motion to approve the agenda as a whole this morning. Councillor Estes gives us that. All in favor? Motion carries. Okay, Public Works, Engineering, Parks and Recreation. Just a round table, so we'll go to Councillor McHugh to start us off. Anything for Public Works this morning?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Foothills, and nothing this morning. Thanks.
Councillor Estes.
Good morning, and nothing from me either, please.
Okay, and nothing specific for me, but just hope your guys are doing well out there plowing snow and keeping busy. Appreciate it. We'll go to Deputy Revol. Anything for Public Works?
Thank you and good morning. Again, thanks to everyone who's working out there this morning. Lots of plowing in the last few days. And also thank you to the department for plowing the Pritis parking lot right in advance of the big event they had on Saturday. So just thanks to everybody in the department for that work. Just made that a very special event because they had a really great turnout there. So thank you for that. And then just regarding one item that was on the agenda last week, I guess we don't have our department here, but it's related to the emergency management bylaw that came through last week. There was a requirement to have an additional counselor on that committee. And I'm just wondering, are we going to be putting that on as a separate agenda item? Because maybe one of our counselors who has lesser committees might be interested in taking that one on.
Go ahead, CEO Payne.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And yeah, certainly we can bring that back as a separate item to have a counselor appointed to that committee as well. I'm forgetting off the top of my head whether we had only first reading or all three readings at the same time. If it hasn't had all three, we'll bring that request back with second and third reading.
Very good. Thank you. That's everything.
Okay, Councillor Alger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning to everyone, and I have nothing to add to today's chats. Thank you.
Councillor Callister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I did have one item. It was the ag services we're going to go to the intersection at 80th and Dunboat Road. It doesn't appear that that has happened yet. I wonder if there was an ETA on that.
Through the chair to Councillor Callister, I will follow up on them and get back to you.
And other than that, I just want to thank our person that cleaned the handicap and sidewalk out there for me. Much appreciated.
Councillor Kendall.
Through the Reeve through the chair to the floor. Yeah, no concerns. We didn't get as much snow, I don't think, as you did in High River here, but thanks for all your great work on the roads. I had no problem getting here this morning. Thanks.
Okay, flying right along. Manager Weberg, any updates for us this morning?
Morning, Council. I'd just like to update you on our snow removal. Things are going well. Of course, the first snowfall is a challenge with being down a truck and everything turning to ice because of the moist, warm roads and stuff. And another update is that we've posted on Facebook, or the enforcement has posted on Facebook a update on how to deal with the snow and the approaches and plowing onto roads and stuff. And we're in the process of maybe getting a pamphlet made up and mailing them with either the taxes or utilities bill to each resident, so we can just update each residence on our policies.
Okay, thank you for that.
That's all I have.
Councillor Alger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Weaver, I reached out to Volker Steven the other day because a resident had called me and I have a contact, so I phoned him and it's a new guy, but he was the guy at the Alderside shop. But his suggestion was for the provincial highways to download the Alberta 511 app, which shows where all the trucks are, all the work that they've done, where they're going to be, all that kind of stuff. So that's maybe something we could add to that would maybe reduce some phone calls to us on the provincial side.
Through the Reeve to Councillor Alger, that's something we can look into. Yeah, definitely.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, Manager Kruger, any updates from you this morning?
Thank you and good morning, Council. I just have some more information. Council might recall in September, we were asked to look into the feasibility of extending 32nd Street East between 402 Avenue and Highway 7 by Okotoks there. And the request was just to bring more information back to Council. After looking into this, there was a study done in the past about the feasibility to extend that. And with the slopes, it just was determined not to be feasible to extend that. The map's being pulled up right now. There's slopes in excess of 33, 36% within that road. And given that the detour length, I guess for lack of a better term, is only about a mile and a half to get to the highway. So just wanted to share that information with Council.
Can you refresh my memory? Was this, there was a petition from landowners or something there, was there not? Or how'd that come to us?
I believe at the time the request came to the councillor of the area, and there was some signatures as well, just to look at the possibility of extending 32nd Street East there. And as you can see on the map there's a few, and it's not just the slope. There's a few complications. If we were able to build it, it would most likely be a gravel surface just because of the slopes. And with the increased traffic, a road like that would see the next request would be dust control, potential MRO paved. And then it also ties into Okotoks. And if you look further to the north, there's a provincial highway that would likely require intersection improvements as well. So as well as the subdivision road there would most likely require realignment. Yeah, if there's any other questions, I can try and answer them.
No other questions? Okay. And was that all for you then?
That's everything for me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Manager Porter, any updates from you?
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. Good morning, Mr. Reeve. Good morning, Council. A couple things for Council this morning. We had the Foothills Okotoks Rec Society meeting on November 27th. And then also we had a FCSS orientation that for the new committee here yesterday. Both in that events and that were quite well received, and I understand the new councillors in that are still drinking with a fire hose with all the information that's being thrown at them. So, but they're holding up well. So, other than that, I'd really like to thank Public Works and that, especially in that Brad Lewis and Mike Leone, in regards to keeping the airport plow running. And that we've had some electrical issues with that truck, and they've been able to keep us running. We did have to bring a contractor in though during the last heavy snowfall because the truck had failed. So we've been doing that, but it's up and running again. But we still have some issues that we're going to work out. Hopefully, if this is the end of the snowfall, we're going to get up to the shop and get them to do some diagnostics on it. And that's all I had. I do have item B3, F1, and would like to be involved with F2. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. For those of you that don't have anything else on the agenda, thank you for coming, and enjoy your day. Manager Porter, let's get started on your items. So Council B3, Blackie Community Association solar lighting request. Manager Porter, do you want to take this or do you want me to?
I can lay out the groundwork, and if you
Sure.
wanted to add in that from your perspective, and that absolutely. Before council today, and that is a request from the Blackie Community Association to install solar light strands on the trees surrounding Blackie Hill Park. As well, they're looking at doing some displays inside the park. I would assume like plywood effigies of Santa Claus and that sort of thing. They conducted a poll of the residents in Blackie that surround Blackie Hill Park and asked if they'd be in favor of Christmas lights in and around Hill Park on an annual basis, December 1st to January 10th. Of the respondents, 100% of the residents were in favor. So there's two proposed motions for council today in this regard. Option one would be to approve the request to install solar light strands on trees and displays in Blackie Hill Park. Option two would be to deny the request to install solar light strands on trees and displays in Blackie Hill Park. Also attached in that are the poll and the Blackie community request. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Yeah, this request did come through me as well. Something that the Community Association has been talking about for, I think it's probably 3, maybe even 4 years ago. And they had reached out to Manager Edgington. Initially, the request was to get a electrical outlet on the pole that is on the southwest corner of the park, so they could plug in the lights. And through that process, Manager Edgington did inform that they should get sign off on everybody who lives adjacent to the park, so that everybody is aware when these lights come on, and just to make sure that the community relations piece happens. So they did go out and get all these signatures as per that request. And I assume that these are all of the residents that live right along facing the park. So yeah, I guess from my perspective, I don't have a problem with this. I think the community is pretty excited and want to get going. They've put out a call for donations, donations of solar light strands and dollars to buy some lights. And I understand they've gotten quite a few donations already for that, and they're ready to roll. They're also looking to put in a skating rink in this park. I'm not sure what the status of that is, but I think they're hoping to get it going pretty quick here. So I think this would just make a really nice addition to the community. So I guess just Manager Porter, if I could just ask you, so part of the request is eventually maybe a plug-in on the pole there. So can that be handled as a separate item down the road, or what's the way to deal with that piece?
Through the chair to the floor. That is something that Mr. Kruger and myself and that are working with Fortis and that to look into the costs. And once we have all those costs, we'll be bringing that item back to council.
Okay. Okay, appreciate that. Yeah, so I'm in favor of this. And then in terms of managing it, like to make sure the lights are taken down and stuff, Manager Porter, you can just communicate that if it's approved. Yeah. Okay. Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Alger.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I have no trouble with this request either, and happy to give you the motion for option one.
Okay, I'll take that. Anybody else? So the motion is to approve the request to install solar light strands on trees and displays in Blackie Hill Park. I'm not seeing anybody, so I'll call the question. All those in favor? Motion carries. Carrying on with you, Manager Porter, request for dog park in Blackie, page 183 of our agenda F1. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We received another request from Blackie and the community in regards to the establishment of a dog park. The county acquired some lands to the east of Lions Park, and the residents in that have inquired if we could potentially put a dog park on this site. I'm not sure if we're able to bring the map up to show the proximity. In discussions with Councillor Siewert and looking at our municipal properties in and around Blackie, I have some questions whether this is a suitable site for a dog park due to the residences located to the east of the park. Reason being, all good intentions in that, but if you have individuals that aren't picking up behind their dogs and that's left, and come springtime and it starts thawing out, those odors due to the prevailing winds are going to be wafting and that into the adjacent residences. And we have another piece of property that may be more suitable for something like this, and that adjacent to the CPR railway. So that could be an alternate site. I guess the reason to bring this to council and that is to see if there's an appetite for council to get into the dog park business. As you know, we already have issues with parks and that in regards to people letting their dogs off leash and using them as off leash parks. As well, there would be some costs associated with this. We would probably, it would be prudent to put up some sort of fencing around the site so that we delineate it and it contains the dogs and doesn't allow them to run freely if they are let off leash. So those are just the concerns that I would have from our experience in that, and that with our parks and dogs. Council for any questions. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, I'll just add a little bit to that again. I first became aware of this in probably early October. There is that section of land that they speak of to the east of Lions Park that the county bought 4, 5, 6, 7 years ago, something like that. And the county bought it because there's some complexities with drainage and land ownership in the area. So I became aware of this desire for a dog park back in early October. I advised the person requesting that perhaps get a petition and a bunch of signatures just to gauge interest in the community. And it was only a couple of days and she had all these signatures already gathered. So it was very quick. As I go around Blackie and knock on doors and meet with people, I am always amazed how many dogs are in Blackie. I think there's probably more dogs than people in this town. Some people are driving all the way to High River just to use the dog park for no other reason other than the dog park. So there is definitely a need and a desire to have something for the dogs out there. And I think from a safety standpoint, dogs sometimes do get loose and cause problems. If it's a nice, friendly dog, not a big deal, but sometimes they're not always the nice, friendly type. And having a dog park in close proximity would perhaps alleviate some of those problems that do occur. So I am in favor of doing a dog park in some way or fashion. In terms of the location, as we look at the parcel that is specifically the request about, I think if we were to go there, I think we'd want to do a little bit of investigation in terms of what else to do with that parcel before we spend money on fence, because I think there'd be an opportunity for a few lots to be taken out of here. Not the whole parcel, but just a few, because drainage and ponding is a bit of an issue in the area. So I'd want to see that to be considered before any money spent on dog park in that area, but to certainly agree with Manager Porter that perhaps along the railway tracks might even be a better location because it's that much more separated from being right next to residents. So, and in terms of cost to build the fence, yeah, I think it needs a fence, absolutely. You can't just have a dog park with no fence. So what the cost is, I don't know. And who's going to pay for it? I expect that there might be some donations from the community that would be able to go towards that. And so we would just look for, when it does come back, location, cost, and perhaps proposal on how to pay for it would be good. But yeah, I'm in favor of the option as proposed. Thank you. Deputy Revol.
Thank you, and thanks for the explanation. I wonder if there was any offer also from the citizens to help manage the park as opposed to the county having to manage it. Is there any offer from them so that it doesn't require a lot of time for us to go and clean? And I know we take care of a lot of our parks and do a great job. I'm just wondering, because this one's maybe a little bit stepped up for what might be needed here, and also how to manage the numbers. There's so many different models out there as to how to manage these parks. So I just wonder if there might be some more engagement with the citizens as to how they might participate in that.
Yeah, I don't know that there's been anything said about managing it. So But certainly that would be a part of the process. Anybody else? Go ahead, Manager Porter.
If council is amenable to it, I could go away and come back with some numbers for council and a little more complete package in regards to locations, costs, and that sort of thing, even a phased approach with a park and that with different amenities. So, thank you.
Okay, so perhaps the motion then would be to direct council direct administration to investigate options on locations, costs, and management to create a dog park in Blackie. Does that? Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I could live with that motion, but can we throw the map up? I'm just thinking that's from the ball diamonds over to the residential, it's like 150 meters, isn't it? Like that's kind of the old is there drainage in the center of that?
Go ahead, Manager Porter.
Through the chair to the floor. There is issues with drainage has been stated with that parcel as well. There need to be some land leveling in regards to depending on where the park were placed. As you can see, we've got Lions Park to the east of the parcel with the eastern subdivision of Blackie on the other side of it. There is kind of a swale that carries water to the ditch on the south on 498th there. So it kind of comes out of the corner of that parcel. You can just kind of see in the northwest corner of the parcel, there's a lot of mounds of overburden or soil or asphalt or whatever that's been piled there. You can see quite rough. And it's there is in the spring a lot of water that sits in there. Without talking to residents and that, I would assume that they were looking at wanting to be adjacent to those parcels to the east. But those would have to be talked about further. If we're to do it adjacent to the Lions Park or even that corner triangle or that like right off of the ball diamonds to the north there's like the parking lot. And if we did it just to the right of it, that could possibly be a suitable site and save us some costs on fencing, where it would be only really fencing two sides. The existing drill stem fence that is currently there, we could modify using hog panels and that on that. To save us some costs. If you move, you're looking at Lions Park to the right. Who's got the map?
Yeah.
Dean
To,
just
to
drag
the
it
east
over
and
to
north.
the east there, that other ball diamond, Harry. Yeah.
Yeah, right there. The one we're on right now.
Yeah. So if you look, there's that gravel parking lot to the north of the ball diamond, that rectangular gravel area. That's correct. And then just to the east of it, there's a little rectangle. That's probably, if you're going to look at that site, I would say is probably the most appropriate. It squares up that parcel and it's away from the residences and really has the most sound buffer. If we were to utilize that site. And again, like as I'd stated, we could save some money on some fencing if we're going to look at fencing it there, because really, if we were to do chain link, we could do two sides, and then on the other two sides, we could make do with a cheaper option.
Okay. Councillor McHugh, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, thank you for those comments. That's kind of looks like the natural fit. So is that is the CPR is to the north? Is the other lot?
Through the chair to the floor, the lot on the CPR parcel is to the north, and then to the west.
All the way to the other end of town or
Yeah.
right adjacent to BS?
That's correct. It's to the
So the
west
lots
side.
we own all the way to the, I hate angles, all the way to the 799.
Fairly close, yes. Yeah, correct.
Okay.
Okay, Councilor McHugh, did I hear you say you'd give that motion?
I would give you the motion for further investigation. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much. Anybody else? Call the question. All in favor? Motion carries. And carrying on, it's a Blackie kind of a day. Blackie Events Society F2, Blackie Community Hall potential purchase, page 185 of our agenda. CAO Payne, I think your name is on this one.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. This item relates to a former request from Blackie Event Society to take ownership of the Blackie Community Hall. That would require transfer of ownership from Foothills County to the society itself. At this point in time, it's sounding to me after conversations with the society themselves, it's sounding like they're not interested in taking ownership until such time that some of the safety code issues are dealt with. And in order to get there, there's funding required to assist with some upgrades that are necessary to that facility. In order to facilitate a more open conversation, they're requesting in their letter that council consider setting aside some time on a future agenda, half hour to an hour, to have a discussion with members from the Event Society. You'll see in the report, there's a number of attachments. There were engineering reports completed by the county, and the Event Society also had an engineer complete some work on specific items within the facility itself. So really, I believe the first part of the request from the Event Society is asking if council would consider having them on a future agenda come before you and present some information and some various requests related to transfer of ownership of that community hall.
Okay, thank you for that. Yeah, this is in my area. I certainly have no problem meeting with them. I'd love to hear from them and hopefully work through and find a mutually acceptable arrangement going forward. So I'd be in favor of it. Anybody else? So Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Not hearing anyone else, I would give you the motion that council direct administration to coordinate with the Black Event Society to attend a future meeting of council.
Okay, thank you very much. We got that motion. Anybody else? Not seeing anybody. I'll call the question. All in favor? Motion carries. Thank you, Manager Porter. I believe that's all you were here for this morning. Let's skip up and go to B2, speed limit change, 210 Avenue West and 256th Street West. Engineering technologist Patrick Antle. Page 9 of our agenda.
Thank
Go
you,
ahead.
Mr. Reeve. Good morning, Council and Foothills County. Before you today, I have a request for consideration of a speed limit reduction. As you may or may not be aware, we completed significant upgrades to the intersection of 210 Avenue West and 256th Street West. Work began in the fall of 2024 and was completed this past summer. Based on vertical and horizontal design alignments and in accordance with the Alberta Transportation Geometric Design Guide, it has been recommended by our engineering consultant that the speed limit be reduced to 40 kilometers an hour along 210 Avenue West. This would be from the intersection east through the curve, extending approximately 200 meters. The design drawing is included on page 10 of your agenda package as a visual reference. At this point, I'd be happy to answer any questions or address any concerns.
Deputy Revol.
Thank you. This is in Division 4 and have watched it all along the process. So thank you to everyone who's worked on the project. And here it is at the stage where everything's just getting wrapped up. So I certainly am in favor of the recommendation there. I've also heard from some of the citizens who want to slow down the whole intersection. Formerly, there was a yield sign on the 256th Street intersection, and that being removed, some of the citizens are concerned that the speed is a bit too high on the 256th Street where it comes together there. So I'm just wondering, along with this request today, if there might be an investigation into what might fit for slowing down the traffic on 256th Street, whether it's a slow down sign or some form of a caution, because that is now the right of way coming off of the hill, and there's a lot of construction at the top of the hill to the south where a new subdivision is being built out. So I'm just wondering how we might be able to address the concerns for the folks who are working up there, flying down the hill on their way out towards the highway there. So certainly appreciate the 40 kilometers along the 210 Avenue section near the new intersection, but is there also potentially a speed limit reduction or slow downs or something that we could add to 256th Street where the pattern has changed?
Thank you for that, Deputy Revol. We can definitely investigate reducing the speed limit on 256. Alternatively, as it wouldn't be a regulatory sign, staff can investigate and have a caution or slow down sign installed without needing to bring back another report to council.
Thank you. And I guess it would be right at that same point, right near the intersection, just perhaps would be north of that intersection of 210 and 256th Street on the be the northbound east side of the road, perhaps that there might be within a proper sight line distance from there, because I think it would be missed where the former yield sign was. So it might be just after that. But if you would investigate an option for that, that'd be appreciated. And I don't know what would be required coming out of this discussion, whether we would need a motion or if that can just be a task that can be taken care of.
Yeah, thank you for that. We can definitely investigate, and if we feel a speed limit reduction will be necessary, we can bring back another report. Otherwise, we can just bring back an update indicating we've installed the caution signage.
Okay, thank you. So for today, I'm certainly happy to move forward and would look forward to any other comments from other the councillors. But I'd certainly be in favor of moving forward with what is a bylaw coming out of this recommendation from the report. And so I would be happy to provide first reading when ready. Thank you.
Okay, I'll take that motion for first reading. Any further questions, comments? Seeing none, we have the motion for first reading from Deputy Reeve Ohl. All in favor? Motion carries. Now it's also mentioned we could proceed to second and third. Were you wanting to consider that, or?
Typically, the council's not interested in doing that in the same meeting, so I'm happy to just wait when it fits next on the agenda. So.
Okay.
Thank
Sounds
you.
good. Thank you very much. Thank you for joining us, Mr. Antle.
Thank you very much, Mr. Reeve.
Council B1, Municipal Reserve Licensing, Conservation Advisor Kathleen McHugh is not here today. Neither is Manager of Ag Services Cornelson. So they're up in Edmonton for the in-service training. So the request was that we would just postpone this till, I believe, next week. Is that okay? So would anybody like to give me a motion to postpone B1 till next week? Councillor Callister gives us that. All in favor? Motion carries. Let's go to miscellaneous planning items. D1, Miklos, second and third reading, page 167. So this is for the returning councillors. Director Hemingway.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve, and good morning, Council. The request before you today is for consideration of second and third reading of Bylaw 31, 2025. First reading was granted in May, where Council authorized the redesignation of an approximately 9-acre portion of the northwest of 10-2102 from agricultural district to country residential district in order to allow for the future subdivision of a first parcel out. This application is within Councillor Alger's division. All conditions imposed at first reading have been met, and I'm requesting second and third reading of the bylaw at this time. Happy to answer any questions council may have.
And Councillor Alger, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No concerns. Give you the motion for second reading.
Okay, got that in motion. Anybody else? Seeing none, so this is just for the 4 returning councillors. All those in favor? Motion carries. And anybody for third reading? Deputy Reeve Ohl gives us that. All in favor? Motion carries. MLA Fowler, sorry, we should have come to you a little bit earlier there. Let's go to her item on the agenda today, F4, page 207. Heritage Crossing Development Request for Signage. Go ahead, yeah.
Good morning, Mr. Reeve. Good morning, Council. Today I brought a signage request for Heritage Crossing development. It'd be temporary signage within a proposed municipal reserve parcel within Heritage Crossing development. It's in the northwest quarter of Section 32, Township 21, Range 29. The Heritage Crossing development received council approval in August 2024. And the phase 1 was approved by council in March of 2025. The subdivision is not yet registered at land titles, so the parcel shows up not as MR just yet, but it will be. The developers requested permission to install 1 temporary entry sign feature at the subdivision entrance off Dunbow Road within the proposed MR parcel for a period of 36 months. The design structure will be constructed out of a steel frame and skid mounted with concrete jersey barriers at the base to help with stabilization. The structure will also be illuminated via solar powered downlights. We circulated the request to Public Works and Infrastructure, and they provided the comments that are in the staff report. There's some stuff about temporary signs on highways, the bylaw, and that the proposed location does not meet this requirement. In addition, it's the size of the signage they had some concerns with. What they had come up with at Public Works as a recommendation would be that the sign be shifted east and located entirely within the MR rather than within the road right away, and that this adjustment would avoid conflicts with upcoming utility work and the potential for future roundabout at the proposed location. In addition, it is recommended that the sign be positioned a minimum of 8 meters south of the projected stop line. There's some information, I believe, in Appendix B that shows what Public Works had requested. And we shared the comments with the applicant, and they happily modified their design location to meet the Public Works recommendations. And we've included their modified drawings as Appendix D. So our request today is that after reviewing the information provided, that council grants permission for the installation of 1 temporary entry sign for a period of 36 months to be located within the proposed MR Plan 1530 LK Block 1 within a portion of the northwest quarter of Section 32, Township 21, Range 29, West 4, subject to the terms as listed in the staff report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Council, anything, comments? So there's suggested resolutions on page 208. Deputy Reeve Ohl.
Sure, just looking at the Appendix D that you just referred us to, and I see the drawing in there, it's quite small, but does it seem to fit, or is there any other encumbrances in the way that you see this drawing? Is that acceptable to your department? You guys have had a look at it. Public Works has had a look at the amended drawing.
Through the Deputy Reeve, Public Works had a quick look at it, and they felt that it conformed to the request that they had made.
Okay.
But it's also conditional upon approval once they actually get the design, and out there, Public Works still has to sign off on it one more time, just to be sure.
Right, and this is to be permanently affixed from what I gather, so we don't want to have them moving it. It's gonna be an expensive issue, so, okay, thank you, and I would defer to the Division 6 counselor for any further comments, thanks.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Callister, go ahead.
Yeah, it's a pretty standard signage, I suppose, for to advertise the community. So I would give you the motion to approve it and leave that on the floor.
Okay, thank you very much. And according to the terms, I guess on page 208, would be included in that. Okay, anybody else, anything? Councillor Kendall.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. I was just curious, those existing driveways, I mean, I'm assuming this is a new development, just trying to get up to speed. Were those existing dwellings that were kind of getting torn down? Like there's 2 driveways in there, if anybody knows. Just curious. Hey, just curious, thanks.
Okay. Councillor Alger.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I think I would speak against this motion. This is a huge sign and there's already a lot of traffic on Dumbo Road. This is just going to deter eyes off the road and looking at the sign and doing all the reading. So this is, you know, this is almost 10 times the size of our allowed bylaw. So I would not be in favor of a sign this big. Thanks.
Deputy Vole.
When I was just looking at the request of council, page 208, just to confirm what we're asking, although they do in their letter say that they're going to have the downlights, solar powered downlights, I'm just concerned that it's not actually stated in there explicitly related to the dark sky compliance. Does it need to be, or is that just intuitively in the other documentation that they've seen?
Thank you to Deputy Reeve. We would include the dark sky bylaw in the letter agreement. There's a bunch of listed conditions on our new application for signs within the county, which they had filled out and attached there. So that would be one of the standard conditions in our little letter agreement that would allow it to be there.
Thank you for that. I appreciate it. And I don't know if there's any flexibility on the sign size. Was that something that you had spoken with the applicants about, the sign size as well?
Thank you to Deputy Revel. We had pointed it out in the comments from Public Works that it was unusually large. The Public Work recommendation wasn't to make the size smaller. It's that they moved it onto the MR so it would be more allowable and not within the road right of way. But we could certainly request that they design a smaller sign for that area if that was council's wish.
Thank you. Again, I'll defer that to Division 6 Counselor for any comments. Thank you.
Okay, and so I'm just looking, MLA Fowler. So section 9.8, so I'm looking on page 207, signs shall be no larger than 3 square meters. And this one is proposed to be 28 feet by 16 feet. Who's quick on math? What's the 41 square meters is what this size is.
No, it's a lot more. It's height is 2 pieces of plywood. Right. 28 is 3.
One piece of plywood would be.
So it's almost 4 pieces. It's 32.
41. So 3 square meters is a sheet of plywood.
Okay, let's
4 by 2.
okay, yeah, let's go to Councillor Callister.
So there's further down Dunbo, are you familiar with the Serenity sign that's just off Dunbo Road? And the size of that sign? Do you know the size of that sign?
Thank you, sorry. No, I haven't seen it in person. I remember it coming to council, but I haven't visually seen it. I couldn't compare it to this one currently. I don't have the numbers.
Yeah, I haven't really, is it about the same?
Well, I'm looking. 16.
Yeah, the Serenity sign is quite large. Yeah, it is. It's a bit less noticeable. This one is right out in the middle.
Yeah, the Serenity sign, I believe, is close to the same size. It's very large, but it's got trees all around it, so it doesn't look all that big. Where this one's out in the open. I find that one hard to read.
Yeah, you know, you
Yeah,
drive by it, you
It's
don't
almost
even,
more dangerous because it's in the trees and you can't see it very well.
you don't really notice it as
Yeah.
much. Yeah, this one would be really sticking out.
Counselor Kendall.
Through the chair, thanks, Counselor Alger, for bringing that to our attention. Yeah, that seems a little bit too large to me. It's like 10 times the size that's normally allowed for a community association sign, so yeah, too big of a distraction.
Counselor Estes.
Thank you, to the chair. Yeah, it's 448 square feet. So roughly, yeah, it's what, 3 feet per meter. That's massive.
Okay, we'll just go back to Counselor Callister. So we have that motion. Is that? Throw your mic on, please.
I guess I would revise my motion to maybe reduce the size of the sign from the 448 to something smaller, like maybe I'd like to investigate what the size of the sign of the Serenity sign is. Okay. Yeah. Cause yeah, 14 sheets of plywood is a pretty large sign for sure. Yeah, I don't know. I'd like
Okay.
to just maybe look into reducing the size of the sign perhaps.
Okay, so would the way to go to be refuse it then, and then they can come back? Sorry, go ahead, Director Hemingway.
It's because we're on live. My staff have provided me that it is 41 square meters, the Serenity sign.
It is the same size, eh?
Oh, okay. Okay. So the same size as the Serenity.
Well, and I guess in that case, I'll give you the motion to carry on with it the way it is.
Okay, to approve the request as. Okay. Hey, hopefully the wind doesn't catch it. Anybody else? We have that motion. Call the question. All in favor? And opposed? Motion carries. Okay, thank you very much, Emily Fowler, for joining us. Have we got time for F3? Manager Ada Yeaga, I believe we have you online. Let's go to F3 Emissions Reduction Alberta Funding Agreement, page 206 of our agenda. Go ahead, Manager Ada Yeaga.
Yeah, good morning, Council. Thanks for having me today. New to the okay. Yeah, okay, thank you. So I've come today to seek Council authorization to enter into funding agreement with Emission Reduction Alberta for energy analysis of select county facilities. The purpose is to present energy study and analysis funding agreement document from ERA and receive council authorization for the CAO to sign this agreement. So I've been working with this Emission Reductions Alberta for a few months now for some of our facilities. So the 3 facilities that were approved before this report was made last week were Prairie Greens Water Treatment Plant, Prairie Greens Wastewater Treatment Plant, Hawks 9 Wastewater Treatment Plant. So after I made this report last week, they were able to approve the similar funding for Aldersyde Public Workshop as well. So in the report, even though it's saying pending for Alderside Public Workshop. They've since approved that as well. So this funding is for us to do like complete energy assessment for each of the buildings. So they're considered separately because that's each of the building will have its own separate agreement. And it's for us to hire a consultant to do energy audits, energy assessment, and then for the consultant to recommend what kind of energy efficiency improvements we can make in those facilities. And then we can then use those recommendations to submit the funding approval to these same organizations, Emissions Reduction Alberta, to implement those projects. Typically, they will fund those projects at 100%. We will only be paying the GST, similar to this one as well. So the funding for this energy audit and assessment is 100% funded by them. So we will only be paying for the GST. So I've come so that council will give authorization for the CAO to sign this agreement on behalf of the county, and also for council to authorize administration to engage an energy or engineering consulting firm to carry out the energy analysis for each of the facility according to the scope in the agreement that I've forwarded to council. And then after we after we're able to get quote from consultant, I'll come back to council so that council will decide which of the consultant will do each one of the facility, and then if council approves that, and then we'll go ahead. So the estimate I provided for each of these facilities to do the energy audit and assessment was the numbers were in each of the agreement that I forwarded to council. I just don't want that to be in the public for now because I know consultant will be submitting quotes, so I don't want them to be aware of how much funding was approved for this. But I estimated that the funding that was approved for each of the facility will be more than enough to cover for the work to be done. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Deputy Riol.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In review of this, it seems to be very proactive. The amounts are covered by 100% of the grant funding, which has been awarded to Foothills County already as of November 2025, as was stated by our energy manager. And I just have one question in relation to the Alderside shop. Is that included in this? Because you have no and then pending. Is that a separate, would that come in as a separate request? So we're really looking at the top three there for today?
No, we're looking at all of them. Like I said, so when I prepared this report last week, Tuesday, at that time, only those three, the first three facilities had been approved. But after that, subsequently, I think last week, Thursday, after my meeting with them, they approved the one for the Alderside Public Workshop as well.
Very
So
good.
I'm here before council for authorization for all the four facilities.
Sure. So thank you. So the motion you're looking for encompasses numbers 1 and 2 under the purpose. And whenever you're ready, I know we have a hearing coming up. So whenever you're ready, I would be happy to move the motion to encompass number 1, which is authorization for the CAO to sign. And number 2, so in its long form, I'm just summarizing it. And number 2, which is the authorization for administration to engage an engineering energy consulting firm as per the statements numbers 1 and 2 on page 206.
Okay, was that a motion?
It
Deputy
is
Riol?
when you're ready for it, yes.
Okay, thank you for that. We'll go to Councillor Kendall.
Thank you. To the chair, through the chair to anybody who can answer this. What kinds of things are you hoping to achieve by this? Like what kind of savings and how? Different types of energy, like remodeling of what's already there, like a complete revamp? Like I'm just trying to get up to speed. And my second question is, have they been implemented, these funding recommendations or these cost saving recommendations, what has the outcome been for Pritis Green's water, wastewater, and Hawks wastewater?
Thank you, Councillor. Through the chair to council. So this funding is for us to do energy audits and energy assessment. So it is that energy. So the way the energy audit goes, the consultant will look at the facility, all the energy consuming systems, the process, the water treatment and the wastewater treatment process, the HVAC system, for example, the lighting system, everything that consumes energy in the building, whether natural gas or electricity. So the consultant would then determine where inefficiencies are, where we're wasting energy, where we can save energy. The consultant would then recommend the list of energy efficiency measures. It can be 5, it can be 10. And then for each of those measures, the consultant will say, hey, if you did this one is going to save you this amount of money. It's going to save you, it's going to cost estimated this amount of money. So it will do that for each of the energy efficiency measures that they will recommend. So the purpose of this audit is to get all those information that you have requested. So for now, we don't know what measures will be taken and then how much each of those measures will save us.
Okay, thank you. Was there more, Councillor Kendall?
Yes, through the chair. Is it possible to get the recommendations, just for my own curiosity, from Pritis Green's water, wastewater, and the Hawks wastewater? Just not to hold up this motion, but just for reference for myself, for what these energy cost saving things audits usually generate.
So typically, as part of an energy assessment and energy audit, the consultant will talk to the facility team, people that run the facilities. They will have an idea of, what they think as well, but they might not know how much saving that will give, right? And typically, they might not even be able to dig down into what specific energy inefficiencies each of those units, each of those systems might be contributing to the facility. So yeah, obviously the facility team will have some idea. Like I've been there myself, I've chatted with them. They have some ideas, but it doesn't mean that all of them will make sense. So it's the work of the consultant to tell us which one makes the most sense and then rank them for us and put numbers to them.
So they haven't been, even though the funding's been confirmed, none of this has been completed, is what you're saying?
Oh yeah. Nothing has been done. I've just come to council so that council will authorize CEO to sign the funding agreement, and then so that we can proceed with hiring a consultant to do these studies.
Okay, I think CEO Payne can add a little more to that.
Yeah, and just thank you, Mr. Chair. In response to Councillor Kendall's request as to whether council can have access, certainly, once they're complete, council could have a look at them just to see what the report actually does and what it provides in terms of recommendations for energy improvements. In terms of overall process, this is really step 1 in probably a 4 or 5 step process. And this is just authorizing the CAO to sign the funding agreements. The next step, Adeni will go away and do an RFP for consultant services to actually do the energy audits, and that'll come back to council. Council will look at the proposals and choose who we would like to do that work. Once that consultant then does the energy audit, that sets us up for future capital funding requests that are available for energy management projects that Adeni has outlined in the report as being 100% funded by provincial funds. So then there'll be more decisions for council to make as to whether or not you'd like to do some of the energy capital projects to save money and save long-term on our operating costs, as well as saving energy that's going into our facilities. But we're not there yet. At this point, it's really just council authorizing that I can sign the agreements. the funding then would be approved, and then Adeni will be back to council with a number of proposals from consultants to do the actual work.
Thank you.
Okay, and go back to Deputy Vole.
Thank you. In recognition of the explanation that the next step would be the energy manager coming back to us with the quotations, I would amend my motion to just include number 1 on page 206. That would be authorizing for the CAO to sign the agreement with the ERA, the Energy Emissions Reduction Alberta, on behalf of Foothills County, and the following number 2 would come in at a later date. So just the motion would just be for number 1 and moving this forward as was presented to us here today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we got that motion. Not seeing anybody else, so I'll call the question. All in favor? Motion carries. Council, we are running a little bit late. Let's take a very quick break and then we'll come back for a 10 o'clock hearing. Welcome back. I will open the public hearing today for Stump Southeast 26, 21-2 west of 5, redesignate ag to CR. Manager Barrett, would you please introduce council and administration?
Certainly. Good morning. In council this morning, you have Councillor R.D. McHugh.
Morning.
Councillor Benita Estes. CAO Ryan Payne. Reeve Rob Seward. Deputy Reeve Suzanne Ohl. Director of Planning Heather Hemingway. Councillor Alan Alter. Councillor John Callister. And Councillor Laura Kendall. And we also have our municipal advisor, Harry Reva Cameron. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our hearing process this morning will commence as follows. First, we will have a presentation from our municipal planner, Cutler. Then we will go to the applicant for their introductions, presentations, and comments. We will then hear from anyone in the public who would like to provide their input. This will be the public's one and only opportunity to provide input and speak to council on this matter. And we do ask that those presenting do keep their comments to approximately 5 minutes. During this process, council and members of administration will be allowed to ask questions of anyone present. Following that, we will go to closing comments, starting with the applicant, followed by the municipal planner. With that, Municipal Planner Cutler, will please proceed with your presentation.
Great, thank you, and good morning, Reeve and Council. The application before you today is for landowners Stephen and Gail Stump for Southeast 26, 21-2 west of the 5th. The subject parcel is located within Council Division 5, adjacent to and west of 112th Street West, south of 266th Avenue West, and north of 274 Avenue West. The application proposes to redesignate a portion of the subject agricultural district to country residential district in order to allow for the future subdivision of one new country residential district parcel of 9.9 acres, shown in yellow. This will leave a 104.63 acre agricultural district balance, shown shaded in blue. The subject land contains rolling terrain, gradually descending from the northwest and southeast toward a central lowland, where a minor recurring stream cuts through the parcel, which is shown by the blue line. Public Works has commented that the developable area of the proposed parcel may contain slopes of greater than 15%. A slope stability report and building envelope for the proposed parcel have been requested to ensure appropriate setback distances and to maintain slope stability. There's an error in this section of the staff report. Public Works has requested geotechnical report and building envelope as a condition of subdivision and lot grading overland drainage plan as a condition of development permit. All of the existing development is within the balance parcel. This includes the dwelling with attached garage, shop, barn, sea can, animal shelters, and shed. The subject parcel is currently accessed from an existing approach located on 274th Avenue West, shown with an orange arrow. Access to the proposed parcel is to be provided from a new approach, also from 274 Avenue West, shown with a green arrow. Public Works require the approach achieve a site distance of 90 meters to the east, culvert, and to be built to current county standards. This photo is taken from within the balance parcel on the private drive. The photo is taken back toward 274 Avenue West, facing east toward the approach. These photos showed the proposed approach to the 9.9 acre parcel. The photo on the left is of the approximate proposed location, facing north. The photos on the right are of 274 Avenue West to the north and to the south. This photo shows the rolling nature of the parcel. It's taken from the northwest side of the property, facing east toward the proposed parcel. The following photos are of the low-lying minor occurring stream. This is the westerly branch facing east. This is the easterly branch of the minor occurring stream. And the stream as it's located just west of the proposed parcel. This application was circulated to all required internal and external agencies. Additional agency circulation comments that have not previously been discussed in this presentation include Public Works regarding road widening, 5 meter by caveat along 274 Avenue West, and the infrastructure. The developable area may include areas with slopes greater than 15%. If there is an accompanying slope stability report that certifies slope stability, an added factor of safety of 1.5, the slope stability report must provide any geotechnical covenants or setback distances to maintain slope stability for such areas. Actual drill test holes required. And noting that if a suitable building envelope is found that doesn't contain 15% slopes and is 30 meters or more away from slopes equal to or exceeding 15%, then a geotechnical slope stability report won't be required. This application was published in 2 issues of the Western Wheel publication on November 19th and 26th. Also, area residents within 1/2 mile were circulated as shown on the map. Several letters were received after submission of the staff report, and they have been included in Council's agenda package. This concludes my presentation. Thank you, Mr. Reeve and Council.
Thank you very much. Any questions from Council or Administration this morning? Seeing none, we'll go to the applicants. Please introduce yourselves for the recording secretary and then proceed with any comments or presentation you have this morning.
Is it on now?
Yeah.
Okay. Good morning, Mr. Speaker and council members. Thank you for the opportunity to present this subdivision application. We are here today. Well, actually, I should have introduced my wife, Gail, my son, Brody. Anyways, back to it. We're here today to ask for 9.9 acres out of that 114.53 acres for my son and his family. We purchased this land in 99 and have farmed in the foothills for 40+ years, raising cattle and hay. I feel this is a simple subdivision out of our existing parcel. We have a tight-knit family, and our son wishes to be closer to help out with the property and the future of our agriculture plans. This 9.8 acre will allow them the opportunity to have their own space, but still be close enough to support us. We're getting older, and we're not getting any younger, I should say, and could use the help. They will be building a single-family dwelling up in that parcel and intend to maintain its agriculture integrity for the property, but still be close enough to support us. We ask you to please consider our request, as our intent is only to help our children plan our future. We have visited some of the landowners that it mostly will affect and have letters of support for that. In conclusion, if it weren't for the kids, we wouldn't be asking for this partial out. We're just there to help them out and get them back on their feet.
Okay. Gail or Brody, do you have anything else to add? Okay, thank you very much. We'll go to Councillor Alger. Question for you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through the chair to Mr. Stump, can you just speak to the location of the parcel? So Public Works is asking for a lot of slope stability and things like that. Would you confirm that there's a suitable building site in this location and easy access?
Where we're planning to build in, it is fairly flat. It does slope further to the north and to the west, but this for stability in that, there shouldn't be a problem for building at all.
Yeah. Okay. And could you speak to, so in the package that we just got, we got a well report. Can you speak to the wells?
Yeah, the wells, that's our well on our property, and it was tested at 40, bailed at 40 gallons a minute. We've got plenty of water. We've have actually springs that have sprung up into the property. One of the dugouts that we have is spring fed. So there's ample water on the property, and I can submit other well reports if required.
Okay, thank you for that.
Thank you. Any other further questions from council or administration? Deputy Revolt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just, I'll go back to the well report if you don't mind. I'm just in the middle here. Thank you. The question I have on the well report that you supplied to us was the date and the location. Now you say it's not on the new parcel, but it's on the larger parcel. Just want to clarify that.
Yeah, it's on the existing parcel and
Okay, thank you. And what was the date? It just has a 5 in the year.
that would be back in, oh, for the year for the well?
The year for the report for this, that you provided to us. I'm just wondering what the year was approximately for the report.
When did
It has a number 5, 6, 14, but the year being 5, it doesn't say what the starter part of the 5 is. So, and if you don't remember, that's fine. I'm just not, it says 05. So maybe it was 2005. I don't know.
Yeah.
Does that sound about right? Okay, thank you. Just trying to clarify when it came from. Thank you. And then you did supply us with letters. Thank you for sharing that. Just wondering, in relation to your parcel, are the letters of support right within the area of your existing? parcel?
They are within existing parcel and
The
outside the
sector.
parcel.
Okay,
To the west or to the east and to the south or north.
okay. But they're in the quarter section?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you very much.
Councillor Kendall.
Through the chair to the applicants, was there any consideration to have your subdivision on the kind of the north? Where it looks like there's already 3 or 4 parcels out there? So that all the subdivisions are kind of together so that you leave your agricultural land intact?
It's a tough one to answer because the gentleman that's opposing it is behind me. And oh man, how to say it without being.
It's not, sorry. It would not be a good idea to put the kids and the grandkids down there beside Mr. Robinson. Only because they have been here. Brody's lived there most of his life. And we've already had problems with the children, with Mr. Robinson in the corner. So it's not a good idea.
We're just respecting his
His space.
And so has there been a well drilled on the prospective site?
Not yet. Usually do that after it's been approved, because otherwise you're putting holes in the ground that may not be required if you're not approved.
And so you live on the southwest on that approach road? That's where you live currently?
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Callister.
I just had a quick question there for, what's the land? Are you guys running cattle there now or?
We were running cattle on it. I had a lease up by Calway Park. So I lost that because they decided to go into a crop. I got rid of my cattle. I still do the haying. And right now we're replacing most of the fencing. I still got another half mile to do, and we will be getting back into cattle.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. I'm not seeing any other questions from council, so I will now go to members of the public. First up, I have Mr. Brad Robson. If you want to come up to the mic here and speak.
Is it on?
Yeah.
Thank you. Prior to my statements, I would like to declare that the statements made by the applicant, Gail Stumpf, are confusing and defamatory, and I'm not sure where they arise from or what issues they may be. Reeve, councillors and administration, thank you for this opportunity to speak against this application for redesignation. My name is Brad Robson. I am here on behalf of my wife, Teresa Robson, and we are adjacent landowners. I will speak directly to 3 points. First, the physical constraints that make this parcel unsuitable for redesignation. Second, the clear misalignment with Foothills County policy. Third, the precedent and risk council would create if this application is approved. The comments today are supported by the evidence in your comprehensive opposition package. As to the physical constraints of the land, this subject parcel has been reviewed repeatedly over more than 20 years, and every review has identified the same problems. None have been resolved. One of the most serious issues is access. A 20% grade on 112th Street is far beyond what is understood to be acceptable under the MDP, engineering standards, and the county's own safety expectations. At 20%, the road is unsafe in winter, in thaw, heavy weather, and when in use to move agricultural machinery. And it was quite evident as the drive-in this morning indicated. With the added and increasing pressure on 112th of cyclists and runners, this is not an interpretive concern. It is a verifiable and measurable constraint. Both the county and the municipal government board have previously concluded that the topography and access are major problems. The applicant has provided no engineering, no redesign, and no mitigation. There is not a single piece of technical evidence in the file that demonstrates this access can be made safe. The parcel also contains a watercourse, a water body, and modified drainage. These issues have never been reviewed through a biophysical assessment, watershed analysis, or a geotechnical study. Council cannot approve a redesignation when fundamental environmental and engineering questions are unanswered. This is not an application where a few technical reports are missing. It is an application where the technical foundation is absent. Second, non-alignment with county policy. Under the Municipal Government Act, Foothills County must confirm that a redesignation protects agricultural land, aligns with the municipal development plan, and avoids unnecessary risk. This application fails on all 3 of those fronts. This is not a growth node. Surrounding parcels are intact agricultural operations. Fragmenting this area contradicts the agriculture first direction the county has reaffirmed for years. The application contains no slope analysis, no environmental review, no servicing plan, and no engineering supporting safe access. Without these, council does not have the information required to make a compliant decision. Approving a redesignation with this level of missing information breaks from the county's established planning practice. In effect, it would reward an application that has not met the county's basic submission expectations. Persistence by an application cannot override policy. Redesignation must be based on clear evidence and in alignment with the county's planning framework. Finally, precedent and risk. For 23 years, I have watched this quarter section move through repeated redesignation and subdivision attempts. The most recent 2006 application was refused by Foothill County and later approved on appeal at the Municipal Government Board. But that was under a different policy regime. And even then, the identified physical constraints have not yet been resolved. Today, the county's policy's direction is clear and more protective of agricultural land. The conditions on the property have not changed in a way that supports redesignation. In fact, some activities on the parcel appear to reflect intensification similar to a commercial operation, which is a concern in and of itself. If council approves this redesignation, you will set a precedent that incomplete applications, unresolved engineering problems, and unassessed environmental impacts are acceptable. You will also set a precedent that fragmentation can occur in areas that the NDP has not identified for growth. This will make it very difficult for council to apply its policies consistently in the future. Conclusion, the decision here is straightforward. There is no engineering demonstrating safe access. There is no environmental or geotechnical assessment. There is no policy basis supporting fragmentation in this area, and the applicant has provided no mitigation for known risks. The evidence in front of you supports one outcome, maintaining the agricultural district designation. On behalf of Teresa Robson, I respectfully but firmly ask council to refuse redesignation application. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Robson. And I trust this is yours. You submitted a pretty fulsome submission to council on Reading, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions from council or administration? Seeing none, thank you very much. Oh, just a second. We do have one Deputy Reeve Ohl. Go ahead.
Thank you. you've referred to the road and this and the steepness of the road and such. Can you tell us exactly what portion of the road you're referring to? Is
It's
it
the-
274?
It is 1/12.
1/12,
Yeah,
okay.
formerly 773. Its grade is at 20% or greater to the peak of the hill. And at the top of that hill is where the access to the subject parcel is being requested.
Thank you for the clarification.
Okay, thank you for that. I'm not seeing anybody else. So thank you very much, Mr. Robson. Appreciate it. Next on my list, I have, sorry if I get this wrong, Tyson Zulk, neighboring landowner. If you'd like to speak, come on up. You're good? Okay, thank you very much. Next, I believe online, we have Shelley and Ruth Wright. If you guys can just unmute yourselves and present anything you have.
Yeah, excuse me, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is actually Russ. It's Russ Wright.
Okay, spelling error. Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah, no worries. So I'm not all familiar with what Brad was saying there, but that's fine. I just wanted to say in behalf of the Stumps, like we've been out here for myself, my wife and I for 23 years as well. Not on this parcel we're on now, but in this area, and appreciate being here. We had the opportunity to buy a subdivision 23 years ago and have never looked back, and just really feel very blessed to have that opportunity. We're hoping that the Stumps will be able to do the same thing for their son with the estate planning that they want to do. It's Brody, we've known him for quite a while, and he's grown up out here, and hopefully he has the opportunity to stay out here and help his family out as well. So I just wanted to say that there is no issues whatsoever on our behalf, and we'd like to support them all we can. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions, comments from council? Not seeing anything. Thank you very much, Russ. Appreciate it. We'll now go to Brody and Jocelyn Scott. You guys can unmute yourselves.
Thank you. We submitted a letter. We have nothing else to add at this time.
Okay. Yeah, and we got your letter. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, with that, there's nobody else, so we will proceed with closing comments. Oh, sorry, Councillor Kendall?
Can I, through the chair, can I ask another question of the applicants, or is it too late for that?
We'll just go to closing comments and then we'll have questions again.
Okay, thank you.
So we'll go to closing comments, Mr. and Mrs. Stump and Brody, any closing comments you have? Oh, just turn your mic on there.
There you go.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Brody Stumpf. I just had a question about the 20% of the 112th, I do believe. I don't know if there's any stating facts about it being 20%. I have a landscaping company, so grading is kind of my thing, and it's I'd be 11.3 degrees for a slope from bottom to the top of the hill, and I don't believe that is correct for the degree. So, and for the access point on 274, the applicant behind us, actually not the applicant, but the gentleman Tyson, he actually lives on the same access road that we will be turning onto. So I don't know about the safety concern about turning onto that road, as he also lives there. So thank you.
Okay, thank you for that.
This is my closing.
And
You go ahead.
nothing more to add, Steve or Gail?
Yes, good morning. Thank you. This is about family. The kids are now living with us. They moved in May with us, so the traffic hasn't changed or anything. I drive school bus. I have for 25 years on this hill, all these roads out there. And it's awesome. Yes, we do have the odd time, but I've never had a problem on 112th at all with the bus. And the grandkids now ride my bus going to the school, and I love having them with me and going to the Red Deer Lake School. So thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Regarding road again, if you go on the municipal or the government website, usually it's a 10% maximum grade that they allow for that. So I don't know where to come up with a 20%. And in regards to Brad with his, I guess that'd be like a book they sent. We did a summary and went through all the points. There's 7 points that he's trying to go to. And if the council wants, we will address them if they require. And that's about all I got to say.
Okay. Yeah, now would be your time to address them if you wanted, to.
Okay. For a quick summary, one of the concerns was legislative and policy compliances. We understand concerns regarding the 20%. Oh, that's the wrong one, sorry. We recognize the importance of complying with all statutory requirements. Our subdivision application is being completed with full awareness of Municipal Act and the Southern Saskatchewan Regional Planning and Municipal Development Plan and the Land Use Bylaw. The purpose, the subdivision is intended to allow us to live close to our, well, that's my son's part, it was supposed to live, for our son to live close to us. The activity assists with agriculture operation, including cattle grazing and crop management. Redesignation, we are following required process for redesignation for subdivision and are committed to working with the MD to ensure all steps are completed in accordance with local bylaws and provincial policy. 2 is physical and safety constraints. We understand concerns regarding the 20% road on 112th or 773. Clarification of this road is an existing MD or municipal road and maintained and managed by the MD. It currently serves as access for 3 families on 274. Safety, the proposed partial location is carefully selected to minimize impact on neighboring homes and maximize usable agriculture space. Responsibility as a landowner, we do not control the grade or maintenance of 112th, but we are committed to working with the MD to ensure continued safe access for all residents. The third one, agriculture, integrity and fragmentation. Where's that page for that? Our family's intent is to preserve and enhance agriculture activity on this parcel. Future use, we plan to continue in expanding agriculture operations, including cattle grazing, which will help maintain the integrity of the land. Partial location, proposed parcel is sited to maintain continuous agriculture space for crops and grazing and minimize disruption with the neighboring properties. Fragmentation, the subdivision is not speculative development, but to support multi-generations of family and estate planning. The fourth one that we come up with was tax assessment and business activity. We are committed to transparency regarding land use and taxation. We have a business license to run our business that I have out of the property. It's a single business operated from a primary home, which holds activity business license through the MD. We do not have traffic from clients that come here. It's mostly an office where we do paperwork and on the computer. All our work is done on site for our clients. The taxation, we were willing to work with the MD to ensure the assessment is accurately reflects the property's use and addresses concerns about mitigation. And 5, environmental and body concerns. We take environmental stewardship seriously. Waterways, the existing water body has not been altered or changed. When cattle were last present on the operation, it occurred and dirt was added to stabilize the shoreline. And we put in solar pumps and we fenced off some of the riparian already to water the cattle so they don't affect the dugouts. Regulatory compliances, all actions were taken for the land stabilization, environmental protection. We are open to providing documentation for further assessments if required by the MD. And then the traffic, we cannot control traffic. It's an MD road, 112th, and the MD does a good job at maintaining it. And no matter what highway, when we get snowstorms in the winter, they're treacherous anyhow at the best of times. Vehicles are mostly private vehicles, passenger vehicles, and trailers used for maintaining and agriculture work. Infrastructure, we will be willing to discuss any infrastructure concerned with the MD and continuous solutions that benefit the community. And then the last one was the president's and planning integrity. We respect the county's planning framework and importance to this president's. Our intent is our application not to set the precedents for speculation development, but to support family, agriculture, responsibility, and land stewardship. Community impact, the proposed partial and use of this designation minimize the impact on neighbors and maintain agriculture characteristics. And the MD has approved suites in our area. So traffic, it's probably going to be more stronger with that than just our family alone. And that is my conclusion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Any questions, comments from council or administration? We'll go to Director Hemingway.
Thank you. Hello.
Hi.
I have a couple of questions and any three of you can answer it. One is why 9.9? Can you help me understand why you chose that size?
9.9. We wanted 10 acres, but we talked to the MD and they said, keep it under 10 acres because that way you can't subdivide. We're harder to subdivide.
But your ultimate goal was 10. and
Yes, so we're
tried
trying to work
keep it
with the
under.
MD with that, so there's no other subdivision on that property.
Okay. Thank you. The next question is the location of the subject property. I understand you want to stay on the south side of the quarter in order to give the people on the north their space.
Yeah.
But you've got this empty space between 112th and the proposed lot.
Yeah.
What's that for? Why are you maintaining that as part of the balance?
Atco Gas put a gas line, new gas line in from Turner Valley to Calgary.
Okay.
And they've got an inspection box there.
Okay.
And that is the reason why we kept away from it, for distance and safety.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you still hate that land or do you still
Yes.
use that land?
Yeah.
Okay. And this question for Planning Officer Kotler, did Public Works indicate any concerns with respect to the existing approach that would be utilized for this proposed parcel?
The only comments were regarding the expectations of the new approach to be built. There was no comments on the existing approach.
The new approach. I thought this was an existing approach. Sorry.
Sorry, the new parcel is expected to meet county standards, to meet the 90-meter sight lines and a culvert, but
Oh.
they didn't state anything.
Oh, not concerned about the proposed location of the new approach. Okay, I was under the impression it was an existing one, so there isn't an existing one there right now.
Just the existing approach for the balance.
Yeah, gotcha. Thank you. No more questions.
Okay, Councillor Kendall, did you get go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not sure whether this is applicable to your application, but I was wondering if you were aware of the secondary suite. What's the word I'm looking for? Alternative that might even save you some money in the long run. I don't know. Don't want to speak out of turn, but secondary suite, then that way you could just use the same road. And the subject parcel, do you hay that? And what do you do with the land right north of your house? Is it all hay land?
To the north, it is pasture, sort for grazing. To the west, I've got hay crop put in. And in regards to a suite, the traffic's going to be the same. The only difference is the approach. And in today's society, or when we were growing up in that too, credit is a virtual for everybody. So with the subdivision, they will actually own the property to stabilize their financial and stuff like that. Is where a suite, it ends up being on our property, and there's no really big savings in cost for building. So they basically won't own nothing for to develop credit and establish their stability.
Thank you.
Director Kruger.
Thank you. Thank you. And through the chair to the floor, just wanting to answer some of the questions that was asked on 112th Street West. Yeah, as mentioned, it's a previous highway. Typically in sections like this, designed to 9%. Depending where you measure it, there might be a little bit more, but overall it's designed to 9% for short stretches. And yeah, the planning officer just answered the questions on the proposed approach there. That's everything I had. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Estes.
Thank you. And through the chair to the applicant, just looking at page 20, it says a gas line inspection box is showing on the corner of 274th West and 112th Street West. So you explain that the gas line goes through that empty section between block 12202 and block 92126, 57, I believe. Is that what you're saying? The gas line runs from that inspection box through that piece that's
It goes from 274, it crosses 274 from the south, and then parallels 274 along my property to the west, to the east. And that's where the inspection block is on the corner of 274 and 112. Does that make sense?
I'm just looking at the diagram that was submitted. It says it's on 274th Ave West
Yeah.
and 112th Street West. But you answered a question previously that the empty block between block 3 and block 1, there was the reason that parcel wasn't used was because there was a gas line through.
Oh, no, not that one. That's on the north side of the property. That's one we were talking about earlier, why we didn't, when councilor asked why we wouldn't be building down there, is to give them their space.
Oh, okay. So that's why you're not using that particular
Yes.
piece. That's okay. Thank you.
Okay, Director Hemingway.
Just a little bit further on that topic, the gas line goes from the gas line inspection box easterly. It doesn't go north.
Well, it goes easterly and westerly because it goes from Turner Valley, I think it's Turner Valley to
But from
Calgary.
the gas line inspection box, it crosses the 112 and then heads up.
Yep.
Heads up. So it doesn't
Or
go
it head-
north on your quarter section. It goes across, it goes to the east.
It
from the
goes,
gas line
it
inspection.
goes east to west along 274.
I can actually see it on our map. It's there.
And I have talked to Batco on it.
Okay, Councillor Kendall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Did you ever consider a smaller parcel like 5 acres? Was there a reason? I mean, if your son has access to the land, if it's yours anyways, was there any reason that you didn't go for like a 5 acre?
Well, with the grandkids, they like to have their horses and that, and it's a lot easier if they can sustain them in their own property. It's easier to, most of the times, to have it close to ride and that instead of chasing them through the pastures and that. So this way it sustain one or two horses.
Thank you.
Okay, any other further questions from council administration to the applicant? Seeing none, we'll go to Planning Officer Cutler for your closing comments.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Nothing further. One last time to council administration. Any other questions? Seeing none, I will now close the public hearing. Should you wish to view council's deliberations on this hearing or the decision made, you're welcome to remain in the gallery today to watch, or you can watch the live stream meeting link, and the link is found on the county's website. Otherwise, a decision will be sent once the minutes have been ratified next week to anyone who is registered in the hearing. Thank you all very much for taking the time to attend today and providing your input. I wish you the best of the day.
Thank you.
We can switch meetings. Okay, we'll just take a short pause while we do that. Thank you. Welcome back. So we have completed our 10 o'clock public hearing. Council, why don't we proceed on with that? Stump Southeast 26-21-2 west of 5. This is in Division 5. Councilor Alder, did you want to start us off?
Sure, be happy to, Mr. Chair. Lots of things going on in this. I'll speak to the MDP first. I believe it fits within the MDP. It was stated that it does not fit in there, but I think it does. It fits in our land use. I guess the only one it really pushes is growth management strategy. If you look at minimal to moderate growth, is 4 lots minimal, or is that moderate, or have we got room for one more? That's a determination. I always say that it is subject. These policies are always subject to interpretation. Lots of talk about the 15% slopes. Anybody that knows the area, they call this area Foothills. I've talked to this numerous times along this road and everywhere else in Foothills. That's the reason they call it Foothills. Is because it backs into the mountains, and you're going to have some hills, and you're going to have some steep slopes, and anywhere along 112 is numerous places that are that have driveways that are over 15%. Mr. Kruger talked to the road 112, which is actually an old provincial road, 773, up to about 10 years ago, and slopes of 9%. So, and it's a hilly road, and that's why the bikers like to ride on it. That's just the way it is, as they do in numerous roads around the county. Mr. Stump spoke to the well, of a very good well, and the reasoning for the where the acreage wants to go is because of the ATCO location, and that makes perfect sense to me. I know we dealt with one, or I dealt with a resident a little farther south on 112th and had a terrible time with ATCO and doing an approach across that line. So I'll speak to Mr. Robson's fulsome report and thank him for that. That it was very fulsome. There was no question about it, but I guess I'd say a lot of holes in it. Again, starting with the 20% slopes and things like that, that was what I would call discredited. More like, as Mr. Kruger said, 9% slopes on the road. The access onto 274, I mean, there's three acreages that access off that 274. I've been up and down that road. I don't have any problem with it. Again, it was a provincial highway back in the day. And also speaking to the road, as Mrs. Stump spoke to, that she was a school bus driver for many years, so she's certainly aware of that road. Mr. Robson also spoke of no biophysical and technical reports and things like that have never been done. And typically you don't do those things until you get approvals. There's no sense spending a bunch of money on technical reports if you don't have a certain positivity that you're going to come to fruition with your application. So as is required in the under the Public Works, all those technical reports will be done as we go along, including the well. I like the size. I appreciate that that the county staff spoke to the 9.9, so this particular lot would not be subdivided again. Again, there was comments about secondary suites from Councillor Kendall, and Mr. Robson's report also said that you, because there's more than 80 acres, you could build another house there. And yes, you can, but for a young person to buy a house without land is almost impossible. You need to have land to put up against the mortgage. I'm dealing with that in my own family. And yes, you couldn't put up another house on the 80 acres, but when we put a line around it on a map, we call it fragmentation of agriculture. One way or another, there will be a house on this property. And I don't believe it's fragmentation of agriculture when you're bringing family back to the farm. And Mrs. Snuff also spoke about that. This is for family. There's lots of talk in the farming community about no farms, no food, no farms. For me, it's no family, no farms. I always support bringing kids back to the farm to help out with their parents, and we're all in that situation where we're all getting older and we need help around the farm. Those would be my opening comments. They'll give you a motion for approval when you're ready, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. I'll take that motion. So that would be for first reading. Further comments from council? Councillor Estes.
Thank you to the chair and through the chair to planning. It says in the comments here, road widening is required by caveat along 274th Ave West. At whose cost?
As the request is for a caveat only, once the application gets to the subdivision stage, we will request the applicant execute an agreement for acquisition of land. We have all those templates. We do them all the time. And we have the applicant register that caveat on their title, indicating a future road widening requirement. We're not asking for any surveying, so there really isn't any cost.
Thank you for that. Anybody else? Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to the chair, speak in opposition to the motion on the floor. Very passionate presentations here today, but passion is not what the municipal development plan is about. Anyway, I'll just keep it short. It just cannot agree with the location. Fragmentation is all on the north side of this quarter, and to plop a 9.99 country residential parcel on the south side is not congruent with the fragmentation that has occurred, and cannot support the application. Thanks.
Okay, anybody else? I guess just from my perspective, I certainly appreciate the desire to bring family back to the farm, to help out, to be there with aging. But that's not how we make land use decisions. This is in direct contradiction of the growth management strategy, and I would say in contradiction of our municipal development plan as well. And those are the things we use for municipal planning, in my opinion. So I'm not seeing anybody else with their mics on to speak. Councillor Alger, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I thank both parties for their comments. I think speaking to the MDP, I think we've all agreed over the last number of years that the MDP is an outdated document. That's why we were in the throes of redoing that. And one of the things that the MDP does not speak to, and if I'm on the committee, when we redo the MDP, we'll speak to heart. And that's what the MDP is lacking, is heart. Thank you.
Okay. Director Hemingway.
I have a very, very strong recollection of the adoption of the municipal development plan where there had been specific policy that stated that estate planning was not to be considered in, was not a consideration of council when they're debating on subdivision, and council removed that. They said under no circumstances, based on public outcry, actually, that estate planning should absolutely be considered. There's no language in the MDP, but what happened was the council of the day removed the statements that said estate planning would not be considered by council when contemplating subdivision. So yeah, it was there. It was taken out because the public came in and said, absolutely, you will consider that.
Okay, thank you for that. I'm not seeing anybody else, so I will grab the motion for first reading for subdivision, for land use redesignation, I should say. Let's call the question. All those in favor? And opposed? Motion fails. Anybody with a motion to carry forward with action? I believe the alternative as suggested here would be refusal. Anybody like to give a motion to carry us forward, refusal or otherwise? Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And to the chair, I would give you the motion to refuse the application.
Yeah, I know we spoke previous. Thanks.
Okay, Director Hemingway.
I was having a thought. It seems to me that along 266 Avenue on the north side of the quarter section, there's 1, 2, 3, 4 parcels already removed. Would council consider the requesting a revised site plan that illustrates a country residential parcel to fill in that gap along the north side versus developing the south side of the road? I know that's not what the applicants want, but I'd still think a panhandles, the access to the north would be needed to the balance, but it just kind of suits that 266 Avenue when you see all the fragmentation on the north side of the along 266 Avenue, both north and south of it, and in the general area. Would council consider a revised site plan moving the parcel to the north to 266 Avenue?
Councillor Kendall.
Through the chair, the applicants indicated that that was not an option.
I'm sorry, it's not their preference for sure, but it may be their preference in advance of no parcel. And if they don't wish to pursue it or proceed, they won't.
Okay.
But I think it is absolutely an option. It's just not one that's not their preference.
Councillor Estes.
Thank you. And to the chair, I would make the motion that part.
Sorry, we actually already have a motion to refuse. So I'll have to deal with that one.
Okay, sorry.
But if you wanted to speak to the motion or the idea.
Sorry, thank you. And through the chair. Yes, I would prefer to look at that option and that parcel be looked at because there is already 3 in there if there was to be any option on the table.
Okay, thank you for that. I'll just double swing back to Councillor McHugh. Your motion stands.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just on procedure, I don't think I can take it back as it's been spoken to. So
You can rescind it if you choose and if council is amenable to it.
well, if council is amenable, I'll rescind the motion.
Okay. Nobody's opposed to the rescinding of the motion? Okay, so we are wide open. Councillor Estes, I'll go back to you.
Thank you to the chair. And I would make the motion that piece between the 3 and the 4th be looked at as subdividable.
Okay, so just for clarity, Director Hemming, so that would probably be a motion to redraw?
My suggestion is that council requests a revised site plan illustrating a country residential parcel of 266 Avenue for your consideration. You could not provide any readings and just ask for that parcel to be shown to you, or you could grant first reading. As the conditions don't particularly change, just to understand, I think there would be a country residential parcel in there. I think it would be about 9.9 acres, maybe a little bit smaller. And there was likely going to be a panhandle from 266 Avenue to the balance parcel, maybe of 15 meters, just to maintain access to the north side of that creek from 266. So it's not a straight shot of a quarter of a country residential parcel. No, that's certainly up to the applicant or council if you have an opinion on that. So my suggestion, if council is amenable, is a revised site plan illustrating a country residential parcel of 266 of approximately, between 9 and 7 acres in size for council's consideration.
Okay, and just procedure, just to double check, being this is very different location, this public hearing is sufficient for that?
It's a land use application. We aren't looking at subdivision. The land use remains the same. All parties that were circulated were aware of that. So no, I feel comfortable maintaining the same public hearing.
Okay. Councillor Estes.
Just to clarify, sorry, thank you to the chair. You said that subdivision is not needed?
No, we're not there yet. It will come in the future, should they be able to meet, should council approve this and the applicant be able to meet all required conditions.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm just going to go back to Councillor Estes. So one option is to provide first reading with a condition of redraw, or to just ask for a redraw and then we'll come back to it. Which would be your preference? First one, first reading with condition of redraw. Okay. Okay, Councillor Alger.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I can support that motion. Appreciate Councillor Estes bringing that forward. This is a better option than a refusal. I know it was spoken to in the public hearing that that was not an option that the applicants were looking for, but under the circumstances, they may rethink that situation. So happy to support that motion. Thank you, sir.
Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess through the chair of the Development Authority, do we not still have, it's tight, sorry, I only have the applicant's diagram, I don't have the topo now, but can we not gain access to the balance from 112? Just north of block 1? Well. I guess it'd be right along the ravine.
Yeah, I would, I'd like it, maybe we could pull up the map. And.
It's 21 is good too.
21?
Yeah.
I think because. Block 1. I think, well, they're all block 1 up there, not all of them,
Yeah.
there's 2 of them. There's because of the ravine along 112th, I think they're really only access to the north part of that drainage course would be from 266th Avenue. And I'm sure they'd want to maintain even a small panhandle just in case there's something needed to get a piece of machinery into that side. I mean, really, it's up to the applicant. You can allow them the potential for a panhandle or it's their choice if they don't feel it's necessary. I don't think we need a 30-meter panhandle for a full internal subdivision road. I just think just access for the farming operation from the north side in case it's necessary.
Okay, Councillor Kendall.
Through the chair, I do not support that. The applicants made it pretty clear why. The only alternative I would suggest is off the approach, the existing approach to the applicant's existing driveway to the west of the drainage area. And I'm not sure why. Maybe there's reasons that I don't know why that, but that's how I see it. Thanks.
Okay. Anybody else? Councillor Callister.
So I support the motion to move the lot to the north of the property. 15-meter panhandle adjacent to that lot could or may not be necessary. I mean, it's not that you're getting farm equipment in and out of there. And there is access from the existing house of the Stumps down on the bottom portion there. So I would just support the motion from Councillor Estes.
Okay, thank you for that. I guess from my perspective, it's certainly a better location, but doesn't solve anything in terms of aligning with any of our planning documents. So, any other Deputy Revol?
Thank you. I just wonder if Councillor Kendall can describe her location. I'm not following where you were suggesting you had another option.
So through the chair, the existing driveway that goes to the Stumps house off 274, just to the west of what they call the drainage on one of the maps.
So picture that that was it, like just, you came in that same driveway and right there.
So it would have to be a public road then, or an easement, which might not work so well.
But I mean, if they'd still have the right to build a dwelling, this more than 80 acres, so.
Okay. So just on the hill there, before the drainage.
To the west of what they're calling, so the east,
Okay,
to
I
the
see what
east
you're
of the
saying.
ravine on one of their maps.
Okay.
On the written map.
And then it could just come off of where the other driveway comes off, like a common approach
Yeah.
or something.
Yeah, a common approach and a little bit of an easement there.
Okay,
Okay.
okay. Okay, I just wasn't following. I thought you were talking about further in, and now I understand you're talking about that hill area.
Yeah, that kind of darker green grass.
Thank you for explaining it.
That,
Director Hemingway.
just to state, that could be an alternative if council wishes to consider it. And perhaps council wishes to consider a smaller parcel, in order to maintain some of that nice hayfield that's there. So you have a lot of options ahead of you, I'm sorry.
Okay. Councillor Alger.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Good comments by all involved, and I think all those comments are encompassed in Councillor Estes's motion of the redraw. Doesn't necessarily have to be at the north end, but can come back with the redraw of other spots.
Ideally.
Or are you
Ideally, council
stuck
gives
on the
some
north end?
direction.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, no, she's stuck on the north end, so that's fine. Motion will stand.
Okay, Councillor Estes.
Thank you. And through the chair to Councillor Alger, I am sticking with that because if you move it over, and I'm not sure which direction, but over towards closer to the residents, you're still taking out another chunk of property out of the farmland. And to me, with that section up between the other already chopped out, it just makes more sense. Thank you.
Okay, so we have that motion for first reading with added condition of redraw to move it up to the north. I am not seeing anybody else. I will call the question. All those in favor? And opposed? Sure, I didn't.
Yeah, so that's.
You're in favor? Okay, so that motion carries. Or, yeah. Or three, not that it matters.
So it's 4-3 then.
Okay. Moving on. Let's go to subdivision approving authority. So I'd look for a motion to go into subdivision approving authority. Motion, Councillor Callister gives us that. All in favor? Motion carries. So E1, Miklos, Northwest 10 of 21-2 west of 5. Request for subdivision. We covered this earlier. Page 175, Director Hemingway, please.
Very much, Mr. Reeve. This application again is in Councillor Alger's area. What we're doing now is we're subdividing this 9-acre parcel from the quarter section, leaving about 155.88 agricultural balance. Council just finalized the bylaw earlier this morning. All conditions are in place, so I'm requesting subdivision approval. Our more senior council members may remember that we are surveying out the cul-de-sac that's at the very end of this road allowance, the portion that's been constructed, and we're paying for that, I believe. Yeah, and we're trying to keep the minimal amount of land in their quarter section, so there will be some costs associated with that. And that's all I have, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Alger, did you want to start us off?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, have no concerns. We just did second and third reading on this, and I think the road agreement was spoken to by Ms. Hemingway. So I have no issues about the first parcel out, and happy to give you the motion for approval of the subdivision.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll take that motion. Any comments? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And opposed? Okay, motion carries. Okay, let's go to F. Oh, we got a motion to go out of subdivision approving authority. Councillor Alger gives us that. All in favor? Motion carries. Let's go to F5, MLA boundaries, page 224. This was postponed from last week, and we have a handout was given to us this morning. CAO Payne, I believe you're going to present this.
See it, okay. This might be this vote, right? Thank you, Mr. Chair. So council's got, there should be a separate handout on everyone's desk, and it's just got the label F5 right at the top of it there. And this is a carryover item from last week. This was provided to council just for information last week. I believe, as most of council's aware, this was an item that was on the Okotoks Intermunicipal Committee meeting yesterday for discussion. So there's really two parts here. I think what was asked at the Okotoks IMC meeting was that Foothills County would support signing a joint letter. And that letter would be jointly authored and signed by the town of Okotoks, Foothills County, and Diamond Valley. There's a revised map that the town of Okotoks has provided since yesterday's meeting, and it really follows very closely to the boundaries of the existing electoral divisions. For the what was called the Calgary Okotoks riding, formerly the Highwood riding. Actually, I should say currently the Highwood riding, not formerly. It is currently the Highwood riding. At that meeting yesterday, it was discussed as to whether it would be appropriate for Foothills County to sign a joint letter, given there is more impact on Foothills County than just that one riding. I've heard council comment about the new Banff Jasper riding proposal, and geographically that one looks quite difficult, given it sits in the very northwest corner of the county, and the very southwest corner of the county extends through the Kananaskis Improvement District and then heads up through the Banff, Canmore, Jasper corridor. Very challenging geographically on that one. I would just share with council in terms of providing some additional context. RMA just sent an email out this morning that I have since distributed to council with some comments that RMA has provided on a more global basis across the province, where they've got concerns about a shift from rural representation to a couple of additional urban ridings. So currently there's, I believe, 87 ridings, and that jumps up to 89 in the new drawn boundaries, with one additional riding given to each of Calgary and Edmonton. They also highlight the hybrid ridings as a bit of a concern. And I believe what they're meaning by the hybrid ridings is one similar to the Calgary Okotoks proposal that you saw in one of the proposed riding drawings, where part of the city of Calgary is incorporated into a more rural riding. And of course, community alignment for our MLAs is typically a priority, where we have a voice combined across municipal communities. It'd be really odd to have just a small chunk of the city of Calgary estimated in the future to have a population of more than 60,000 people, given approved plans in that area in a short period of time, which again would require another redraw. So I might just stop there just to try and sort of hear what council's opinion is on the boundaries that have been proposed by the province, as well as from the IMC meetings on the discussion that took place with Okotoks yesterday, acknowledging that Foothills County has to look really at three separate boundaries that are being proposed, and how we believe that will impact our residents and Foothills County Council's access to our elected officials at the provincial level.
Deputy Revol.
Thank you. I was very appreciative of the design as you go conversation that went on and came up with option 3. And in our handout, we have a page which is the current provincial boundaries, which I think is essentially what it would look like, except it would then encompass what is in the pink with Banff Kananaskis. So that would be on the handout we have. And it would be page 2. And then a further comment from Foothills County side on removing the proposed Jasper Banff that was going to come up the bottom side off Highway 541. So that would be, I thought, was the most reasonable, and there was going to be a check on population, which hopefully this would achieve that population with the projections of growth that are likely to occur. So that being the current boundary, it would just then, what you have up on the screen there, would just go over to the northwest and would encompass that nice Banff Kananaskis chunk there and put that back into representation, local representation. I think there was a little tiny chunk on Highway 66 that was going to stay because they're creating a clean cut up that line there, which is the border of Kananaskis. That one has got a lot of, there are some titles, some private titles, but also some lease land in there and conservation land in there. So it would be nice if it could stay in, but if we're looking for a clean cut, I think as far as provincial representation, it would be great to have the whole Northwest encompassed. I just feel that there is so much more similarities in the rest of the representation, which would be in what is currently called Highwood. And I'm not sure what the new name would be, but if it was Foothills, Okotoks, Diamond Valley, I don't know what the name would be, but I think there's a lot of similarities, and we're working on so many projects together. We have watershed issues we're working together on, infrastructure issues, that we have a lot of commonalities there, which I think fit much better in the proposed, what was called yesterday, option 3. So there's still the question of whether you're going to have 1 letter or 2 letters, and maybe 2 is okay. One would be the proposed, if the other communities are open to our option 3. And then Foothills County could then speak further in their letter to removing the Jasper Banff portion that is proposed to be coming in the bottom end of Foothills County. So those would be my thoughts as I just want to speak to the Northwest being quite appropriate to bring that back into this, what would be Foothills County's suggestions and request for a amendment to their plans. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I appreciate the conversation yesterday. Appreciate the maps that Okotoks had worked on. Very much same line as Deputy Reeve. I think we got to get that City of Calgary chunk out of the Calgary Okotoks riding. Perhaps call it something different then. There just is nothing that our residents really have in common with the City of Calgary to have them as part of our MLA riding. And yeah, the 2 pieces of Banff Jasper, just not quite fitting that south piece. There's so few residents in that area. I don't see it as a big item for them to change one way or another, whether that goes into the High River Vulcan riding or whether it goes into Livingston McLeod or whether they just kind of take a different line somewhere there. I think either one is fine, just as long as it's not in Banff Jasper. There just is no connection there and just doesn't quite fit. So that would be my thoughts. Councillor Kendall.
Through the chair, sorry I missed that part yesterday with the IMC with Okotoks, I guess is where you discussed that. Was there ever an option that Banff and Canmore can kind of be just, they are so different? Like, is there a suggestion that they can be plunked in with to the north rather than to the south? Was that ever in the discussions? Sorry, the map is a little limited here. It's hard to say where else they could be, but. But yeah, I would support anything that tips the balance to the rural as opposed to having the urban be the deciding factor in all of these divisions.
Right. CO Payne.
Yeah, and just for council, so the act that determines how this boundary review takes place indicates that you're supposed to have a no more or less than a standard deviation of 25% population difference between riding boundaries, and that's 25% from the average across the province, which is that 50, I think in the report it was 54,000 something. Now there is in this RMA report, they outline section 15.2 of the act actually provides another option for the commission to allow up to 4 ridings across the province to have a deviation of 50%. So in a letter to the province, we could highlight that there is an option that perhaps the Banff Jasper boundaries could be drawn to incorporate the area that incorporates those communities and have similar alignment in terms of their vision and goals for the future. And that would align with the 50% deviation that's allowed. Currently, the report indicates there is only one boundary like that in Alberta that has up to that 50%, and that's in Mackenzie, I believe it says in the report. So there is a tool in legislation that allows the commission to consider something different than what they've drawn, which would remove Banff Jasper from both areas of the county, would allow us to extend the existing Highwood boundary up into that very northwest corner that has portions of Division 4 and 5, or sorry, 3 and 4 in Foothills County. And then we could just argue through our letter that that would be something that would align MLA boundaries with the communities that MLA serves. In terms of the 2 different letters that Deputy Reeve spoke to, I suspect the town of Diamond Valley and town of Okotoks may actually support revising the map further to incorporate that change to take Banff Jasper out of the very northwest corner of the county as well. I can talk to the 2 CAOs if council would like me to do that and ask that map basically be the existing Highwood riding, but expand up into the northwest as well to remove Banff Jasper. And then we could write our own secondary letter, maybe reinforcing that joint letter, but also stating that the Banff Jasper riding coming into the southwest corner of the county really doesn't make sense either for many of the same reasons that are included in the other letter. So just as an option for council to consider.
Well, just, yes, I agree. Just given like Banff and Jasper are actually federal properties, and Canmore is kind of an anomaly unto itself that is highly geared to extreme development and nothing in common with the rest of Foothills County that I can see.
Deputy Reeve.
Great, thanks for those ideas. And may we also perhaps put on map option 3, maybe version 2, is removing Banff Jasper off the bottom part off Highway 541 as well. And perhaps the other communities may support that. And then we'd have one letter from all 3 of us, if that is amenable to them. I think it speaks to us trying to retain the type of jurisdiction we have and have representation that's effective for us. And as Reeve Seward was saying, we don't have a lot of population there. It just seems like the representation for us would be more suitable to have that. Although the riding or the constituency that the other towns are in may not be interested in making that comment on that one section. So we might still do our 2 letters. So just a thought, I don't know if they would agree with a version 2 of option 3, but just a thought. Thanks.
Councillor Estes.
Thank you, and to the chair. Yeah, I don't like proposal A. I mean, taking out 541, there's a lot of farm families and stuff out there. So including them in Banff and Jasper, yeah, in my opinion, would not be fair.
Okay, so CO Payne, would we be able to have GIS do up a map of of the discussion today, with population estimates in terms of what that would look like, and then that would maybe be the catalyst to show forward on to the other, to Diamond Valley and Okotoks from Foothills perspective. Okay, and the deadline for submissions is 10 days away. No, 19th. Okay, so we got a couple of weeks. Okay, so the request then is regarding sending a joint letter to the province on behalf of the town of Okotoks and town of Diamond Valley along with us, requesting boundary changes. Are we ready for that, or do we want to have a map drawn up so we can see it for next week? Or any other direction council wants to go with this? Councillor Alger.
Thank you, sir. I'm happy to proceed. I think we all have it in our mind how the map's going to be laid out, and let's get the ball rolling.
Okay, so that would be a motion then to authorize a joint letter to the province on behalf of us, along with Okotoks and Diamond Valley, if they so choose.
Okotoks is online with this. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
And perhaps we can draft that letter and we'll get a quick view on it before we send it. Okay. Okay, so we have that motion. Anything else? All in favor? Motion carries. Okay. 11:35. Minutes. Trust we've had a chance to review the minutes. Anybody want to give a motion to approve the minutes or corrections, comments? Deputy Revol.
Thank you. I had a review and had a few questions that were answered to my satisfaction, and I would be happy to move the minutes.
Okay, we have that motion. All in favor? Motion carries. And accounts. Any questions or motion today? Councillor Callister, go ahead.
We've all reviewed the accounts. I don't believe there's any questions from anyone. I think we can accept the accounts as they are.
Okay, I will take that motion from Councillor Callister. Councillor Kendall, go ahead.
I agree. There's just my last name is missing an L on the agenda here. That's all. One typo.
Okay. We can get that fixed. Oh, yes. Okay, so we have that motion to approve accounts for today. All those in favor? Motion carries. Why don't we start on our committee reports for today? Councillor Kendall, do you want to get us started?
All righty. So just what we've done up till current, right?
So I guess since 2 weeks now.
Well, it's been since forever. We haven't done one, but anyways, November 6th, I attended the Ag Board. It's a great fit for me. Thank you for making me an alternative on that one. I love it. November 10th, I attended the Fire Board at Heritage Point. Again, very happy to be on that one. Looking forward to the next one. November 13th, I attended via Zoom the cemeteries committee. Again, great meeting. November 18th via Zoom, I was on the Leighton Center Zoom call there, so I got to meet the people on there. November 24th, I attended the historical committee. And again, very informative and happy to be on that one as well. Looking forward to that. December 2nd, yesterday, I attended the Foothills County Support Services meeting here. Got up to speed on what they do, which is again a very good fit for me. Thankful to be on that. And yesterday as well for lunch, attended the IMC luncheon in Okotoks with Okotoks Council, which was great to meet my colleagues over there. Thank you.
Sorry, Councillor Callister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I attended a few as well. In November, where are we at here? The Joint Health and Safety Committee at council chambers. Not too much to report from that. Mostly just reporting of incidents and new reporting that they're and undertaking. Had a library committee on the 27th on Thursday. That was fun to meet everyone there. I met Nicole from the Marigold Library Board as well, which I will also be a part of. And they are, the library, Okotoks Library is undertaking a new book they're going to release sometime in 2027. It's a 50-year history. So if anybody has any photographs or knowledge of the last 50 years of the Okotoks Public Library, we could forward that to the committee. I will take it to them if they have any photos or history that they'd like to share with the book, in the book. And then the also did a Foothills Okotoks recreational fieldhouse meeting where we had presenter from Tenfold come and offer to advocate with us, put their name on the signs and help us out that way as well, and to sponsor sports teams and so on, advocating through that. So that is probably going to be a financial help for the field house. And then the Okotoks intermunicipal meeting yesterday, where we discussed some of those, the water line and the field house as well as this letter to the province regarding the redistrict of the provincial election boundaries. So it's been a busy couple of weeks, and that's all I have.
Councillor Alger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll start on the 13th of November for the county cemeteries meeting, where we welcome Councillor Kendall to our group. We had a short discussion on the inventory and ongoing projects within our cemeteries. Monday the 24th, we did our historical committee that was touched on. We had a great presentation by the University of Calgary. I've spoken to this before, that they're doing a study on the oil field, the Turner Valley oil field, and this one, their update was specifically on Mill City. And we also had a kind of a comment from one of our members of where the historical committee is going, because we talk to a lot of things and think we should do a lot of things, and we don't typically get them done because it's onerous for staff, and there's a lot of money involved in some of these things too. So we're going to have a more fulsome discussion of that going forward, and always looking for comments from other councillors as to what they think about that. Tuesday the 25th, I attended the West Winds, so 3 separate meetings for West Winds that day. The West Winds AGM we did first, and then we rolled into, or I should say, we did the West Winds Finance Committee first and went through the budget of all of our aspects of West Winds, and then rolled into the AGM meeting, and that rolled into the board meeting. So that was a long day. It started at 4 and we finished at 10, I think, right around 10. So lots of information going on there. If anybody's in Okotoks up by the Extra Foods, you'll see a new building being built there, and that's our new affordable and seniors housing that's in the Darcy Ranch area. So similar to what we did in Drake's Landing about 2 years ago. Drake's Landing is about 2 years old now. So West Winds is doing a lot of good things in our community. And then Friday, I attended the SDAB training, had to get renewed. Have to do it every 3 years. So we did a Zoom session. Councillor Estes was with me and numerous other councillors and clerks from all around the province of Alberta. And great presentation as always, and a tough test at the end. We got through her. And yeah, we both passed. And yesterday I attended the lunch with the town of Okotoks. Happy to meet the new councillors there and get acquainted. And then attended most of the IMC. I had to go do a little thing with my grandson, so I had to check out a little bit early, but very interesting things going on with the town of Okotoks and Foothills County. That's all I have. Thank you, sir.
Deputy Reeve Ohl.
Thank you. We never had a chance to report on RMA, so I might just give a little bit for benefit of our Councillor Alger, and all of you can maybe re-chime in if you have something else to add. But it was very interesting session, really great breakouts and good discussions, and good to see such a good turnout there as well. I just want to mention a couple things. We did have a chance to have some Bear-Pit questions brought forward, and some of the others may speak to theirs. I just wanted to share the one I had brought up to Minister Ellis in regards to us planning our budget and wanting to get the price tag on policing. And apparently they're going to give us that price tag coming up before Christmas. So that means we're in January, or we're in December right now. So hopefully we're going to hear about what the costs are going to be for us as we're planning all of our upcoming expenses and how we're going to manage that for taxes this year. Also had a chance to attend a couple of meetings that our REIB was super engaged with so many different directions. I did attend a couple of the meetings related to mayors and reeves, and what were on the agendas there was kind of an interesting mix of topics that just seemed to be top of the mind. One was the boundary changes, which we just spoke about here. Other was the postal offices closures in small rural communities. Some have not faced that already. We've already faced it here. So we had some conversation on that. Use of water for industrial activity. Miscellaneous comments from the floor. So that was a good discussion. The other one was the collection of municipalities around Calgary and Edmonton that have been meeting for a number of years on commonalities, which were formerly related to growth boards. But since that's no longer in effect, the group is trying to reposition themselves as to what may work well going forward. And so there's a lot of thoughts were put forward, and I'm not sure where this will go, and neither are the other participants, but there is some interest to continue collaboration amongst the municipalities. And then further to that, RMA was present in that meeting as well. So it'd be nice to, I think, at this as a next step, perhaps engage with the RMA Vice President, Jason Schneider, because he has some thoughts on that as well. Also attended the nuclear power session that was at RMA. It was a breakout session, and the same group presented to one I attended yesterday, which was on basically was called Nuclear Overview. In this case, there was a lot of interest in the room from a lot of the municipalities, and everyone's just pulling together on all the levels of engagement, how the municipalities would be involved, and everything from emergency management to how the assessment would work and how this would roll out, and the approving framework, which is really what's being investigated by the committee right now, is how will this work and move forward in terms of the various technologies. So they said they're technology agnostic, but they are looking at a framework for us to be able to manage to put this into place and continue the information provision to all the citizens and municipalities, so that there's going to be opportunity for a lot of engagement on this one yet to come. We had a resolution session, and they, I think, all passed. And so I think it's going to be a bit costly to the citizens of Alberta when they look at the amount of requests for more money that came out of this. So I think there might be maybe hopefully a little bit of discussion in the future about putting forward all the requests and really looking at the price tag. That's going to really hit the pocketbook if they were approved. So our citizens paying 3 different levels of government, and then having more requests for more funding, which I think is perhaps we have to look at some of those requests. We did have a good meeting with our our ATEC, Alberta Transportation and Economic Corridors representative, Darren Davidson. So thank you, Tim, for making a special time for our municipality. There was also a breakout session on data centers, and I would be happy to share information. We had a legal representation from Brownlee LLP, Janine Grunberg. She was awesome. Just give that really great overview, just really talking about our lane, what's the municipal lane, and the effects and the costs to us. There's significant impacts to us from any level of data center, and she was really great to highlight that for us. So that really takes care of the RMA session. So I just thought I'd give a really quick update on that. And then as far as committee reports go, I did attend a committee, sort of subcommittee of the policing committee. We had a meeting on November the 21st where we heard from the assistant deputy minister for that particular department. And that department is let me just get the right name here, the Public Safety and Emergency Services Department. And so we did get an update on the proclamation, the new provincial police advisory board that you've probably heard in the news over the last few days. So they just give us an update on all things provincial related to the new board and public security division updates. So that would be kind of any of the goings on in that area. We also had a policing committee meeting on the 25th, so November 25th, where we had really great updates from all of our department and our RCMP participants. And then something which was new to us, we had a guest speaker that one of our members of this particular board was able to secure for us in conjunction with Deputy Director Stapley, brought in the Alberta Sheriff's Branch new chief Parhar. And so this gentleman is from the area. So he's actually, I believe, a Foothills County resident, and he has 30 years of policing and currently has taken on this new job where he is an employee of the province and will be overseeing approximately 1,200 sheriffs. So he is just new into his position. Other positions are coming into play. So there's a very interesting dynamic coming in here, and understanding how we will be collaborating and what the provincial rollout will be are still some unknowns here as to how this will all work. We did also have our Sheriff's Division provide updates to us as well during the discussion. So it was very helpful to hear from all of our agencies. The previous meeting we had Fish and Wildlife. So collecting all of the jurisdictions and the type of training, the interaction and the joint forces operations, and the multiple ways that they're all trying to focus on visibility for policing in Foothills was a really good news story. And also thank the RCMP for their continued work as they're also providing updates for us to fan out to our residents through our crime watches, and then also partnering with all agencies as they are emerging and trying to collaborate and partner with all the moving parts there. So just a thank you to all the participants there. Also attended an Anasandy Cross Conservation Area Board meeting on the 25th. There's a lot of projects on the go, whether it's the stewardship or the continuing efforts with all the school groups, and also looking at potentially positioning for some new users that are within Foothills County, updating signage, so many really great projects on the go there. And had a Foothills Regional Emergency Services Commission subcommittee meeting in relation to working with the staff. So that was a good meeting, and we're going to be moving forward with more initiatives. Then yesterday, being the 2nd of December, I attended the nuclear overview, and it was very helpful. They did have, sort of in addition to what was presented at RMA, they did have a scientist who gave us the nuclear 101, and also some really good background about what's happening in Canada. So along with that, a gentleman from Ontario who is a mayor from Clarington provided us some of the municipal perspective on what were some of those issues and how they work with the citizens on the overall uptake and opinions related to nuclear. So one of the concluding comments, which is meant to be put over all municipalities and to citizens, is that there's much more engagement yet to happen. But there is a request for us to submit municipal comments by December, I think 16th. We'll have to check the date on that just to confirm I have the right date on that. But there is an opportunity for us to submit comments from the municipal perspective. And then upcoming there, what we experienced for an update yesterday will be going out to all the citizens in Alberta, and they'll have a chance to provide further comments. So this is going to be a long process, and people are going to be invited all along the way to have their say. And then lastly, attend the Foothills Okotoks intermunicipal meeting, which will be spoken on by those who participated. And I just want to thank the town for their hospitality, as well as the good meeting and meeting of the new councillors. That's everything. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll try to wrap it up in 5 minutes here. Yeah, Okotoks IMC yesterday got an update on the regional water project. We talked at length about the provincial ward boundary feedback, as we just talked about here a few minutes ago, so I won't go in detail. Talked about provincial highway speeds. As we know, the province is considering increasing speed limits on a few roads. So that was brought forward, and council already made a resolution to that end of non-support for increasing. 2 weeks ago, I think we did that. Got an update on Champion Park. Update on Master Shared Services Agreement. Lots of work to do there going forward. And I think we kind of put to bed for now the land options discussion for the regional field house. On the field house note, we had a board meeting for them, Foothills Okotoks Rec Society. Capital projections, some of you heard this yesterday. There was just a suggestion put forward that both Foothills and Okotoks contribute $20,000 for capital improvements. I guess a bit of a misunderstanding. Some understood it was just a one-year thing. Some understood it was a permanent thing, contributing that $20,000 per year, just in light of the fact that we have not had a naming sponsor for the building in the past year. And that money is pretty important looking forward, just to set aside and be prepared for future capital expenditures. So that was brought up in IMC Okotoks yesterday, and it will be coming back to council in due time. Building naming rights already been spoke to. Community facility enhancement program. So we're still hopeful that we'll get a grant to cover a portion of the field cost that we did spend a few months ago. That kind of covers that. RMA, I was there, been well covered by the Deputy Reeve. One thing I did enjoy was an opportunity just to sit down and visit with a couple of delegates from the Saskatchewan Association of Rural Municipalities who were there. I guess they come every year, so that was great to visit and hear from them. Up at the RMA, we had Ag Service Board Provincial Committee. So started with our organizational meeting. So I'm the chair for the next year of that. And the vice chair is Jennifer Lutz from Mountain View County. So she's a very avid note taker. So if we need to know what was said, we can always turn to her because she gets everything recorded. And then there's one into business. So just preparing for January's conference. The committee will be presenting a provincial rules of procedure revision at that conference. There's a webinar that has been posted on the ASBPC website. For those of you that are interested in going to the convention in January, it might be good to watch that. And there is another webinar being hosted, I think in about 2 weeks or something. You'll get an invite through that to those of you on the ASB. AgNo update. So the province, well, Erica, I guess, Alberta Ag Research.
anyways, the organization that oversees AGNO and a number of other similar organizations is kind of shutting down AGNO, and it's being transferred over to Alberta Mental Health and Addictions. We talked about strategic planning. So the ASBPC has a half-time person that does all the work on resolutions and preparing and administration for us. And it's just not sufficient. And there's just a number of things that we can do better in terms of how we operate and how we get things done. So we're looking at a strategic planning session and where we're going in that regards. One of the things that comes up in that discussion is how as not just ASBPC, but also ASBs around the province, how are we meeting our mandate under the ASB Act? And this is a question that's being posed, and I think you're going to hear it many more times as you on ASB. So under the ASB Act, there are 5 things that we are responsible for. And number 4 is to promote, enhance, and protect viable and sustainable agriculture with a view to improving the economic viability of the agricultural producer. So if you're sitting on a tractor and want to do some contemplating, how does Foothills County fulfill that? And what could Foothills County ASB do to fulfill that? I'd love to hear your thoughts going forward. What else? So we met with the Minister of Agriculture. Maybe I'll just cover a number of things as I go through that. So the ASB grant, we have not seen a grant increase to the ASB since 2011, I believe it was, our numbers showed. And so we've been asking for at least an inflationary increase to that. But the minister said, as we know, there's no money to be had, and it's not likely to happen this year. We talked to him about riches and ground squirrels and strychnine. So the province did apply for that exemption back in October 2nd, I believe was the day. And they are hopeful that there might be something happen even before the end of the year in terms of that. To next Monday at 1:30, Minister Heath MacDonald, the federal ag minister, will be appearing before committee in Ottawa. And I believe MP John Barlow is planning to ask him again about strychnine and where his support is in terms of getting that looked after. So I'll be anxious to see that. We talked to the minister about vet shortage situation. So this is reaching a pretty critical stage in a number of regions throughout the province. And as we're very thankful that the province has increased the seats at the U of C Veterinary Medicine College to 100 for this year from 50 previously. And that's good to see. But unfortunately, it just does not keep up with the demand and the loss of other veterinarians. Myers Norris Penny recently did a very in-depth study on the veterinary shortage situation. And they're estimating within a few years, we're going to be about 1,000 vets short in the province of Alberta. And this does have an animal welfare concern to it. So it's just an item we have to continue pushing. We talked about mental health supports, the AGNO thing. We talked about on-farm slaughter. So there's been a number of changes to this program since the province brought it in a number of years ago. This past summer, the province made a restriction to 5,000 kilograms for anybody on on-farm slaughter license, which was a big problem. No, 5,000 pounds, sorry. A lot of outcry on that, and the province did retract that, but they're looking at how they can kind of get a little bit of better control onto this on-farm slaughter. He mentioned less than 1% of operators, when audited, are in compliance. So that demonstrates a pretty big problem. Yeah, and that covers that. Also, the ASB provincial hosted a town hall with the Assistant Deputy Minister, John Conrad. He spoke about emerald ash borer is now declared pest under the Alberta Pest Act. Talked about water infrastructure and studies being done to increase irrigation related to Belly River and Waterton St. Mary and Earmore Dam and Dead Fish System. Spoke about the RGS issue, Richards and Ground Squirrel, that is. Continuing look at the weed review in relation to the Weed Control Act. Yeah, and then the only other one, ASB, so 2 days ago, I believe it was, The province came out with an announcement regarding wild boar and hosted a meeting with ASBPC and all municipalities who have registered wild boar facilities on their operations. If you're not familiar, wild boar is a big problem in terms of damage that they can do to livestock operations and do, I should say. Fortunately, Foothills County does not have any registered wild boar farms, and as far as I know, there are none unregistered either. So we're good that way. But it's been a big item of concern, and as these animals do get loose and do have problems over time, the risk to our livestock sector in Alberta is in the billions of dollars. So the province just made an announcement that they are seeking to phase out, ideally, all wild boar farming in the province. So current producers that are licensed have an option. They can receive a one-time buyout option, or secondly, they can still proceed with licensed, but it will be under significantly higher scrutiny and restrictions in terms of how they operate and what they can do. So, yeah, and that's kind of a 2-year rollout for that to happen. And I think that was all I had for this week. Councillor McHugh, did you have a question?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to the Division 1 Councillor, what is the tenfold that was mentioned by Councillor Callister? So I didn't quite capture what's going on there as far as advertising. Are they taking that's
Yeah, so we have no naming sponsor on the field house right now for the building. So we've been looking for people, and this tenfold group has come forward looking to sponsor. And so they're in operation. They're based out of Aldersyde, but they have operations throughout Canada and the States, and I think maybe even other countries around the world. But they're teaming up with a Team Up, which is more of a sports organization, and they're looking to provide naming sponsorship on the building, with a few extra little pieces in terms of they're looking for rental space as well to rent the fields during times that are available. Does that answer your question?
well, this is just a knock on to Okotoks from yesterday. So sorry, this is for the naming rights?
Yes.
Of the building? Is it so do we have to still is it substantial enough, or are we still going to be looking to the contribution from the municipalities to support the reserve fund if we acquire these funds from Tenfold?
Well, my understanding was the request for those additional funds was only for this year, since we have not had a building name on there. So,
okay. And did we have to lower the premium for the naming rights, or is it the same as
what was previously?
Well, this is fantastic news.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
I think it's good in many ways, not just that.
All right. Appreciate that. And then on ASB, let's have ASB continue to support the Blackie seed cleaning plant and advancing and going forwards and creating new marketing opportunities for the entirety of the region by expanding it into more than just seed cleaning. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay. Sorry, it was a question related to community. Okay, go ahead, Councillor Kendall.
As the de facto replacement to the Blackie seed cleaning plant, I would echo Councillor McHugh's heartfelt support there.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Let's break for lunch and we'll finish committee reports later. We'll meet back at 1:30. Sorry, motion to break for lunch. Councillor Estes gives us that. All in favor? Motion carries. Thank you.
Welcome back to Foothills County Council meeting. I will, have you called the hearing? Go ahead. Thank you very much. So I'll open the hearing for 803969 Alberta Limited, Southeast 13, 2029 West 4, adoption of Western Gateway Outline Plan and redesignation, page 23 of our agenda. Manager Barrett, would you please introduce council administration?
Certainly. Good afternoon. In council this afternoon, you have Councillor R.D. McHugh, Councillor Benita Estes, CAO Ryan Payne, Reeve Rob Seward, Deputy Reeve Suzanne Ohl, Director of Planning Heather Hemingway, Councillor Alan Alter, Councillor John Callister, Councillor Laura Kendall, and our Municipal Advisor Harry Reva Cameron. Thank you, Mr. Reeve.
Thank you. I will outline the process for a public hearing this afternoon. We will start with a presentation from Municipal Planning Officer Chip Chase. Then we will go to the applicant or agent for their presentation or comments. After that, we'll go to the public for anyone who wishes to provide input or speak to the application. During this process, council and administration will be given opportunities to ask questions for clarification or understanding. After the public, then we will go to closing comments, starting with the applicant and agent and then the planning officer. So with that, Planning Officer Chip Chase, would you please proceed with your presentation?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So good afternoon, Mr. Chair and Council. The application before you is for consideration of the proposed Western Gateway Outline Plan with a concurrent land use application. The plan area is a portion of the southeast of 13, 2029 west of 4, which is owned by 803969 Alberta Limited, who are represented by Ms. Christy Bunder of Township Planning and Design, Inc. The applicant's vision for the outline plan is shown here on the screen, which provides that the adoption of the Western Gateway Outline Plan is to provide direction for the future development of 82.17 acres that were legally described as a portion of the southeast of 132029 west of 4. Accompanying the request for the outline plan adoption, the developer is also requesting Foothills County Council additionally consider providing first reading to redesignation of the 82.17 acre plan area from agricultural district to highway commercial district, business park district, municipal reserve, and public utility in order to facilitate the future subdivision of 46 business park district lots, 5 highway commercial district lots, 3 municipal reserve lots, and 1 public utility lot, along with pathway development, water and wastewater utility development, and internal road development. Located within Division 1, the proposed plan area, as circled in red on the map on the screen, is approximately 22 kilometers south of the city of Calgary, 10 kilometers north of High River, 2.5 kilometers east of Okotoks, 1/2 kilometer south of the Canadian Pacific Kansas City rail line, and is directly south to southwest of Highway 2. For a bit of regional context surrounding this outline plan, it is located proximate to the city of Calgary, as well as the town of Okotoks and town of High River and hamlet of Alderside. The developer's lands, which fall within the H2A Industrial Area Structure Plan, are also proximate to the Foothills County Okotoks Fieldhouse, the Alderside Junction Area Concept Plan, the Warner Business Park, the Volker-Steven lands, the Petro-Canada Commercial Development, Country Lane RV Park, and the communities of Ravencrest and Silvertip, which are both on the east side of Highway 2. The map also identifies the county's public workshop and new raw water storage ponds and treatment facility, along with Triple T Holdings, which is an anchor hamlet industrially zoned business within the hamlet of Alderside, adjacent to Highway 2. The Maple Leaf Co-op development at the bottom of the map on the screen provides unique live-work opportunities with a number of these country residential parcels within this co-op containing approvals for home-based businesses. Development of the outline plan is proposed in 2 phases as shown on the screen. The first phase is expected to provide 30 business park lots, 5 highway commercial lots, the public utility for stormwater, the municipal reserve as proposed by the applicant, the water and wastewater infrastructure, and the internal road development. The second phase is to include conversion of the recreational vehicle storage site into 16 additional business park lots, with the recreational vehicle sales center to continue under highway commercial zoning within a smaller lot size. The land use concept provided within the outline plan document illustrates the proposed layout of the highway commercial and business park district lotting. They are proposing that the business park lots will be between 0.50 and 1.00 acres. The highway commercial district lots will be between 1.57 and 10.06 acres. The municipal reserve parcels will be between 0.46 and 3.55 acres, and the public utility lot will be 5.47 acres. The net developable area within the plan is identified to be 74.73 acres. The outline plan offers that a portion of the reserves owing for the development is to be provided around the proposed storm pond, as shown here, with the development of a pathway within this MR dedication. The plan also suggests dedication of municipal reserve is to be provided on either side of the entrance to the internal development, as shown here, as a business park gateway with unified park signage. The reserve spaces are to be connected by an additional pathway that's to be constructed external to the development area within a 30-meter wide area of road widening that is to be dedicated by caveat adjacent to the curvature of Highway 2A, as shown here. Oops, sorry. The reserve spaces are to be connected by the additional pathways that are shown noted in red between the two developments or the two municipal reserve areas. And they are also showing a pathway development within the undeveloped road allowance along the south boundary of the property. The developer is not saying that they would construct this pathway, only that it is suggested, the pathway on the south boundary, that it is suggested as a future connection. With this, Alberta Transportation is not supportive of the pathway in its current configuration, as it is proposed within lands to be dedicated for Highway 2A road widening. So it should be noted with regards to reserves that when the reserves to be provided are 1.98 acres or greater, under the Highway 2A Industrial Area Structure Plan and the county's reserve policy, the proposal is required to show a developable MR parcel, further stating that MR dedication can include a combination of pathways and developable land, with cash in lieu to be provided at the discretion of council. Council may therefore require revision to the site plans within the outline plan and the land use application to include an MR parcel in conjunction with the open spaces and pathways that they have illustrated in their plan. Alternatively, council may choose to agree to the reserves as shown on the applicant's site plan and allow the outstanding reserve amount to be paid as cash in lieu of land. The applicant's existing recreational vehicle sales center is currently connected to the county's water line, which extends from the town of High River, roughly identified in the configuration shown here. Additionally, the county's water line is further extended to the field house, as roughly shown here through the adjacent lands that are west of the applicant. The developer is proposing additional tie-ins and internal water infrastructure to be constructed, connecting the development to the county's water line in roughly the configuration that's shown here in yellow. Public Works has provided that a potable water demand assessment be provided by the developer to determine the expected water usage as a condition of land use, as well as a fire flow capacity assessment, with a servicing agreement at the subdivision stage for connection of the development to the county's potable water facilities. Wastewater connection is not yet available for the development. Therefore, the applicant is proposing an interim pump-out system with a central location for collection. The infrastructure internal to the development is to be put in place for the interim use and future connection of the development to the county's wastewater system when it becomes available. The proposed internal wastewater development is roughly shown here in yellow. Public Works has provided that an interim pump-out system is acceptable to their department and has requested that a wastewater generation assessment be provided as a condition of land use approval, and that a deferred servicing agreement for future connection of the development to the county's piped wastewater system, a detailed stormwater management plan, and a development agreement be provided as conditions of the subdivision approval. Stormwater requirements are proposed to be completed within Phase 1 of the development, including the proposed 5.47 acre storm pond, which will require the developer to work with Alberta Environment and Parks regarding the wetlands that are currently on the site. Public Works has requested that the stormwater section of the outline plan be updated to include stormwater quality, as it is anticipated that commercial businesses will be the outcome of future lot development. Further, their department has requested that an updated stormwater management plan be provided as a condition of the subdivision approval. This is an existing storm pond that was developed for the site under the lot grading and drainage plans that were provided for the approval of the recreational vehicle sales center and storage facility. This low-lying area has become quite naturalized, with the pond almost completely filled with cattails. This storm pond is proposed to be eliminated under the new design for the overall development, with the construction of a new storm pond that is to be developed in the southeast corner of the overall plan area. The developer has provided that the outline plan shall comply with the recommendations of the 2024 Traffic Impact Assessment document that was prepared by Bunt and Associates Engineering Limited, and further stating that 30 meters of road dedication is to be provided by caveat along the property's frontage adjacent to Highway 2A, as shown here. Public Works has provided that the TIA recommends illumination and a dedicated right turn lane at the intersection of Fieldhouse Drive and Highway 2A to support this development. Further, Public Works has noted that the TIA recommends the installation of railway crossing arms and signage at the CPKC crossing. The application was circulated to the railway with no response provided. Additionally, Public Works has added that additional background traffic may need to be added to the TIA for both the Highway 2 Fieldhouse Drive intersection and the Highway 7 64th Street intersection. Alberta Transportation and Economic Corridors' initial response was provided within Council's staff report. Their response indicated no concerns outside of the pathway proposal. In reaching out to ATEC yesterday, they additionally provided that they have accepted the 2024 TIA and that the developer must be in compliance with the recommendations of that TIA, including the illumination warrants, the right-hand turn lane, and the railway crossing upgrades. Public Works has recommended that the conditions outlined for the external transportation could be provided with approval of a subdivision application, with submission of a detailed road design to the satisfaction of Alberta Transportation and Economic Corridors and CPKC Rail. For a visual of the existing external and internal road connection, this is the intersection of Fieldhouse Drive here to the west and the proposed internal road here to the developer's lands to the east. with the Highway 2A, Highway 7, Highway 547, and Highway 2 interchange located here. With respect to the internal road development for the proposal, the site plan on the screen shows the layout of the road design here. The developer is proposing a 30-meter wide commercial standard internal road as access to all lots, with connections to lands to both the west and the south boundaries of the application. Council will have noted within their staff reports that the developer is proposing revision to their internal access concept. This was done post-circulation of what you see here on the screen to agencies and area landowners. Therefore, the developer's agent will be providing this alternative internal road concept within their presentation today. I will let you know that the alternate concept does remove access to the lands to the west. This alternate concept was circulated internally to the county's public works, long-range planning, community and emergency services, and fire departments in order that council has those comments when considering this revision to the proposal today. Their comments have been provided within council staff reports and have additionally been provided to the developer's agent. The general consensus of their departments internally circulated does not support removal of the internal road connection to the west boundary of the plan area. The subject property is predominantly flat with a small portion of cropland through the middle. There are 3 wetlands within the parcel, the storm pond here, along with a small pond located here, and a larger wetland to the south here, which is to be reconfigured for the stormwater pond. An area of topsoil is built up here, which is possibly left over from the grading of the site for the sales center and the storage facility that are located on the west boundary of the property here. The applicant conducted a wetland impact assessment report back in 2013, which reviewed the impacts of the development on the wetland resources within the proposed development area at that time. The application proposes to alter or displace 3 wetlands that fall within these lands, as shown circled here on the map on the screen. The assessment observed a number of avian species, as well as 1 amphibian species within the property, and the developer intends to work with the province's wetland policy to compensate for any displaced resources. Public Works has requested that the applicant update their wetland impact assessment based on the current conditions of the site, and that all AEPA approvals for alteration or displacement of the wetlands on the site are to be obtained, both of which are to be provided as conditions of a land use approval. This is a view of the most northerly wetland, which has the driveway through it for the recreational vehicle storage, with the storm pond north of the driveway that we saw in a previous slide shown here north of the driveway. The RV storage facility is also shown here, screened by the trees in the background of the slide. This property also includes a recreational vehicle sales center that's shown here on the photo on the screen. A 10-acre portion of the property was rezoned from agricultural district to commercial district to allow for the development of this 20,000 square foot sales center. Additionally, they do have an approval for a recreational vehicle storage facility approved under a site-specific amendment on 15 acres that are south of the recreational vehicle sales center. Facing north to east over the site, the RV sales and storage areas are here to the left of the screen, with Highway 2A along the frontage of the property to the far background, along with Volker Steven's natural resource extraction parcel and the Petro-Canada Highway commercial parcel. Facing from the southern end of the property, facing south to west, Highway 2A is to the left of the screen, with the adjacent southern neighbor here, and the south end of the RV storage on the subject lands is to the far right here. An overview of all policies that are to be considered with respect to this development have been provided to council within their staff reports. I would, however, like to provide council how the outline plan proposes to be in alignment with the land use bylaw and the H2AI ASP. First off, to give council an understanding of where the outline plan exists within the Highway 2A Industrial Area Structure Plan, it is located within Phase 1 of the phasing strategy within the industrial commercial land use concept. The intent of the industrial commercial land use concept is to allow industrial and commercial, excuse me, industrial and commercial development, with policy further providing that commercial activity is to be the primary use. The outline plan proposes business park and highway commercial district zoning, which would align with the intent of the industrial commercial land use concept. Further, the outline plan is consistent with the phasing plan for the area structure plan, with the developer's lands proposed within Phase 1 of the overall development of the ASP, which are the lands that are required to develop first. And further, the lands are to have piped water servicing available, which the plan identifies that they will comply with. Further, the outline plan is consistent with the water servicing section of the H2AI ASP, as the development is proposed to be serviced via connection of the development to the county's potable water infrastructure. Wastewater is not yet available within this corridor. However, on-site servicing is being considered interim, which the county's Public Works Department has provided would be appropriate until connection to piped municipal wastewater can be achieved. Thank you. And on-site servicing is appropriate under the H2AI ASP if approved by the municipality, which the county's Public Works Department has provided is acceptable as long as the infrastructure is constructed by the developer for future connections to piped wastewater when it becomes available. The H2A Industrial Area Structure Plan further provides that off-site levies for water, wastewater, and stormwater, as well as connection fees, may also be required. Finally, with regards to the Highway 2A Industrial Area Structure Plan, there are two sections which the outline plan is somewhat in alignment with. The first is with regards to pathways. The outline plan provides a pathway through the proposal as required. However, it is located within the proposed road widening that's to become part of Highway 2A in the future, of which Alberta Transportation and Economic Corridors is not in favor of. Therefore, should council choose to approve the outline plan and grant first reading to the land use application, revision to the site plans may be required to ensure the pathway is moved internal to the plan area and out of the widening. Additionally, as previously discussed under the reserve section of the application, the proposed MR dedication does not meet the requirements of the municipal reserve policies of the H2AI ASP. These policies require that a developable lot be identified on the applicant's site plans when the reserves that are to be provided are 1.9 acres or more, and that cash in lieu of land, which is also proposed by the developer, is to the discretion of council. Therefore, should council choose to approve the outline plan and grant first reading to the land use application, staff is requesting direction from council on the dedication of reserves and the pathway development. With respect to the county's land use bylaw, the outline plan would align with the purpose and intent of the business park and highway commercial districts, which provide that the Highway 2A corridor, where the Highway 2A Industrial Area Structure Plan is located, is where business park development is expected and encouraged, with highway commercial district to accommodate diverse commercial uses along highways. Business parks are also encouraged to locate within the industrial commercial land use concept within the H2AI ASP, which this plan also falls within. The ASP was advertised in 2 editions of the Western Wheel newspaper on November 19th and November 26th, with no letters received from the 1/2 mile circulation. Internally, the ASP was provided to the county's Public Works Department, Parks and Recreation Department, Community and Emergency Management, Long Range Planning, and the county's Legislative Services Department. Externally, the ASP was provided to Alberta Transportation and Economic Corridors, Alberta Environment and Protected Areas, Alberta Community Development, the Alberta Energy Regulator, and Canadian Pacific Kansas City Railway. All utilities were also circulated, which include ATCO, Fortis, Alberta, TELUS, and AltaLink. Comments were received from Alberta Transportation and Economic Corridors, ATCO, and various additional internal development or departments. Their responses have all been provided within council staff reports for review. Staff has provided that there are 3 options within council staff reports with regards to the adoption of the Western Gateway Outline Plan. The first would be to provide a resolution approving the outline plan with the recommended conditions to include all required textual amendments to the document as required by council and staff, along with council's direction on municipal reserve dedication and pathway alignment, and possible site plan revisions regarding MR pathways and the internal road alignment. Additional options for council with regards to the outline plan are to postpone the hearing should council require additional plan amendments or refusal of the application. The developer is also requesting additional consideration of a concurrent land use application. First reading to an approval of land use requests potable water demands, wastewater generation, and fire flows to be provided to the satisfaction of the county's Public Works Department, along with the provision of an updated wetland impact assessment and possible site plan revisions based on any required changes to the outline plan as directed by council. And this would conclude my presentation, Mr. Chair and Council. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll go to council administration for questions. Councillor Alger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Ms. Chipchase. I wonder, this might be more for Public Works, but I'm just wondering why we're asking for a contribution to 64th Street for the potential of future development that I see on the map has nothing to do with what it's not even close proximity to what we're dealing with today. So I'm wondering how far out we're going with contributions to.
Through the chair to Councillor Alger, Public Works, in explaining it to me, is that they are looking at future upgrades to 64th and what might be expected out of a traffic impact assessment update with regards to that. And that's where they're looking for possible contributions. I also believe that they are online with us today and can, elaborate on that for you.
Dr. Kruger, can you elaborate a little?
Through the chair to the floor. My apologies. I believe that comment might have been from a previous review that we've done. I don't believe the TIA requires anything there right now. So that comment can be taken out. My apologies for that.
Thank you for that.
Okay. Thank you. I guess just for me, Planning Officer Chipchase. So in terms of the pathway, our H2AIASP, I think contemplates, if I recall, a pathway going north from High River, either along the 2A or along the railway tracks. I don't recall any contemplation of a pathway on the other side of the highway. Am I wrong, or is there a piece in there about this?
Well, the H2AIASP actually has pathway designation for most applications. What we have seen so far is applications on that east side, where we've been asking for them to bring a pathway up from High River. This does jump over to the east side, but the H2A it does have a specific section on pathways that requires dedication of pathways to connect. This also does have a bit of an anomaly in the fact that it has connections to the field house as well to the west. So pathway connections could be something that might be considered.
Okay. And in terms of the public utility lot, am I correct on understanding that essentially you've got the water area, which is public utility lot, and as soon as you step on the ground, you're in MR. Is that the way it's designed?
Yes, absolutely. You're correct. That would be the public utility would be the stormwater pond. And then they would develop a pathway system around that pond. And then it would go up to the entranceway of the overall development through the pathway.
Okay. Okay. Thank you for that. Councillor Callister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chase. The figure showing the existing water tie-in for the RV storage and sales area right now, coming across the highway 2A. And then I go to page 101 where there's a future water lines. It's a dotted line. I'm just wondering if this means that the existing water feed from the water line now is to be abandoned in the future, or is it to be there underneath lots proposed in the new site?
Through the chair to Councillor Callister, I would probably have to defer to the developer on that one, but it's my understanding that it would all be new infrastructure that would be developed overall for this development and connect to our new facilities, our new water treatment plant and our new water infrastructure. I don't believe that they would be continuing to leave the existing infrastructure there, but I know that the developer can expound on that in their presentation for you. Or
okay, well, I'll come back to that then.
Okay, thank you very much. I don't see any more questions, so we'll go to the applicant and their agent. If you could please introduce yourselves for the recording secretary and then proceed with your presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Christy Bunder. I'm a planning consultant. With me today is Alriz from 803-969 Alberta, and Brandon Urban is in the audience. I just want to wave Brandon, also from 803-969 Alberta. I had to correct a typo while people were chatting, so I was trying to be, so I'm out of order a little bit here, but I know, I know that being a new council member is like drinking from a fire hose, and there's a lot to learn and there's a lot to read. And so with this presentation, I'm going to walk through some things that I think are important. Mr. Reeve, please let me know if it's becoming too long and I will hurry it up. So this is an outline plan and it is presented to council in order to achieve a strategic land use and design framework for these lands in order to allow for a highway, commercial, and business park development district in the county at this location. The vision for this business park was to create a strategically planned, high-quality business park that maximizes land uses, drives economic growth and tourism, caters to highway travelers, supports local communities and industries, integrates diverse commercial and industrial activities, and establishes a prominent gateway along the Highway 2A industrial corridor. And so this image is essentially a rendering of what is considered unified signage in the Highway 2A industrial area structure plan. So they want a mast sign at your gateway indicating the number of businesses and the businesses in the park. We like that idea, and our intention is to do a very nice setting around that with the unified signage. As Ms. Chip Chase has indicated, it is in the Highway 2A industrial area structure plan and that corridor. We have great access directly to Highway 2 and the 547-7 intersection. We are bound by the highway along our boundary. The CPKC Railway goes through the intersection here as well, as council knows. However, the response from CPKC has changed over the years, primarily because there is not a lot of train traffic on that line anymore. The line has been ripped out through High River, and it has been ripped out south of Cargill. The line is utilized for effluent hauling and sludge that is not going to Frank Lake for Cargill. North of the site, we have a number of other uses. The Volker-Steven industrial site is located across from us. They do have an asphalt plant and highway maintenance facility there. The Warner Business Park is north of us. Regional Field House to the west, as well as that Alderside Junction area concept plan. We have the communities of Silvertip and Ravencrest to the east across the highway, and the hamlet of Alderside to the south. We do have convenience commercial located close by with the A&W and Petrocan. In terms of the overall hierarchy, this outline plan is non-statutory, so it can be adopted by resolution, but not by bylaw. And the reason for that is there's already a bylaw in place on this site. It's called the Highway 2A Industrial Area Structure Plan. So what we are trying to do is make sure that our outline plan, that's before you today, meets the expectations of all the plans in the hierarchy, both above and below it. That includes conformance with the Municipal Development Plan, the Municipal Government Act, and the Land Use Bylaw as we go. This is in the Central District. The Municipal Development Plan does support the continuation of industrial and commercial development in this corridor, and the MDEP directs that intensification of existing industrial and commercial parks shall be encouraged as a means of promoting the efficient use of land and infrastructure in the county. We did a number of pre-development studies. As Ms. Chipchase indicated, some of them are aging out. We've been at this for 10 years now. But we have a geotech. We did a boundary and topo. We did a wetland impact assessment, a traffic impact assessment, which we had updated for 24. We also did the abandoned wells. There was nothing there. And historic recesses impact assessment was undertaken. And we did receive clearance for this site. So we're in good shape there. The Highway 2A Industrial Area Structure Plan identifies this as a business hub, and it is to provide servicing and support to the residential communities and provide employment to Foothills County. This is located within the phase 1 of the Highway 2A Industrial Area Corridor as far as their growth concepts are concerned. And we have prepared the plan in accordance with the Highway 2A Industrial Area Structure Plan. So in terms of the layering, we have the ASP. We've prepared the outline plan to meet the expectations of the ASP, as also the land use bylaw. And I'll talk about the land use bylaw a bit as well. I won't belabor this. We've talked about this before. The only thing I will mention on this slide is you might notice that the land use map says boundary not defined, and that's on the highway commercial site. You will note that the storage yard goes actually all the way south. And what we will do with this application is define the boundary of the highway commercial and transition the balance of the storage use out over time as we face this development. In terms of the goals of the outline plan, we wanted to make sure that we had efficient use of land. And that really is maximizing what this land can do and adherence to built form guidelines. So the Highway 2A Industrial Area Structure Plan contains a significant appendix that is design guidelines, and we've looked at those, and I've provided the county with comments as to where we can meet those. We want to facilitate economic development and tourism. So again, stimulating growth in the county and attracting tourism. I don't think we're trying to do Balzac or Malzac, but we are trying to get some employment and use here. We want to offer services to the traveling public. That's the point of highway commercial. But in fact, highway commercial is really going to be servicing, I think, the users of the field house. We want to have something there that's attractive, that draws, if you're dropping your kid off, you can go get a coffee or you can come back, and there's things you can do while your kid's playing lacrosse. So we want to have some services there. We want to support local communities and industries, so local restaurants, local businesses, meet the needs of these surrounding residents. We want to accommodate diverse industries, and I'll talk about that a little bit when I talk about our lot sizing. We want a high quality built form, and that's important because the highway wraps all the way around this site, and it's important for us to have the Western RV brand and the reputation of that company front and center, and that's reflected in the landscape and investment in the overall quality of the park. And we also need to establish a gateway node. So this is a gateway into the corridor, and it's important that it be done correctly. In terms of the development concept, I have a number of highway commercial lots facing the highway. That's the best place for them. We looked at internalizing some of that highway commercial, or what the percentage of highway commercial should be to the other uses. And primarily, we want to see the highway commercial against the highway. It is the most visible, but typically we find those businesses spend the most money on their buildings. So those are businesses that have highly articulated buildings, may have drive-throughs, may have landscape requirements, may need more architecture than, say, an industrial warehouse. So we've put those at the back. I've also went with a supermax number of lots here, and the municipality charges lot fee, or fees by lot. And what I tried to do originally was a bit of an overlay plan to say, well, we've kind of seen what has happened in the past with A-Build's Industrial Park in Warner. And in A-Builds, it kind of got re-subdivided and redeveloped, and Warner's developed like very large condominiums, which were re-subdivided and redeveloped. And we're trying to get away from that. We wanted to offer a variance of lot sizes, but an overlay I thought might be, and Director Hemingway felt too, it might be just confusing. So we've got all of our lots here. What will happen is we will attract users and determine how large a lot they want, but we don't want to get into the portico style development. And the portico style is what has happened at Warner with Warner Bays. So you have these bays, and they have this portico style development where you can drive into a garage bay, or you can do, that's not what we're after. And these parcel sizes pretty much prohibit that. The Highway Commercial District, I'm going to just run through it so that council understands. The purpose and intent of that district, or the purpose statement, is to accommodate an array of uses and services or service providers to the traveling public, such as tourist information facilities, car wash, food services, restaurant, lodging, service stations, business offices, amongst other. So we had the existing highway commercial site, which is 10 acres for the existing Western RV dealership, and we were proposing 5 additional highway commercial lots along the frontage. It's important to note that the Highway Commercial District has very few permitted uses, and understanding the difference between permitted and discretionary uses goes a long way in giving council, I think, some assurance that the proper checks and balances are here for use. So typically, and in most urban locations, you'll find that highway commercial uses have much more permitted than this, but what this does is it requires a development permit for just about everything that you would put in there. And it is a discretionary use permit. So it is about a 3-month review, and it also includes a 21-day appeal period to the neighbors. So that use itself is specifically diagnosed. It is evaluated against the Highway 2A Industrial Area Structure Plan Design Guidelines and the policies of this outline plan, and is then vetted by the development officer, and a decision is issued. But every listed use is discretionary in the district. So we can't just slap something in with no permit, and it will have to go through a vetting process. That's very much the same with the Business Park District. The Business Park District's intention is to accommodate a combination of businesses and industrial activities within a comprehensively planned development in accordance with the approved area structure plan or outline plan. So business parks are encouraged to locate within the Highway 2A corridor on lands covered by that industrial ASP. We're proposing a maximum of 46 additional highway or commercial lots. This is business park lots, not highway commercial lots. And some are smaller in the middle. Now, what I wanted to do with those lots is worst case scenario planning. So I've got 46 of these. I'm going to assign a capacity to each one of them for water and wastewater and stormwater. And we're going to design to those thresholds. And that is the worst case scenario. If I actually do 46 in here, great. I've got it covered from the engineering side. If I don't, then we're over engineered. And I like that. I like that as a position to be in. With this type of development, you don't know who's coming. It's a lot different than residential. Residential, we have strategies and we know what sells and we know what lot sizes are and we know how to service them and we understand that. But with commercial and industrial, it's a little different. You don't know the range of businesses. You don't know how big a site they need. You want to accommodate them. But I also want businesses that will utilize the servicing, utilize the investment, and make a really good go of it here in Foothills County. Business park, much like highway commercial, has a long list of discretionary uses, very few permitted and actually less permitted uses than highway commercial. Everything in here needs to go through a discretionary use building permit, is a 3 to 4 month review with a 21-day appeal. Again, it's just a check and balance that's built in to the system that allows the county a direct oversight on the actual use in the park. I thought I'd show council some examples of kind of highway fronting uses and what we're trying not to do. So what we had looked at is a couple of locations in Canada that are centered around RV dealerships. So this one is in Chilliwack. There's the RV dealership there. And as you can see, there's a number of businesses around them ranging in size. There are some large format retail in there and that we don't want. Costco is usually 13 acres. Walmart is 10. And you get a lot of land covered by pavement in those scenarios. And that's not really what we're after. We also looked here. This is the mobile RV in Kitchener. This is all large format retail surrounding it and car dealerships. And again, trying not to have a sea of parking experience as you enter this gateway of the county. So having the highway commercial frontage the way we do along the highway, we're looking for higher degrees of articulation in the built form, really nice built forms, and landscaping and planting that reflects well on the municipality. I feel very passionate about that because I drove by A-builds for 32 years, seeing dead sticks and berms as their landscaping, and it's bothered me so much. That's not what I want here. Now, we did talk about municipal land reserve and what we're doing. And so we have identified some municipal reserve. It is intended to be maintained by the lot owners. So we would have a lot owners association here. It's not a bare land condominium registration though. We would just have a lot owners association as a de facto part of joining this business park. The MR is in an area where we have an entrance, both this to the west is the field house, to the east would be our business park. We wanted to have a nicely landscaped edge. That's why we've chosen to do the municipal land reserve versus the MR in this location. It does allow the lot owners to be responsible for maintenance. One of the questions that we received is, why didn't you dedicate an MR lot? And frankly, it's not appropriate to dedicate MR lots in business parks. And this is just another municipality's example, but this is going on in Okotoks presently. This is the Thunderstone Junction area structure plan. And this is their land use concept. The north road would be 338. The curved road isn't constructed. That would be the off-ramp to the overpass. But as you can see, they're proposing a number of business park and industrial lands, very few MRs. And what they say in their policy is, in accordance with the Town of Okotoks Municipal Land Reserve Administrative Guideline, cash in lieu of reserve shall be provided to accommodate parks construction outside of the plan area to fund the North Point Recreation Campus or the parks as deemed appropriate at the discretion of the town. And so what we're suggesting is the MLR we're proposing is appropriate because it will align with the gateway requirements and unified signage requirements. But the municipality would have no maintenance obligation on it, and the cash in lieu should go towards recreational facilities in the area or recreational demands, instead of trying to wedge a municipal reserve parcel in here that's for parks, playgrounds, and schools that has no future. So that's why we've done it the way we have, and we are requesting that council allow us the opportunity to provide the cash in lieu as a result. It puts us in a difficult competitive position with the town. If we have to service and have MR, there's a metric to industrial and commercial land development that's really high. And so we want to make sure that every square inch is accounted for. And if we have MRs that aren't using capacity, that aren't using the water system, wastewater system, why are we having them there? It doesn't make any sense. We should actualize on the investment in the utility and develop as much of the land as we can and take the money and put it into the rec facility where it is today. That's my pitch. In terms of the open space concept, we did identify the gateway areas, and the road allowance on the south actually could be used as a pathway. Unfortunately, it can't be used for access, and that's because there's a water booster station sitting right in the middle of it. The picture in the bottom right-hand corner is the water booster station. It is on the road allowance. It therefore precludes us from having any connection to the highway at that location, but it does allow for the road allowance to become a great pathway. So we've shown that instead of internally. I do understand that Alberta Transportation doesn't want the pathway on their caveated 30 meters, but that is also 7.75 acres of land that they're taking. And I'm not certain that Alberta Transportation will have this jurisdiction over this portion of the highway forever. I've heard lots of times that the county might like to take it over. So I'm certainly willing to put that pathway on the back end of lots instead of on the road widening, but that's a heck of a pile of dirt that they're taking, and I'm pretty sure I could get 2 more lanes and a pathway in there, no problem. Architectural controls are, of course, important. I won't belabor them. If council wishes to read about them, we do have a good section in our outline plan. We talk about things like the landscape requirements, fencing, lighting, signage, outdoor snow storage, refuse and recycling, all comprehensive. I think Ms. Chipchase talked about the topography, so I won't talk about that too much. I will talk about the wetland assessment. So we did a wetland assessment because what we intend to do here is remove these wetlands and compensate the province for them under the wetland replacement program. The wetlands we identified were primarily disturbed. They were there and had changed over time, and I'll show council how they've changed. APIA, Alberta Environmental Protection, agreed that the wetland compensation, wetland replacement program would be appropriate in this instance. We sent all of this information to the province and showed them how the wetlands had changed over time, how the highway development impacted how the water worked in here, and how certain materials were placed in the property and outside the property that affected how the wetland developed over time. The wetland impact assessment rated all of those wetlands, either high to moderate or low to very low. And what happens next is called the WAIR, which is the Wetland Impact Assessment Report. And we have to update that. Ms. Chipchase is quite correct. In order to provide the values for compensation for losing these wetlands. So we need to go out there and say, well, it has this quality to it, it's got this rating, and there's a significant table of ratings that the province has developed in terms of compensation. Your compensation can be anywhere from 12,000 an acre to 8,000 an acre or greater, just depending on the value of your wetland, determined by your biologist against their chart. That's a long way of saying that if council wants us to update the wetland report at the land use stage, I cannot do that, not for the next 6 months. It needs to be June when this happens so that we can inventory rare plants, we can inventory the species that are in there, and we can make an appropriate rating. I can't do it over the winter at all. So I would kindly request that that be moved to a subdivision if council deems it appropriate. I just also wanted to advise, as Ms. Chipchase also had advised, that our interim storm pond would be removed and replaced by the larger master storm pond as part of our master site drainage plan. And the 7.75 acres set aside for widening, I will talk with Alberta Transportation as to whether or not we're paying compensation on that or not at this time and what their plans are. So because we have to make that dedication by caveat, Alberta Environment will have to talk to Alberta Transportation about that particular area. The Public Utility District, the Reeve, you did ask a question about that. The PUL is always engineered to the high water mark. So the PUL boundary is the high water mark of the pond, and everything around it is intended to allow for municipal maintenance. So that pathway has two functions. It is a pathway, obviously, to loop the PUL, but it also provides drivable access to that PUL for the purposes of maintenance by the Public Works Department. The traffic impact assessment, and I will wrap it up. I'll try to go a little quicker, Mr. Reeve, was prepared by Bunt and Associates. And what we found was that the Fieldhouse Drive and Western Gateway site access is fine, but an exclusive westbound right turn lane is recommended to achieve the performance in the indices in the post-development scenario. It's a long word, but yes, we will upgrade it. It basically becomes a type 4A with that right lane added. That would be covered in our development agreement. And then in Highway 7 in Fieldhouse Drive, our TIA suggested that the operations remained acceptable and queues and delays were within limits. The intersection warrants, which is basically what the developer has to do, suggests that we upgrade to a type 4A from the type 1A, which is inclusive of that turning lane. That there is no improvements recommended given the low traffic and gated access along Fieldhouse Drive. But in my discussions with ATEC, I had said to them, let's do a traffic memo at the development permit stage, because then we'll know what use is going in here and we'll have a better understanding of the trip rates that those uses generate than just making one up using an RTAC standard. And they seem to agree with that. The northbound movements are LOSF, but they're conservative and they consider that Fieldhouse Drive may not be a probable road that's used for this development at all. Like no one's going to turn at 64th and come through Fieldhouse Drive to get here. So we don't really have an impact on 64th. The streetlights are recommended to be installed along Fieldhouse Drive. That is not dark skies compliant. So that is a decision council will have to make. Railway crossing and gate arms and advanced signal warnings are recommended due to vehicle queues, but this was in the 2045 time horizon. So I'll talk to Andrew at CPKC and see what he wants to do there. In terms of levies and community sustainability fee, my intention here is a high number of lots and smaller lots, which, as I'd mentioned, increases the metrics for storm, impervious site cover, water, and wastewater. And I suspect those will be higher than are ultimately needed. But as mentioned, I'm trying to engineer for the worst case scenario. So everything looks good at the end of the day. The community sustainability fee here maximum would be $587,600. And we did not think that the 64th Street upgrade should be an additional contribution over and above that contribution. We have no transportation warrant for improving 64th with our project. And as I'd mentioned, the next steps would be at the development permit stage. And much like water, we can plan for the highest use and work back from there. And really, it's a safety and contingency that I'm trying to build into this so that at the development permit stage, if there's a big user, big traffic user, big water user, big whatever, we know we've got it covered. In terms of contributions and the offsite levy, as I think Mr. Payne will remember, we have a very old agreement here that's now aging on 10 years, and it was to cover the intersection. And we provided land for the intersection at Highway 7 and 2A in order to accommodate the Fieldhouse Drive. And there is a agreement in place that compensates the municipality for the work. However, it has interest penalties and it's very difficult to understand. And it has actually caused Western RV, as well as Mr. McCowan on the Blackwatch side to the east, a lot of grief, because we can't be clear with future owners or future operators what the cost will be overall to the business park. So what we would prefer is that an offsite levy be developed for the corridor that's fair and equitable. And we're certainly willing to pay our proportional levy share for water, wastewater, and roads. I just need to know what the number is. I'm certainly willing to work with the municipality on the offsite levy and provide whatever information they may need. The corridor levy would assist in future development in the corridor, as well as outline costs and tie-in requirements that would be known to all landowners and developers in the area. And that's really important because part of the stall in the corridor, in my opinion, has been, what do I pay the county? Because when you go to Rocky View, you know you're going to pay this much, that much, and this for water, wastewater, and roads. And our clients, our developer clients in Balzac are penciling those numbers in, and they factor them into their lot costs, and they're recoverable, and things are going really good there for that reason. And I'd really like to see the same thing happen here, in order to have transparent, understandable costs in this corridor that are based primarily on the capacity of the system that you use. So how much are you using? That's what you're going to pay for. We have to front end all the pipe as well. So limited service opportunities shouldn't be allowed in the corridor, in my opinion, primarily because there's an extensive investment made by the county in the corridor to ensure that we do have this servicing water and wastewater, that we can attract the businesses, and that these costs are known to all of us who are trying to do business here. Just want to talk about the internal road standard briefly. So the internal road standard in the county for a commercial road requires 130 millimeters of pavement depth. So 90 is the typical. For residential, you do one lift of 40, one lift of 50. Here we do one lift of 90 and a second lift of 40. So we've got a fairly thick asphaltic base. I just wanted council to note that there's no sidewalks in the commercial collector cross-section in the road standards manual. So I don't love pathways and sidewalks in industrial parks. I think it's a conflict of uses. And these ditches are huge. So they're very difficult to cross. It's not an amenable pedestrian environment, nor should it be in an industrial park. So again, I'm just trying to suggest that there isn't a sidewalk in this commercial collector. If council wants something like that, you'll have to really think about its impact long term. I will talk about this internal access issue. So we did receive communication from Mr. McCown, and he's here today, and he'll speak to it, suggesting that he did not want this connection to the west internally. I understand why that is. It's primarily because he's got a purchaser for the entire 45 acres next door that council will learn more about in the new year. I also have been working with Dave Snyder, who's the developer, landowner to the south. And I talked with him about his paralleling service road, and that we had a very difficult time connecting it, which is why I've also internalized this road and not made a paralleling service road. So Mr. Snyder's paralleling service road goes along the frontage of the property and into a home, but then there's a massive ravine between that service road and this property. And what I've suggested to Mr. Snyder is, if we take this road that we've proposed and connect it, he's got a lot of land on the upside of that ravine south of this property that can be serviced. And then we can make our way back to the service road and adversely affect the ravine if we were just to cross it and parallel a service road through here. So we've tried to work with the topography and work with the neighboring landowners on what those connections look like in the future. I do have an alternative layout that was vetted by Long Range Planning and Public Works, and you see their comments in there. But I also have a suggestion, if council's willing, that I would be willing to move my phase 2 boundary to include this connection. And if I was to move that phase 2 boundary to include this connection, I could maybe move the phase 2 boundary to cover the whole west side, so that when I came in for subdivision on that one, council could determine if that road was required or not. I don't think you can make a decision on that right now, not knowing what's coming. And you will know what's coming in the new year. And I think it's flexible. I think there's opportunity to revise it. I think it may or may not be required. I know that the 45 acres next door is going to require perimeter security. So whether we need that or not is a question for sure. But I think we can defer the answer until council knows better what's evolving next door. And I think the way to do that is by revising the phase boundaries. I'll just briefly talk servicing. I know I'm going on a long ways here. The servicing was based on the 2020 North Alderside feasibility assessment. So some members of council may not be familiar with this report. This report was prepared for the county by Urban Systems, and it sort of helped inform the water and wastewater system now being constructed in the hamlet of Alderside. So as you can see, the existing lines that the county has are in blue. And this is on the water side. So we will be connecting to the water. It already runs through this property and it is looped back. Same with wastewater. So in 2020, the Alderside feasibility assessment identified the phase 1 pipelines. The red are already existing. So Warner was pre-developed with a deep utility. There's been concrete wastewater pipes sitting there for over 10 years. And the field house was also pre-installed with a deep utility. So there is a wastewater pipe in Fieldhouse Drive. You can see the yellow lines are contingent extensions that happen when the wastewater treatment plant is up and running. So we would connect into those pipes, the diameters there are known, and they would be engineered as such. With regard to the water servicing, the existing water lines that the county has on this property, they aren't covered in any utility right-of-way, which is probably not a good thing. So we will be working with the municipality to cover these existing lines with utility right-of-ways. And I think you'll note that one of them cuts right through a highway commercial lot, but I've actually designed that lot to make accommodation for that. I've let the design, this water line drive that design. So, so that it can be retained and all of this stuff is retained in this scenario. We connect to it according to the practices of the City of Calgary standard, I believe is what's used here. And we wouldn't be affecting negatively or touching the county's pipe in place. Same with wastewater. So wastewater is in orange here. None of these wastewater lines are in place with the exception of this solid line. So this solid line is in place. It is the wastewater pre-install for the field house. Everything else in orange would be installed by the developer. And typically we put those in the road right-of-way or within a 3-meter easement off-road. But this road right-of-way is quite large, so we can get it in there. And again, our intention with wastewater is much like the regional field house today. You have one containment facility, which is a pump out tank, and it's pretty much a plug and play tank. So essentially when the wastewater line gets there, you can disconnect your tank and connect your field house to the wastewater pipe. And we would be doing the same. I'm going to suggest to our engineers that our tank be designed as a clipping tank, so that it can pump off peak, which really helps the overall wastewater processing in the county and helps future developers with wastewater flows. So I don't want to throw that investment away. I'd like to keep it as a clipping tank so that we can monitor and manage wastewater flows. Stormwater, we did a stormwater management plan and it was for a high degree of impervious coverage. So I know that this pond works and it is designed to accommodate the entire park and doesn't include any drainage from other sources. Primarily, this site drains on itself, which is nice that way. We're not picking up or having to work in any other catchment. Shallow utilities would be provided by Fortis, ATCO, TELUS, if required, emergency services, RCMP from the Okotoks Detachment and Foothills Fire would be responding. We did some engagement with this application. I'd sent out letters, 133 letters. My engagement radius is the light green outlines. I did send it on October 16th. The letter was dated September, but we had the postal strike. I did receive 3 phone calls. I received a call from someone who would like to sell us pavement. I received a call from Mr. McCowan, who's here today, and we chatted with him. I received a call from a resident in Silvertip and had a good chat with her about this application. But nobody was negative or opposed. In conclusion, Mr. Reeve, this is a land use and outline plan application that meets the objectives with the land use plan, the municipal development plan, and the Highway 2A industrial area structure plan. 803-969 has owned and operated an RV sales and service business here for 10 years. Al and I were just talking about that. It was 10 years ago. Western Gateway outline plan and that concurrent land use considers the existing area development, physical site characteristics, and proposes development that's strategically planned to drive economic growth and employment in the county. Now, before I conclude, I'm going to ask Mr. Riz if he has anything he'd like to add, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Christy. Members of council, as Christy mentioned, my name's Al Riz. I'm the Chief Operating Officer and Corporate Director of the Western RV Group of Companies, in which 803-969 is a division of. And again, going back to Christy's comment, I can't believe it's been 10 years that we've been out there. Guess it does explain the increased aches and pains I have in my body, as well as my haircut's getting cheaper. But we've really enjoyed our time in the area. We're very proud to be a corporate citizen within Foothills County. Western Gateway is the continued vision that we have for these lands. We believe that Christy and her team at Township Planning has designed a business park that will drive new economic growth in Foothills County. I have worked with the Urbans for the past 21 years. And that's even harder to believe than 10 years being in business at our Alderside store. But I can state firsthand that the Urbans will commit and they will invest in this business park to make it a premier business park that Foothills County that will be proud of. Thank you for your time this afternoon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. We'll go to council and administration for any questions. Councillor Alger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A couple of questions. Ms. Bunder, so what are we doing with the existing RV lot or the existing RV storage? Forgive me if I missed it in the presentation, but are we negating that or are we going to move it to another lot on somewhere within this proposal?
Thank you for the question. Do you want to ask your second one? Sorry, I'm jumping to the mic.
Sorry?
Did you want to ask your second question as well? I'm just jumping.
No, my other one's for Ms. Chip Chase.
Okay. So the question, what is, I forgot it.
Where's the existing RV storage going?
I had an LPR team hearing for the last day and a half. My brain is done. I want to go to the phasing, man. I think the revised phasing actually helps the storage lot too. So what we had originally, we had put the storage lot, the majority of the storage lot in phase 2 so that we could retain it while the balance of the business park developed. And if we move the phase 2 boundary down south here in order to address maybe this potential future connection, the storage yard will remain in its state there until we've converted for lots.
In phase 2?
Yeah.
Okay. And then it'll be negated kind of thing, or
yeah, that would negate it.
Will we delegate another lot?
Well, we would negate it. We wouldn't have the land to have that much storage any longer. So we would convert to these business park uses and reduce the storage significantly.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you for that. And my second question, Ms. Chip Chase. So last week we were talking about the community sustainability fees. And when I was discussing Heritage Crossing, it said after so many lots that fee is reduced. But in Ms. Bunder's presentation, it looked like in the world of commercial, does it stay the 11,300 right across the board?
Through the chair to Councillor Alger, in the H2AI Industrial Area Structure Plan, CSF is not charged. It's at all.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't get that.
It's not a requirement.
Okay.
Yeah, for lands within the H2.
Who knew?
Interesting. You got me flabbergasted. Councillor Kendall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a question on page 51. So if you could just, like, I'm a little bit confused about your, like, Highway 2A. You said you might not have, they might not expand or something, but I'm just, the dotted line there, the dotted brown line, is that your pathway? The dotted brown
Sir
there.
Kendall, I'm so sorry. I don't know what your page 51 is.
Oh, sorry. Figure Appendix A.
Figure 7.
Figure 7.
Is that
okay?
that's a,
Figure 7. Sorry.
that a pathways figure or a servicing figure?
Counselor Alger, could you show that picture again so I can get her to the right page?
Appendix A, land use code.
Appendix A.
More files.
Figure 7? Development concept.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. I'm just going to put a similar one on the screen. Brown line. Yeah.
Looks similar, yeah.
Yeah, it shows the brown line. And I'm, Counselor Kendall, respectfully, is your question about the brown line in or out of the right of way?
Yeah, and I mean, just because in the concerns, I think from ATEC, they were concerned about having the pathway where you had envisioned it, so.
Mhm. So what typically happens is they took a 30-meter swath of land off of us. And they've done that in order to allow for a twinning of the highway in that location. My opinion, I think there's enough land there to allow for you to a pedestrian corridor. Like, it shouldn't just be roads. It should be fiber optic lines and pathways. But if Alberta Transportation doesn't want it there, I can easily move it onto the back of lot and have a back of lot easement for pathway there.
Okay. Also just another question about, did you ever consider connecting the two little, wetlands with the pathway as an alternate, but, or maybe you already did that. Sorry. Yeah, the wetland to the most northerly one or the one closest to the highway. I guess that's not connected. Yeah, it's gone. Did you ever consider like having that all connected? And if we're, are you short of MR as well? Did I hear that somewhere too, or?
Yes, Councillor Kendall. So what we haven't connected the wetlands primarily because the development of commercial industrial land requires that they be removed. And so what we will do is compensate the province for their loss. And typically the province then pays other wetland enhancement funds with the wetland replacement money they're given. And we are short of municipal reserve here, and we're suggesting that what we would like to do is have the municipal land reserve, and maybe I'll go back to see if I can find that. So what we're suggesting is that the municipal land reserve across the front, as you enter into the business park, and you can make your decision to turn to the field house or into our business park, we want that to be a highly landscape managed area with pedestal signage, which is as directed in the Highway 2A Industrial Area Structure Plan. And then the other MR I have is around the pond, and that serves two functions. One is it allows for a pathway, a little walking area. Two, it allows the municipality access to the pond for servicing it, because every 3 to 5 years you have to pull sediment out of these things. So that's why we need access to it. We are short of MR. My position is it shouldn't be a need here. I am suggesting that cash in lieu of reserves would be warranted, and that cash go into recreational programs supporting the entire Foothills County. I just don't see how a park, playground, or school fits in this context.
Thank you.
Director Hemingway.
I have a couple of questions. We look at the highway commercial lots that are adjacent to Highway 72A. To me, the highway will be looking at the rear of those buildings. Can you help me understand what your vision is for the development of those lots so we're not looking at the back of buildings
Yep.
as we drive?
So I'm going to just maybe find the lotting. Yeah, there it is. Thank you for the question, Director Hemingway. It actually did cross my mind, and my goal here is to work with each purchaser. Like, I'm not leaving this project. I want to ensure that it has good visibility from the highway, and it may not be the back of house, actually, because the more interesting stuff to look at is across the highway. So I envision that being restaurant primarily. I hope food service. I hope maybe, I don't know, car wash, but something that serves the patrons of the regional field house and supports the county. I don't want it fronting necessarily on the internal road. I'd rather it be articulated on the site in a more meaningful way. And if we have drive-through in there, that will also dictate how those look. So I think you'll see in our architectural guidelines, we do talk about facade articulation against the highway.
Okay, so as you know, and as council knows, that developable municipal reserves in business park districts are typically intended for disposition so that we sell them. And then we utilize those funds when we sell a municipal reserve. First, we rezone it to a usually business park district, and then we sell them. And we use those funds for schools and recreation programs in the county. So that's why the municipal reserve policy in the Highway 2A speaks to generally the requirement of a developable municipal reserve, and that's for typically for the purpose of disposition. Of course, council has the authority to direct how the municipal reserves are provided within these applications, just so that you understand. Now, the pathway, as illustrated, regardless of where it ends up finally, can you help me understand what portion of that pathway, if any, is intended to be constructed by the developer?
Thank you. That's a good question. So we would construct all perimeter pathways. The outline plan suggests that we won't construct this, but it actually is because I don't know if council wants it there or not. If council wants it there, we're constructing it. If council wants us to pick that up here by the booster station, we can do that. And we can network that all in, and we can put that pathway on there, and we'd want standard from the county, keeping in mind that you have a water line there. We would also construct the pathways all the way through the front and in the landscaped areas as well, and make every connection that we show here in the park as a developer's responsibility.
Okay, so as council may is not likely aware, we have required or pathway alignment or right of way in other developments along the Highway 2A. We have not required it to be constructed. So the construction of the pathways are very expensive to construct. So at some future time, we might regret that issue, but we have not to date required the actual construction of the pathway. I would suggest the pathway construction around the PUL would be required at minimum, and it'll be up to council's direction as to what construction and what standard of construction would be necessary for pathway construction. Okay, you spoke to the cost contribution agreement, and I wanted to point out there's no CFS. We have not required the community sustainability fee within the Highway 2A in order to ensure that commercial and industrial development feels like they're not necessarily contributing to those needs, but they will contribute by way of a levy. And it'll be much higher than the CFS. So, and your outline plan does speak to the payment of those offsite levies once they're in place. Road widening, and this is probably premature to speak about this, but 402 Avenue, which is the road allowance along the south boundary with the water boosting station in the road allowance, I would expect the council and Public Works would request road widening along boundary in order to see that road developed at some point in the future, potentially. That's something to be aware of. An alternative, I want to talk to you about your access concept, your alternative access concept, because I don't particularly understand it.
Run through it again, Director Hemingway.
Yeah, because I didn't get the phasing component. So
Sure.
this is what you're proposing next.
This would be the alternate. If there was no connection, we could basically stub end that road if council didn't see a necessity for the connection. What I'm saying is, in order to sort of square that circle or resolve that potential connect or not connect question, is I would draw my phase 2 boundary down all the way to the quarter line here.
Oh.
And so then when I came in with phase 2, we'd know if that worked or didn't work.
So it's not just the yellow area. It would
No,
be
no, no.
different than we see here.
I would revise the outline plan, Director Hemingway, to bring it down here. That way, I think you'd have more information going forward as to whether you need it there or not. I also am concerned about you wanting to construct 402 Avenue because you have a water line in that road loans right down the middle.
Yeah.
So it's
I'm
an
wondering about-
expensive construction.
Oh, yeah. Well, we're not asked. I'm just predicting the future. What about providing access? I mean, if the pathway is constructed sufficiently, a fire truck could get off the end of the most southern cul-de-sac, down that road allowance and around the pumping station to the highway, just to get in and out right there.
If I may, I don't want to get into a conversation, but I will show you where the water booster station is sitting. And you can see, and maybe I'll just get rid of this and blow it up. It sits right square in the middle thing, and you can't get around it. So it comes in, swings south, and then the building itself is right here. You can't drive around it. There's not enough room. So, I mean, the county has put us in a position where we don't have a secondary access to the highway at this location. All I can do is suggest that I'm making some moves to ensure that Mr. Snyder's land is serviceable with roads, to ensure that we have proper connections where they're warranted. And you know, there is no pathway to the regional field house at all today. So why don't we talk about what that looks like and where it goes?
Okay, so just my point is, I don't believe Alberta Transportation would allow an access off that booster station component. I think we just built that and forgot to ask them. But so my point is that's not an access to the highway, but we are looking for a secondary access for emergency purposes. So if there isn't enough room to get from that southern cul-de-sac out to the highway or in from the highway, you could potentially move your storm pond a little bit further north and get enough room in there in order to avoid the construction of internal roads that go west. It's just an alternative option to consider.
Yeah, I don't mind that. I think we could put a drivable fire lane here.
Yep.
And make it that work.
That's what I mean. It's not like a public road.
Correct.
Because we won't get an access off the
No.
highway in that location.
No, and as you may recall, this access we were required to block 10 years ago when we did this.
Yeah.
So, yeah,
it's just a fire truck.
I think that's a great idea, Director Hemingway.
All right. I don't have anything else. Thank you.
Okay, Municipal Manager Reva Cameron.
So with respect to water and wastewater, I thought I should mention that as a result of applications for a development in this area, we obtained phase 2 approval for upgrading the water treatment plant. And we're just in the process of obtaining costs in order to upgrade the water treatment plant. Initial phase 1 wouldn't be sufficient. As far as wastewater goes, there's an ongoing study jointly with the town of High River, and that is moving along. But we do have an approval in place to build a wastewater treatment plant in Alderside. So that's, of course, the option depending on what the study indicates in the end. Just so you're aware, the timing of the wastewater, though, it may affect your desire for pump out tanks, depending on how quickly this development proceeds, is 2028 for operational. The water treatment plant won't be operational, I'm told, and we've had many moving dates, but July 13th, 2026. So those are the dates. And so I know offsite levies, now that we have numbers, more, how would you say it, confirmed numbers, the offsite levies should be coming to council, and there is a public process, so probably quite quickly in the new year is what I'm hoping for.
Deputy Revol.
Thanks for all of the information, just getting a picture together here and a couple of questions. So maybe while we're still on the wastewater, you had mentioned that you wanted to put in clip-in tanks or some solution so you only do it once. So can you explain that to us if you pulled up your map with your little dotted line for your wastewater? We're just hearing all these permutations and combinations. I'd just like to explore your thought on that aspect, if you don't mind.
Thank you for the question, Councillor or Deputy Revol. What we're suggesting is, I think I've been hesitant to do the detailed design engineering here, primarily because we knew approvals were coming on water, wastewater. And now that we know the timing being 2028, I suspect we would probably have a building ready, maybe one by 2028, because you've got spring and summer of next year to do your grading, and then your servicing is taking a year minimum to electrify things. So I don't expect we'd have an opening date until 2027 at the earliest. And what I'm suggesting is that investments that we make in the system, such as clipping tanks or tanks that would be pump out tanks, much like what you've got going here in Fieldhouse Drive, and what's going on in Warner. You've got a pump out tank instead of the wastewater going into this wastewater line. And what we're suggesting is, instead of pulling that clipping tank out and putting a pipe in when the pipe is ready, is we keep the clipping tank and put the pipe to the clipping tank so that we can manage wastewater flows effectively. Because what will happen over time is, as more and more development attaches to that wastewater system, it'll meet its capacity. It'll be like, well, everyone flushes their toilet between noon and 5 p.m. and those are our peaks. And if you have a tank, you can pump off peak, which helps the system overall function. And you can also accommodate for lows and valleys by pumping off peak. So this does help the system overall. It maintains a flow. It doesn't massively attack the system with like 20 toilets flushing at the same time. It's just a way to control and manage wastewater in a system like this. I just don't want to throw the cash away.
Thank you for that. And I guess a number of things that you're hearing today, and including us coming up with the price tags and the water systems coming online, was that kind of why you ended up coming back at this timing, just waiting to see when the actual reality was coming in and then making adjustments? And then obviously you're going to have to look at maybe some updated reports, but essentially is that your timing why you came in at this point?
Yeah, that's accurate. I think we've had a really hard time getting traction in the corridor without water and wastewater being in place. And you're taking a bit of a page from Rocky View's book in order to establish this corridor. I recall when the late great Ray Clark was the CFO of Rocky View. He debenture funded $30 million of infrastructure to get Balzac up and running. And I think we're talking about a similar scenario here. And I think I've also noticed, and I don't want to go off on a tangent, but I've also, in trying to work with realtors, in trying to work with developers, in trying to get stuff going in the corridor, it's the unknowns that are stopping it. Like, if you go to Rocky View, you know exactly your per acre offsite levies are. And these are big ticket items, commercial and industrial developments. They're not like you're mortgaging your house. It could be $500,000, $600,000, $700,000 line items for one thing. And the one thing that's missing is how much is it going to cost me to get my water, to get my sewer, and what does it cost me to pay the county for that? And those are so unknown, and they can range, and they can be terrifying. So we just haven't been able to get any traction in the corridor. But now that the investment is being made, people are looking at it again, and they're, you know what? It has a grade separated overpass. It's really close to the highway. That Petrocan is the leading Petrocan in the nation because it is a truck fuel, bulk truck fuel. And what's been happening is the guys are going in there, filling up and driving right past Calgary to go to Fort McMurray. There isn't, and it's an excellent station. I know it has some of its detractions as well. But now we've started to get momentum. We know other business parks are coming. Warner is almost all completely done. We just think the timing is right for us to start to make this investment and bring the county to the fore. And you're going to be competing with the town of Okotoks. I showed you 3/4 sections of industrial and business park development right on 338th. And I think this offers so much more.
Thank you. Mr. Reeve, a couple more. That's
go ahead.
okay. I guess over the years, the pathway has been under discussion at numerous different meetings and thoughtful processes. One of the kind of showstoppers was the amount of accidents on that stretch of highway. And if the pathway is in close proximity to the highway, the unfortunate vulnerable users would be close to a potential accident. So the further it is in from the highway would be much safer for anyone who would be using such a pathway. So I guess it does remain very high in my mind as a safety concern to have a pathway right next to the highway at a very busy, interesting intersection. There's a lot going on there. And so I'm just not sure. I mean, I like the internal pathway more so than something around the edge. So I think we have to have more conversation on pathways in that location. There was at one time the idea of the pathway right to the field house from the town. And there's just a lot of concerns with that and crossing the highway and the age of the users and all that sort of thing being maybe more of a vulnerable situation. So more conversation on that. Another topic was if I could get clarity on, did we change the requirement for a contribution to the 64th Street? I just heard that today then. Okay, did I hear it right? Okay, got it. Okay, thank you for that. Just trying to put it all together, okay? You had shared with us slide 30, I believe it was, regarding the lights. Can you just go over that one more time? There was like 2 approval paths, and you said one was going to get us lights that we would prefer and the other one wouldn't. And I'm just wondering, wouldn't we get cutoff lights regardless?
Thank you, Councillor Deputy Reevewell. I think you're correct about the pathways. However, we're obligated to follow the area structure plan. Council can make decisions as to how they want the pathways to work. Whether you feel it's a safe or unsafe location is completely acceptable to us. We have to meet the expectations of the statutory plan. So that's what the statutory plan says today, but I think you and I both know how old that is. And we, over the passage of time, have seen what's happening with the pathways. So certainly willing to take your direction there. The warrant and the traffic impact assessment recommended streetlights be installed along Fieldhouse Drive at the site access by 2029. I worried about that because that is not dark skies compliant and it doesn't necessarily meet the expectations of the county. You can't avoid Cobra Head streetlights, but typically we don't have Cobra Head streetlights on internal roads, but you may want that for a commercial industrial business park. I know that I don't believe there are Cobra lights in Warner. I don't know that there's Cobra lights in A-builds. The question is really up to council as to whether or not you want that illumination warrant or not. I'm at your mercy there.
Okay, thank you for explaining that. I appreciate it. That's everything. Thank you.
Okay, we'll go to Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We'll just touch on that last one. Just don't know why we would be considering stoplights there. I think you would be thinking traffic circle. When I think about this thing, I think a lot about Gasoline Alley coming through Red Deer and kind of how that's put together, and they very successfully use traffic circles up there. So anyway, that one out of the way. Let's go back to 5.6.1, and that's the CPKC Railway requirements there. And just going back to your initial comments, that's quite a while ago. I think that's what we opened with, but could you just reiterate what the comment was there?
Yes, I can, and I'll just get to that slide. It was on that same street light one I was just on. It's this one. Deputy Revolve,
I think
slide did you tell me to go to previously? Was it 30 or 34? 30? Yeah, 30. So what the traffic impact assessment said about CPKC was that a railway crossing gate and arms and advanced signage are recommended for advanced driver warnings due to vehicle queues anticipated to near the CPKC rail crossing in the 2045 after development horizon. So what that means in English is today we have crossing sign flashers. We have no arms. So there's no barrier arm that comes down, just the crossing light. And so what the traffic impact assessment is suggesting is that in the 2045 time horizon, there may be a warrant for those arms. And that is a recommendation coming from this project. So we will talk with CPKC about that and if they want them installed at this time, but it is their infrastructure. So I have a hard time with the transportation engineers making this recommendation, and then I have to go back to CPKC, see how much it is, and then we would pay CPKC to do that installation. They would not allow a third-party contractor to do it. So essentially what they're suggesting is that the crossing arms may be warranted in the 2045 time horizon. It's just really, is CPKC suggesting that as well? And I don't know because they didn't respond.
Well, wait, no, CPKC, painful for everybody. There'd be that comment there. So let's go back to 64th Street. So 64th Street really is the secondary emergency access in and out of this place at this point. You take it on with that side, you take it another quarter mile south, and then you come a half mile west. So at this point, that is the only secondary access in there, understanding that it's not built, but that's the road allowances in and out of there. So this is a little bit complicated. It's been alluded to that we might be seeing another application for the lands coming to the west. So a little bit of an incomplete picture here as this unfolds. Because that's kind of a missing piece of the puzzle. The Fieldhouse Drive does tie into 64th Street at this time. The intersection at 64th and Highway 7th is a schmuckarooner. So I guess I'm alluding to the fact that I kind of think it is necessary to just take. I'm just looking for some rationale for why it isn't feasible or reasonable to be looking at improvements at 64th and Highway 7 as a secondary. You did pique my interest when you spoke to the lands to the south and making the connection to the Snyder lands. And I do remember that coulee there is a bit of a humdinger, but that would be the other alternate coming from that service road for a secondary access coming in and out of here. Once again, that's a piece of the puzzle that's out in the future and hard to determine. So is there a question in there? I guess it goes back to 64th Street and potential contributions to improvements there in the future for secondary access in and out of this property. But I don't know who that question is to. So I guess that's the
I can partially answer.
sure.
The existing Fieldhouse Drive is gated. Municipality gated it. It's not therefore open to 64th Street and is therefore not an available secondary emergency egress today. My understanding is that the off-site levy will include all required improvements in the corridor, including 64th Street. And those contributions will be made according to the levy, which will be coming in front of council. So I don't think you need to worry as much, Councillor McHugh. As I understand, it would be covered in that off-site levy.
Okay, just a couple of questions from me, Ms. Bunder. I'm sorry if you got to repeat a bunch, but that access going to the west property. So your initial submission has that access going out and through to the next property. I think I saw one there with a bulb on the end and now one without a bulb. And then a possibility of neither of the above and just dealing with that at phase 2. So what was the reason whether we're removing it or we're contemplating?
Thank you for the question, Reeve Seward. In our engagement, in speaking with Mr. McCown, who owns the property to the west, he does not want that connection there. And he will speak to that when he gets his opportunity. And so what I did was just show council a different site plan. It just varies it minorly so that we don't have that connection if council wants that. Or I'm suggesting that I could move my phase 2 boundary all the way south. And then at the time I come in with phase 2, we can discuss with administration and council whether that connection is required.
Okay. Thanks. My next question has to do with the MR allocation. So you're suggesting no MR sellable lots. I certainly understand this is not the place for a park or a school or anything like that. So total developable area, 74.73 acres. MR designation, 6.39 acres. And all of that MR is essentially usable or unusable in a lot of ways. You know, in the small strip around the PUL, in most cases, I think we would take that whole thing as a PUL, not as a MR piece. So you're requesting that rather than an MR lot, MR funds. So would I be correct then that you're suggesting 1.1 acres-ish you would provide cash in lieu of to make up the 10%?
Yes, so I'm just trying to get to that slide. That is correct in essence. So we do and have established a precedent with the municipality that these are MRs to the high water mark, and that is done in lots of places. So Rocky View does that, Airdrie does that, Okotoks does that. They do have the MR to PUL interface. We also felt that this strip would be nice and we'd carry it through on this side, so we'd have a nice frontage on the highway. We are 1.64 acres removed from a full dedication here. My suggestion was my preference is that it be paid by cash. Alternately, then if council's not okay with that, then pick a lot because you're gonna, as Ms. Hemingway, Director Hemingway mentioned, sell it. So just take one and we'll be happy. It's just, I can't, like for the same reasons that pathways are important, I just can't put an MR in here and expect people to be happy to be there. It's a commercial industrial business park. It's semi-trailers. It's like, it's Blackfoot and 48th. It's not like a nice pedestrian environment. I would like to see the highway commercial have some nice pedestrian areas, nice areas for people. But do I want them walking through the business park? Not particularly. So, and that's why I'm just very concerned about the MR. And as I mentioned, it puts Foothills County developers a little bit at a disadvantage because other municipalities aren't taking MR in business parks, which means that we're able to fully sell every square foot that we develop, which helps the bottom line significantly.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Kendall.
Just a question.
Let's bring your mic down so we can hear you.
Just through the chair to Ms. Bunder and the applicant. I apologize, I did not do my research on this, but how does this compare in terms of densification? Just as we're talking here, I'm sort of I'm picturing that intersection, Highway 2A as it turns into Highway 7 there, and then the busyness of the Petrocan and the other highway there. How does this compare in terms of densifications? The more I look at it, it's just seeming pretty dense. I know you're trying to use every square foot, but it does seem kind of dense to me, but.
So as I try to indicate, I put as many lots as possible in here so that we could engineer to the worst case scenario. So the traffic impact assessment is done to the worst case scenario, accounting for uses on each and every lot here. The reason that the site plan looks the way it does is we may have users that say, you know what, I actually need 1.25 acres, or I actually need 0.25. I would like to work with people and businesses to get them in here. And administration understands, and we work closely on this at the subdivision stage. But at the land use stage, I have to give you the theoretical possibilities. Whether they actually happen or not, this number of lots, I remain unconvinced that I'll get this number of lots, but I want these options. And these options are important to market and sell these properties. Now, all of the engineering has been done with all of these lots being used, with trip rates assigned to each and every one of them. And you noticed in the TIA, the only upgrade we need to do is a dedicated right-hand turn. So we're going to upgrade that intersection to a type 4A at our cost. Outside of that, the intersection is a signalized intersection. You can't do any better other than the next step is in a grade separated overpass. And so the signalization already helps the warrants for improvements significantly. So I understand your concerns. However, we have a signalization at the Warner Business Park in A-Builds. We have a signalization here at 7 and 547. And it works really, the timing is not bad. Like I'm through it all the time. It's pretty good. And the only time you see backups is PM peak, and it's people coming into Okotoks using the back road. It was interesting 10 years ago when we did this, we talked to Okotoks about making a contribution to this intersection because a lot of their residents were going through the back way to using this intersection to get home. There wasn't a vehicle for that or a tool for that in legislation, but there is now. You can do a regional endeavor. We haven't talked about it. There's not much else we can do to this intersection to make it work other than put that right-hand turn lane in. I think this is the ultimate traffic movement that we can do here prior to grade separation. And that's why the traffic impact assessment reads so well. I hope that answers your question.
Yes, it does. It is just quite a bit different. I think your concept from Warner, because Warner is just pretty much strictly industrial. It's not going to have retail, or it doesn't have retail or anything like that. So, higher traffic in yours, or
if I can, I don't want to again get into a conversation, but I did Warner, and to be honest, Councillor Kendall, the built form result in Warner wasn't what I expected at all. The condominiumization of the bays and the way that it was done really wasn't what I thought would happen. And I just kind of took a lesson from that. I didn't, I don't like how it developed. It's got overhead power. It's kind of a dog's breakfast of stuff. I think we don't want that. We don't want that associated with the Urban's name. And we want to do a really nice, high quality business park. And we've got a similar property in Airdrie that we're doing, Queensview Business Park. This is our bread and butter, and we don't want to have a mess.
Thank you.
Director Hemingway?
To argue the point either, but there's quite a bit of commercial development within Warner Business Park. You'd be quite surprised. However, there's no Timmy's in there. And if there's a Timmy's in here, that's when you're going to notice a traffic impact. So the stacking component, the stacking distance associated with the drive-through has a significant impact on the road infrastructure and may not be supported in here if it can't be handled. So yeah, we'll have to be very careful associated. I'd love to see Timmy's in there, but you notice the parking lot associated with the Petro Can drive-through restaurant isn't going to be nearly as popular as if you put a Timmy's in here, and that will be a major issue. I'm hoping that we can accommodate personally.
And just to add, that's why I've had detailed conversations with ATC about traffic memos at the DP stage for those kind of uses exactly.
Councillor McHugh, you're being very patient today.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry, could you just repeat that last comment on the memo that was?
Yeah. So the traffic impact assessment was based on this concept, and the warrants were developed based on our tax standards on this concept. But as Director Hemingway correctly notes, different users drive different traffic metrics. So I have been talking with Alberta Transportation about submitting traffic memos with my development permits in this park to ensure that the intersections and all of the warrants still work and none of the warrants change. If the warrants change, that means at that DP stage, we'll have to do increased traffic mitigation, or maybe the use doesn't go there because it doesn't meet the warrants. And that's also part of the check and balance of discretionary use permits, which is why that zoning works well here.
Okay. So to break that down, then if we did have a Timmy's and the traffic was to go nuts at the Fieldhouse Drive there, then might be seeing signal lights because it's driven by that. Okay, thank you for that explanation. And then I completely forgot what my question was. Oh. Sorry, could you expand on, you mentioned this agreement with interest, and could you expand on, could you give us a little history on what's going on there, and then maybe a comment from administration on our side, please?
Certainly, and I suspect maybe Mr. Payne may recall this better than most, but there was 2 under agreements issued by Hugh Pettigrew, who was in engineering at the time. And one was assigned to Mr. McCowan and one was assigned to us. And it basically is a cost recovery agreement for the water, wastewater, and signalized intersection that was prepared here. It didn't include compensation for the land that was given up to allow for the field house to be developed, but it did tag us with a connection fee and potential contribution were we to develop further in the future. However, that agreement really has no basis in law. It has been difficult to understand just how much we owe, and it has an interest clock, which has been challenging to calculate. So we have said over and over again, our preference would be to understand all the costs and pay a very transparent offsite levy in exactly the same way as everybody else. We moved aside a lot of things to accommodate for the field house, as did Mr. McCowan. There was a significant amount of reserves dedicated to the field house on this side. It was really in an attempt to ensure that the field house got built and the signalization was done. That was really the only contribution or cost recovery method that was used at the time. We think it can be replaced by a more transparent levy. It's not that we don't want to pay it. We just want to understand it better and have it replaced with something more meaningful.
Okay, thanks for that. And I love this slide. So just trying to understand all of the redundancy in this thing. So we've got a water crossing that comes across the highway, and then we've got the water line at the main pump station. I think I maybe understand that the pump station in the southeast corner was maybe put in for facilitating the field house as a big user. Looks like I'm just making assumptions here. And then looks like Western RV was serviced by the one that comes across the highway and underneath railroad tracks. And then the curb stop, then we just have a deadhead curb stop at the highway adjacent to the sewer that was just put in and then never built out. How's that for some guessing? Close?
Yeah, there's a water connection to the existing Western RV. You can see that this is a booster station line, and it goes through Mr. McCown's property in this direction and up the hill to the field house. There is also a loop back right here, none of which is covered in utility right of way, neither is this one. So again, we just want to clean that up and make it all work for the county. And that's, the water is there, the wastewater, the only wastewater line that's in place is this one on Fieldhouse Drive.
So the current site, the current Western RV site does have water.
Correct, but not wastewater.
Which one of those line services it?
The line that is blue, the dotted lines are not created. The solid lines are created. So it's this one, and they tap in.
Okay, I'm sorry. So that water line goes to the highway, but does not go across. I see
And underneath, yeah.
I see the sewer line carrying across the highway there, but the water line.
Water line carries across the highway at this location, comes into the Western RV, over and up.
Okay, so that's what services it.
That's right.
Okay.
Not this one on the south.
Okay, Deputy Reva Ohl.
Thank you. I'm just looking at the conditions that were recommended in the staff report. And I heard you speak to their request due to the season that we're in, related to if we're going to request an updated wetland impact assessment, that we might defer it to the subdivision stage. So that was one I just wanted to mention. The other was there was a couple of things where I read what was presented, and I just want to clarify on the TIA, traffic impact assessment. You are adding the lane in order to update the type of intersection. That was one addition. Was there also an addition to add background traffic, or was that done in the 2024 update?
You're correct. The background traffic needs to be added.
Okay, so 2 additions. And then where would we be asking for that report to be updated at what stage?
We are happy to do that at the land use stage.
At the land use. So as a condition of
Yeah,
course?
but I think they put it at subdivision. I can't recall.
Okay,
Ms. Shipchase will remind us.
Okay, I'm just wanting to just see if I collected the right information on that.
But the only thing that I did request be varied with council's consideration is just the wetland impact. Because really what we're doing is qualifying values.
For compensation?
Yeah. And we need to know, like, if there's rare plants and what the plants are,
Okay.
and they don't come up until June.
Okay.
So I don't want to do it until then, and then I'd be sitting on my hands for 6 months. So I would rather it just go to the subdivision stage. We know they're
Okay.
there, we've assessed them.
And nothing's happening before that
No.
time frame anyways?
No.
So and then perhaps you might explain, I'm familiar, and I think some are familiar with what compensation is, but do you want to just explain to us all how you would handle the assessment and therefore move to compensation? Could you just run through that?
Yeah. I'll go to the wetland slide perhaps. Yeah, this one's better. So we did 10 years ago, we did evaluate them from Stewart and Cantred. So as you may recall, we used to have what we called class 1, class 2, class 3, class 4 wetlands. And the wetland replacement program doesn't use Stewart and Cantrud. It uses a wetland function rating, which is, it actually assesses the entire function of that wetland. Is it a functioning wetland? Is it ephemeral? Does it have species it supports or not? And in our original assessment, you can see that we had wetland number 1, which was a high to moderate functioning wetland. So what'll happen is the biologist will say it contains X, Y, Z factors, and as a result, it scores high, and then they'll assign the wetland replacement cost to that. And essentially, we pay 3 times whatever that value is per acre. So if we have 2 acres of high wetland here, it would be assessed likely at $12,000 to $18,000 an acre, and we would pay 3 times that amount to Alberta, to the government in compensation. We recently did one on the Airdrie lands for 803,969, and it came out to $813,000 in wetland replacement costs. So it's not a minor amount of money. And it is not a small, slow, an easy process. We need the wetlands to be in their pristine state so that we can assess them for appropriate replacement cost.
Thank you for that.
Okay, my board is quiet, so we will take this time to proceed to the next. You serious? Okay, go ahead, Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through the chair to the applicants. I don't see anything in our public works on a fire flow. So is the intent of this application is to have enough fire flow come out of the PUL in the bottom southeast corner to service firefighting needs?
No, actually, the fire flows are accommodated for in the North Alderside feasibility assessment, and they help drive the pipe diameter. So fire flows are accommodated for in the design for the North Alderside, in the North Alderside water and wastewater feasibility assessment. It also accounts for fire flows by pipe. So we would have hydrants.
Okay, we will now go to the public component. On my list, I have a Mr. Glenn McGowan. I trust you're here. You can just come to the microphone up here and please provide your perspective.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for listening to me today. My name is Glenn McCowan. Sorry. What was that? Oh, I was going to say, I thought Ms. Chip Chase turned it on for me because I wouldn't know how to operate the button. My name is Glenn McCowan. I represent 710716 Alberta Inc. We are the landowners directly adjacent to the west of the subject site. We also own the lands to the north of Fieldhouse Drive, north of the Fieldhouse. We did, as you've heard, we did work with the county back 10 plus years ago on accommodating and selling land to the county for the field house and building some of the infrastructure there too. To clarify, the sewer line that's in there, we actually funded that. That actually is not part of the cost contribution agreement in that we pre-funded that and actually paid for it at the time Fieldhouse Drive was constructed. We generally are supportive of the Western RV concept in that we believe in the H2ASP. We believe this is where the industrial commercial corridor should be, as does the county, I believe, based on their previous plans. And we have been trying to work on developing our lands in accordance with that. The area where we have issue is, as you have heard, the connection to our lands on the west. And the reason for that is specifically that we have an agreement in place right now where you will be hearing an application, in which I guess is going to be in the new year, for land use of a general industry usage there that is in compliance with our already approved ACP for the area. where we contemplate industrial use on the south side of the lands and commercial on the north side. So we, as I said, we have an agreement in place to basically have the lands built out for general industry by one purchaser. They're looking to consolidate up their widespread industrial use right now, along with their head office, and basically use the economies of scale of bringing in that into one location. And we think it's, when you see, we unfortunately can't divulge who that is at this time due to confidentiality requirements. We are also developing plans for the commercial use on the north side, and we'll be working with the county staff and Public Works on 64th Street and the like, and everything with that. So that's the reason why we don't want the connection to the west, is that it's going to be a private site which will not have any public road infrastructure in there that the county will have to maintain or anything. There will be, that is where our PUL lot will be for our storm, but that's the only extent of public works that's going to be in that section. So just to point out too, the documentation has a shadow plan on there. That does not in any way mirror any plans that we have put forth. There's some lotting, lines and all that. We have never put that plan forth or a road connection in there, and that's not in our ACP at all. So I don't want to make it. You think that that's something that we've given to the Western RV to include. And I think at this time, you have the letter that I've also submitted, but that's the main points that I wanted to bring up. So.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. McCowan. Councillor Alger has a question for you.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Mr. McCollum, I think you just touched on it, but so without divulging too much information, are you planning to access both sides of your properties from Fieldhouse Drive when your plan comes to fruition? Is that?
Well, when you see the plans for the industrial site on the south, it will be accessed off Fieldhouse Drive. So that'll mean that the lands south of Fieldhouse Drive, including the Fieldhouse, there'll be two access points essentially off Fieldhouse Drive to the south. The Northlands will include an internal road that will actually connect over to 64th Street, is what you ultimately see the plans on. So we actually will build in an internal road network that actually allows for additional access there and that. So,
okay, yep, no, that's fine. Thanks.
Councillor McHugh has a question for you as well.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The chair to Mr. McCowan. What's your take? There's a big transmission line that runs on the boundary here. So any comments on what happens there? Like I'm thinking, oh, well, it would end up being on your lands. Do you not have, is there not a buffer to that transmission line?
Well, I don't want to get into discussing, the nuances of our application here, but we are fully aware of the transmission line. We've worked with ATCO when doing our ACP as to what kind of setbacks need to be in terms of building envelopes, sways, what can be accommodated underneath that. It's interesting, actually. I drove by there today to see where the towers were, and I think the low point of the transmission line actually lines up in terms of the way it is on tower to tower, lines up with where this potential road connection could be. So I actually, I don't know how low they hang, but I could see that as being a possible issue for any future public roadway that goes across there. So.
Okay. Thank you for that. Appreciate your words today. The other name on my list, Mr. Bruce Urban, I think you were kind of covered. Okay. Okay. So that completes that. We'll now start with closing comments. Ms. Bunder, please provide any closing comments.
I don't have any. Mr. Riz, you have any? I think we've done a very fulsome discussion. Thank you for your patience with my presentation. There was a lot of stuff that I wanted to make sure we checked boxes on. It's a very important application, I think, for the county, and I would really appreciate your support. Thank you.
Okay, and um, I guess just double check in the gallery.
Brandon's in the gallery. I
Brandon.
introduced him earlier. Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry. And Brandon, you had nothing to add? You didn't want to, okay. Okay, no, I'm glad we got that clarified. Back to council administration, any further questions for the applicants at their closing comments? Seeing none, we'll go to planning officer Chip Chase. Any closing comments?
I have nothing further, Mr. Chair.
One last time, back to council administration. Any further questions? Seeing none, I will now close the public hearing. Should you wish to view council's deliberations or their decision on this hearing, you are welcome to remain in the gallery or watch the live stream, which can be found on the county's website. Either way, a decision will be sent to you once the meeting minutes have been ratified next week. Thank you all for taking the time to attend today, and I wish you all a good day. Council, let's take a few minutes pause.
Welcome back. Council, this is one of our last items to tend to. So let's talk about C2 803969 Alberta Limited adoption of Western Gateway Outline Plan and redesignate Ag to HC and BP. This is in my division, so perhaps I'll get started. I'm generally in support of it. There's a lot of pieces involved here. I think a lot of it can be dealt with at land use and subdivision as opposed to at the area concept plan. I guess just in terms of the MR and the pathway dedication, I don't know that we need the pathway going all the way down to the south end there. I just don't see the purpose of that in a commercial area. And I don't know that we need that MR at the south end either. Just public utility lot would be fine. Internal road alignment, I'm fine with changing that a little bit to phase 2 so we can get a little more detail on what the future holds there. So perhaps I could be wrong, but I think everything else can be dealt with at land use or subdivision. So with that, I will go to anybody else who would like to speak to it. Councillor Alger.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Echo your comments. We spoke a lot today that did not involve the outline plan, I guess. We got into a little more detail than is necessary. I generally like this. I think this is, it's nice to see this area starting to come to fruition, and this is what we've been working for a lot of years to get this corridor going. So this is a good step, and I'm fully in support of it. Thank you.
Councillor Estes.
Thank you to the chair. And just to reiterate that, yes, I like the looks of this. I like how it was presented. I do question the need for a pathway at all. And it was brought up about looking at the backs of buildings with the new thoughts. There might be something next door. I'm not sure that that's a concern either. Thank you.
Deputy Reva Ohl.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have two things before us today. We're looking at the outline plan, but we're also looking at first reading to the land use redesignation. So we are, I guess, have a great reason for going to dive into details today. So I think I just want to keep that in mind. So I'm supportive as well. I feel like we've got a lot of questions answered, and we also have had a delay of 10 years or more than 10 years to get us back here, where we have some of our determinations that have led to what we're seeing here today. So I guess I would just check in on, we're looking at two motions. We're looking at a motion, straight up motion for the area concept plan and then a first reading, but I would just check in just to confirm conditions in relation to the conditions related to the land use, and that would be the final approval of the outline plan. Sorry, I think I called it the wrong thing. It's an outline plan as opposed to area concept. So outline plan. And the applicant to provide the anticipated water, wastewater generation, firefighting capacity. And then thirdly, the updated wetland impact assessment, if we are looking for that, in order to have the proper valuation for compensation. And that perhaps we could list that as a condition of subdivision, final land use application fees, and then submission of an executed subdivision application and necessary fees. So after looking at the list of those 5 things, we had the traffic impact assessment. Would that be a number 6? So we would have 6. And so then I would so that was additional lane. So however you guys define that to fit in there, and up to the different type of intersection as well to have the correct naming of that. And background traffic. And was there anything else? Just wondering what there was for, just to clarify what it is that we're looking for as the conditions for option 1 related to land use.
Director Hemingway, please.
I'm just trying to determine how council feels generally about the application prior to really diving into the conditions. There's some complexities that we still need to work through on the outline plan. And I hesitate to start listing the conditions on land use until we really nail down the outline
Okay.
plan. One may lead to something slightly different. So if we could just focus on the outline plan first, I think that would be really helpful for me and for Teresa. What we need from council, if council is generally supportive of the outline plan, is some direction on the municipal reserve.
I see. Is that everything you're looking for clarification of?
I believe I'm anticipating your conversation with respect to the pathways. That's another thing I need clarification on. But I think I know where you're going and I have some suggestions on that. On the municipal reserve, I don't. I'd like to hear what council has to say.
Okay. Okay, so yeah, so let's focus on the outline plan and those pieces. Councillor McHugh?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to the chair. I'm fine with cash in lieu. That saves us advertising and having to sell in the future. Just makes perfect sense to me. On pathways, I'm just thinking about where this thing is located and recreational users. And to me, I think it kind of makes sense that we should be looking at developing a along that corridor. I would think that going around the curve and going south is probably where Service Road ends up. Maybe, maybe not, but I think that a biking path could be necessary for the entire of the length, right up to High River. So the pathway does make sense to me. But I did have a question about this clipping tank. So if I've got it, I've never, where's this clipping tank that was spoke of?
I may, sir. I think there'll be a full servicing strategy provided to council at the subdivision plan that'll be executed through a development agreement. We're months, if not years away from that stage. I think you can just hold that thought for a little while. At the outline stage, we don't need to define these things so much.
Well, I appreciate that, but does the septic tank pull up to the field house, or is there an existing clipping tank at that corner where it comes down to? And
Existing, I don't know.
I think Director Kruger could answer that.
Thank you. And through the reef to the floor. My understanding of those kind of systems is just individual tanks on each property. Now Warner has tanks like this as well. And I believe some of the tanks, when they connect to the sewer line that gets installed, you'd have to get rid of the tank. So it's throwaway basically once it's put in. But this clipping tank, you have the ability to tie into the wastewater infrastructure without having throwaway tank. It's still useful in that capacity. So each property will still have a tank that's still capable of connecting when the future wastewater comes in. I hope that answers the question, and I hope I got that right.
okay, that's not what I got out of the presentation. Okay, thanks. And then I just need this clarified. So this is a different water line than this would be the water line coming out of, I'm trying to understand the fire flow question, because to the south it doesn't work, but up here it does work. Could you please shed a little light? So this water line that would service this is coming from Alderside as opposed to High River, which is the difference in the fire flow capacity up at this north end. Is that correct, Mr. Municipal Advisor Reva Kinry?
Yes, that's correct. Once the water plant is operational, then the pumping system will be quite different than the existing one. There's a 12-inch line that goes to the field house, and it will be able to accommodate fire flows of a certain level. So there are a number of different iterations of fire flow depending on the types of buildings. And so that's something that has to be worked out with the developer as to what level of fire flows they're looking for. But yes, the system can handle it.
Okay, Councillor Kendall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I kind of like the idea of the pathways. I don't know if they're completely necessary, but, and I'm not familiar enough with the field house to know if there's pathways there. I guess probably not because it's all indoors. I don't know, but, and just a west, and it is too bad that the two wetlands kind of can't be combined, but I get it's kind of awkward for the planning to do that. It's a lot of wastage, but it's too bad. Because I like to preserve wetlands, even if they are small. And I'm a little bit curious about with the pending application in January from Mr. McCowan, how does that work with our decisions? Do we have to like think about what he's doing before we make up our minds, or it's just a question? I don't know how that works.
I think Director Hemingway could answer that.
I mean, council has to be somewhat careful here as this is an application in circulation. My suggestion is that because we have an area structure plan and a concept plan, now an outline plan, all of these things are planned. This application meets our statutory requirements, our area structure plan and our land use bylaw like a key. So I don't think anything's coming at us that you would not anticipate. And if it is, then that will be a decision. If somebody's proposing something that doesn't align with our statutory framework of our area structure plan and our land use bylaw, then I would suggest it's that one that you would maybe question. But you know, the point of having these plans in place is that things will be compatible. The issue really is only the road infrastructure. And the proposal that was made by the applicant to move that portion into phase 2 will give council the opportunity to address the adjacent application and then consider phase 2 at a future date, knowing the information.
Okay, thank you for that. Yeah, I guess I would just add in terms of the pathway. So right now on the other side of the highway, more towards the south, but on the other side, we have quite a bit of pathway having been dedicated and contemplated dedicated. So the reason I'm suggesting we probably don't need the pathway going south from the intersection is because we've already got one along the highway eventually planned, unless we're going to skip back and forth. I don't think we need one on both sides of the highway. But
yeah,
either way.
If I can make a suggestion, sir.
Sure, go ahead.
I think in maintaining or putting the right of way for a pathway aside is really very thoughtful and foresight. We may see a high school, we may see residential development. There may be a lot more people on the south side of Highway 7 in the next 25 years. And I'm always angry at the province when they talk about a train between Calgary and Okotoks, and there's no reason they couldn't have the right of way defined by now. Like it just, I'm not asking, I think building it would be premature. I think it's very, I mean, we may regret that because pathways are very expensive, but I think building it isn't necessary, but a 3 or 4 meter wide strip just as road plan, just so we can use it for pathway at some point in the future. You get it now or you never get it. And to be able to, if there is a desire for active transportation, which is walking and biking, to have it off the highway right of way, or at least somewhat off the highway right of way, is certainly ideal. I agree, you don't want a pathway through the development, not ideal. So I think the proposal that was made to move the pathway onto the back of the lots, and I would say 3 meters in right of way is not a lot. It's tight, but it's sufficient. And I think it's good planning for the future. I do think that we should request them to build the pathway around the storm pond on the municipal reserve and construct it to accommodate heavy vehicle traffic in order to maintain the storm pond and potentially a fire truck, and show access out to that Highway 7 from the south cul-de-sac, even like bollarded access. So it's an emergency access only. Alberta Transportation might not like that, but I think we should show that. But I agree that, you know, I agree with them that a pathway through the development is not ideal. And building the pathway, even though they've offered for it, I would suggest it's going to be a path that goes nowhere for a long time and probably not probably not worth it. But I really like the idea of getting the right of way as offered.
Okay. Okay, Councillor McHugh, are you going to get us to a motion? No.
Still need an MR idea.
Thank you.
That's the question I'm asking councils. What do you want to do with the MR? You want to just allow the application as proposed and take cash in lieu as proposed? Or do you want to allow the MR as proposed and require, I think it was 1.6 acres of business park land?
Cash in lieu. Anyway, through the chair to the Development Authority, back to the stormwater pond. So, and it was discussed as to the high water mark. And so we put 3 meters on the top. That's for emergency access and heavy traffic in the trail around. So I have problems with that being included in the MR calculation that as an area, because that's emergency access and that's PUL, that's not MR. And I guess specifically I'm referring to the, well, it's dual purpose. It's a bike path and it's emergency access for heavy vehicles and emergency vehicles. So that's a big gray area for me. I don't think that 3 meters on the top that is used for access to the stormwater pond for potentially firefighting services is necessarily MR. Secondly, if we go to page 31 of 223, page 31. So we have the unified business park signage in the MR. I really don't want to see this coming back to us in the future and this council having to decide whether or not the sign can go in the MR. So if that's where they want to put the sign, then that should not be MR.
What should it be?
Should be a part of their development. It should be subtracted. It should be part of the development area. But we spend enough time arguing about signs and where they should be located and how they are located. And I just see that I see that it's identified, it's here to go in an MR, while a business sign doesn't go in a municipal reserve. So I'm hoping that gets sorted out at some point before this comes back to us.
Director Hemingway, what other designations would be appropriate on a piece like that?
Good sign then. Yeah. Reserves are just around the park on the water. No, no. It sits on its own. You know, it's not there's no use for it other than an entrance feature for the development. I don't want to zone it commercial or business park because then it can be developed. That's not the point. PUL, but then it's still our land. We still have to allow yeah.
But it wouldn't be calculated as part of the MR dedication.
No.
And that's the issue, right?
Yes, thank you. I just raised the point so that we can have it addressed so that at a future date, we don't have to address it. But however it occurs, I don't have a problem with it existing there, but it should be, it shouldn't be MR. It shouldn't come off as MR. It's however you want to designate it. Just don't want to, hopefully we can have it sorted out before it happens and it comes back and we have a 3-hour discussion about what to do with this sign in the MR.
But in terms of the not being used as part of the dedication, that would need to be sorted out today. Is that not correct?
I really would, I'm going to ask for a revised site plan and I want to know what you want for the municipal reserve provision or a revised document that illustrates how the municipal reserve will be provided. This is the time to do it. So we want to take out the MR around the entrance. And have it be a public utility lot. It's fine.
Okay.
And then you're suggesting cash in lieu on the balance of the MR, or Mr. McHugh had suggested that.
Okay, so we've got. So that piece right by the highway will not be MR, that'll be PUL or something in terms of not being part of the MR calculation. MR funds in lieu instead of MR lot. And so I'm just looking to you, Councillor McHugh, wondering if you're going to make this into a motion or not. Okay. Okay, well, we will go to Deputy Reeve Ohl.
Thank you. I heard there might be another point, but I was also in favor of the slight amendment to change the diagram for phase 2. That was another one that was contemplated as well. So that, yeah, according to the conversation that took place here today. Now, you had mentioned there might be one more thing.
Did all of council support the idea of moving the pathway alignment to the back of the lots along Highway 7 in approximately 3 meters, and no other pathway, and not to be constructed?
Because that's what Alberta Transportation said, they don't support it.
Yeah, not
in
on
the
their
current
road.
placement.
Correct. Correct.
Okay.
So that'll pull it back from that conflict and the requirement from ATEC then.
Is
I
council
would
feeling
support
comfortable with that?
the farther away from the road, the better for the safety aspect of it. So, and then of course, it not being built at this time would just allow for flexibility as to how to interpret that in the future.
Okay, and just an alignment, not constructed? And
Anyone else's points are welcome, obviously. I was leaning towards a motion, but I'll take any other points that were just raised here for sure.
just need clarification of the municipal reserve around the storm pond. So the storm pond is a PUL. And they're proposing municipal reserve around the storm pond with a constructed pathway. And I'm asking for language in there to ensure the pathway, portions of the path, or all of it, are constructed sufficiently for heavy vehicle use. It is a typical use for MR. People might walk around it in a circle. I don't know. But it'll be part of the pathway network if it's ever developed. Because it's right there.
And is that appropriate as MR as opposed to the whole thing being PUL?
I think so. I think I've seen it done in the county. I've seen it done in other places. It works.
Okay, we'll go to Councillor Callister.
So, and would that include then the shortening of that storm pond to allow for emergency vehicle access into the south portion of the property alongside the road allowance?
I'm not sure it's necessary to shorten the storm pond, but I would like to see that illustrated as bullarded, if that's the right term, emergency access to that intersection. I'm a little concerned with showing that, and Alberta Transportation might not like it. Because we're not supposed to use that access, that approach. So, do that part later, as long as the pathway is constructed sufficiently. It might be a little safer from actually being able to use it. Illustrating it as an emergency access may not be satisfactory to Alberta Transportation. So I might be being a little sneaky here.
So there'd only be the one way in and out for any emergency vehicles.
No,
So yeah,
that's too far. I mean, I really do think that ultimately when we complete the subdivision, we'll have an emergency access at that south intersection, as long as the pathway is constructed sufficiently to accommodate emergency scale vehicles. We'll be able to make it work because it's right beside the road.
That's good. Thank you.
Yeah, but I wouldn't illustrate that as that will set off alarms.
Okay, Councillor Alger.
Thanks, sir. So one thing about a pathway, so if you put a pathway around the pond, and that's all it does is go around and around the pond, how do you get there? So people are walking down the road. So if you're in lot 2 there in your little business and you get off for lunch, you walk down the road, down the middle of the road, around the corner, down to the cul-de-sac, jump onto the pathway. So a pathway has to be contiguous to pretty much everything within it. So even if we take the pathway all the way to the west, you know, like the guy down in lot 17, all these people are going to be walking down the road. If these are the people that are going to be using the pathway, I don't think we want to make a pathway that's enticing people from outside of the corridor to come and park and take their dog for a walk. You want the people that want to use this or the people that are going to be within this. So the pathway is a tough one. It's not the hill to die on, but it definitely needs more conversation, but I don't know if that's needs to be done now. But I like the idea of having the corridor there. Doesn't get built, doesn't get built.
Oh. I don't know. I'm just thinking for the future. We need a road around that storm pond anyway. Like we need to be able to put a vehicle around that storm pond. So, and I'd like a portion of it to be able to accommodate a fire truck. So the pathway is going to be there. I don't think anybody's going to use it at this point until there's actually a path, like it goes somewhere else. But we need a vehicle access around that storm pond regardless.
Okay, Councillor Kendall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a suggestion, a thought to connect the municipal reserves as they're shown here on page 51. Connect the PUL to the one to the north with a little strip there of municipal reserve. If you wanted to get your municipal reserve there, plus to Director Hemingway's question about the look from the highway, that would be nice to have, like the municipal reserve go all around the edge of the curve there. A little bit of screening with trees and whatnot, and then you've got the pathway then makes more sense because you're walking through greenery the whole time. A little bit of a question too about the size of the lots, because I didn't ask this to the applicant or the agent in time, but there was some mention that of the use of this, it's going to be quite diverse, that there will be semi trucks accessing certain lots, but then some of the other lots. So just wondering about if those bigger lots are more for semi trucks, then maybe they should be on the south half. That I don't know, because I don't know the answer to that question, but just kind of the differentiation of between the more heavy, bigger vehicles needed as opposed to the foot traffic-y kind of stuff. But maybe that's a subdivision later use question. But anyways, just my thoughts on connecting the two green there to make a little screen for the, because it, anyways.
I think we're doing that. Yeah, we're with a right of way. Yeah, yeah.
Okay, Councillor Estes.
Thank you to the chair. And I think my question might have just been answered, but my question was, if it's a municipal reserve and it's a pathway and it's a roadway around a storm pond, who's responsible to look after it, mow it, clean it?
Yeah,
that's what I thought.
And we'll have to be responsible for that storm pond. We'll have to maintain it. We'll want it to be ours. So it's on a public utility lot, which becomes our land. Our name will be on it. The municipal reserve, our name will be on it. So it's our responsibility as well.
Okay, Director Kruger.
Thank you, and through the chair to the floor, just to expand quickly on the road around the storm pond. That's typically what you're going to require, because anytime you have a storm pond, you require treatment, some kind of treatment, and you'll see oil grit separators, and those need to be cleaned out, and we require access to those, and that will be determined at detailed design stage, but typically it's not only a good idea, it's sometimes a requirement just to access that kind of infrastructure. Just wanted to add that. Thanks.
Okay, Deputy Reeve Old, I think you're ready for a motion.
Yes, I'm going to take on the first part, which is the proposed outline plan. And I do actually just have a quick question for Director Kruger as well, in that is it possibility that that storm pond would be fenced? So it might take away the whole attraction for a nice little pathway around it, and it would be totally functional for maintenance versus an attraction for a pathway. So is that a possibility?
I believe through the reef to the deputy reef. I believe we'll know more once we know the size, the exact location of this, and what the requirements for fencing would be. And depending on it, there could be a chance, but I would say we wouldn't know more until detailed design stage.
Okay, thank you. So we have some recommended conditions for option 1 approval, which I would be moving for approval. That there would be textual amendments to the outline plan. And we've had some conversations on what those would be in relation to municipal reserve, cash in lieu, as in the space of the land, the designation of the land, the pathway idea of moving that 3 to 4 meter wide strip of land over to the backside of the properties in order to accommodate the Alberta transportation issue, that we would, propose or have a proposal come back or through staff recommendations related to the designation of each of those public land pieces in order to accommodate a future sign. And that we have a constructed area regarding the lower portion of the southeast of this particular plan area to accommodate proper vehicle access towards the public utility lot, and to have a nice approach for vehicles to be heavier vehicles to be able to, especially on the east-west portion, to potentially be access into the area as well. I'll leave it at that. Is there anything I'm missing? Amending the phasing strategy to the proposed diagram, which was essentially to draw the line further directly south for phase 2, and that any future connection to adjoining lands would be determined at a later date. And then we would have number 2. We have that already. That was the municipal reserve, and there's no fees. Okay, so it's just number 1 then that we're doing. With all of that, that motion is for approval of the outline plan presented today.
Okay. Anybody else? That's a lot, but we got her. Call the question. All in favor? Motion carries. Step 2, land use redesignation. So we could, the option would be to give first reading with conditions as discussed and a few more, or otherwise. Deputy Revel.
I would move option 1 and would take any comments, but at this point I would move option 1 for the land use redesignation as per the staff report, but I will make a little tweak to that. Number 1 would be the options would be final approval granted to the outline plan. Number 2 was to provide anticipated potable water demands, wastewater generation, and water capacity for firefighting purposes. And again, all of that being to the satisfaction of Public Works. Number 3 would be that the applicant provide an updated wetland impact assessment to qualify the vegetation compensation to the satisfaction of Public Works, but that be a condition of subdivision. And number 4 would be final land use application fees to be submitted. Number 5 would be submission of an executed subdivision application and the necessary fees. Number 6 would be updated traffic impact assessment in order to accommodate the preferred intersection type and adding the right-hand turn lane and whatever is requirement from transportation on that. And then secondly, the background traffic, additional information to be added into that traffic impact assessment. Was there anything else?
That's got every question covered.
So
for
that's
planning.
6 items and we're good from your perspective. Okay. So I'll leave that out on the floor. Thank you.
I
Okay,
may.
go ahead,
Council
Director Hemming.
knows we will require the execution of a development agreement at the subdivision stage. That'll be a condition of the subdivision. Typically, in these multi-lot types of applications, we push the development agreement to subdivision, and we'll have the offsite levy in place by then. So timing is everything.
Okay,
Very good.
so we have that motion. Anybody else speak to that? I don't see anything, so I will call the question. All those in favor? Motion carries. Okay. Think we will finish off with our committee reports. So Councillor Estes, I think you were up next.
Thank you to the chair, and being that it's been a couple weeks, I'll try to get through this fairly quickly. Monday, November 24th, our first meeting with the Foothills Regional Services Commission, landfill operations, was a organizational meeting. And so new chair, thank you. You don't need to, do you need to know who everyone, the new people are? Sorry. Okay. So position of chairman was Oliver from Okotoks. Nominations vice chair was Hazel from Diamond Valley. And then banking officers. Then we went through the last minutes, which were in September, which I think you may have already heard about. So moving on from that, then we went to the wastewater operations. Everything was operating normally and new organizational meeting was done there. Councillor Nychuk was chair and I was nominated as co-chair. And then from there, I did the STAB course and passed with 80%. And yesterday I was part of partial CRAS meeting. I had to leave early so I could get downtown Okotoks. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think my neighbor's having too much fun. Going back to the 24th Historical Committee, already touched on by Councillor Alger, it was terms and references. So number 4 is roles and duties. So what the Historical Committee does under roles and duties, they advise council on issues of heritage value in the municipality. Respond to council requests is B. C is plan activities when required that engage the public. That could include plaques and wagon wheel signs from Cloud Trail. So the Historical Committee has been doing a good job on C. Those were the 3 activities of the Historical Committee, and our member at large was taking a little issue, kind of saying, asking what we really do. So just expanding on that point from Councillor Alger. Joint Health and Safety Committee. Rural Foothills Policing Committee, and that was well explained by Deputy Reva Ohl. The only other point I would add to that is RCMP staffing concerns, and that it just continues to be a problem. It was at 2 out of 3 detachments, I believe, we're having staffing concerns. But just following up on that, even if we were to switch and do a different model, that would still be a concern. So seems to be a concern all the way around. Joint Health and Safety Committee. So we did our core summary, and I think I mentioned this the other day, but on our score, we went from an 81 to an 88, and that is a substantial improvement. So kudos to the safety team and to the municipality for stepping it up and getting us there, because that is an achievement of the whole team. And thank you to CAO Payne. I believe that's the first time I've seen you at Joint Health and Safety Committee. No? Oh, I thought it used to be Harry. Anyway, it was nice to see CAO Payne there. That's what happens when you go 2 weeks. RMA, well explained by Deputy Reeve. Oh, and then I think it was just Foothills IMC and nothing else to add to that. Thanks.
Thank you, Manager Barrett. Any committee reports to this week?
I just do have a quick one. There's been a request from the Diamond Valley Library Board to look for a member at large from the community. In the past, they've had a little bit of difficulty finding somebody. Previous counselor took that role in the last year and is no longer interested in taking continuing in that position. So it's the Diamond Valley Library Board. And I just wanted to put it out there. If you know of anybody who would like to perhaps volunteer, we could put their names forward or get them in contact with them. If there's a member of council who would like to sit on that board, that's another option. You could speak to me and we could look at maybe putting that on an upcoming agenda for appointment. So there's a couple of options there. They basically, at the end of the day, just need a representative from the county to sit on that board in accordance with their terms of reference. Yeah, and that's the only thing I think I have.
Councillor Kendall.
I love the Sheep River Library, so I would be interested in that if nobody else steps forward.
Okay, so we got that. Director Hemingway, anything for you today?
Nothing, thank you, sir.
Okay. Manager Eva Cameron.
Sorry, mine would be enclosed.
Okay. CAO Payne.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll keep it very quick here. Actually, I've got questions for council more than anything. Before I do that, I just wanted to share, I received an email from Ms. Kathy McAteer from the Agricultural Society at Okotoks. She's the vice president there. And she just asked if a thank you to council could be passed on her behalf for the funding support that was provided for the small building that they were renovating there a few weeks back. So wanted to do that first. Just wanted to reiterate for council that the regional collaboration meeting's coming up on December 12th at Spruce Meadows. This is the meeting where there'll be discussion about a proposed memorandum of agreement to join a regional table. And just asking council if you wouldn't mind, if you plan to attend, please let myself or Manager Barrett know, just so that we can RSVP the group and make sure that they've set aside space and a table for us to attend. I know the Reeve and myself are planning to attend for sure, but would just like to hear what other councillors may be able to attend as well. I know we discussed it briefly at lunch. Not everyone was there though. So if you don't mind, just please do email me with your intentions there. As well, there's another request that you would have seen come out from Ms. Stanley, actually, and it's on the Brownlee LLP emerging trends coming up. So that is a workshop I find it to be quite a productive workshop, actually. Brownlee will go through current law and many emerging trends, everything from HR to land use planning, assessment, all kinds of different areas within municipal operations and law. There's two options. One is February 5th in Calgary. That one's in person. I'm planning to attend that one and would be happy to join any other councillors that would like a ride that direction if you'd like to meet. Otherwise, there's also a virtual option the following week on February 12th, while it's offered in person in Edmonton. So that is an option as well for those who would prefer not to go in person. There was another request from Foothills School Division Board of Trustees asking if we would entertain a meeting with their Board of Trustees. So our council, full council is invited to meet with their board on February 24th. I might just ask council if you don't mind having a quick look at your calendar and just thumbs up or thumbs down whether the 24th looks like a day that might work. Their other option was actually on a Wednesday, so I won't even bother proposing that one to council because we do have a scheduled council meeting that day. February 24th, could be morning, could be afternoon. Okay. Afternoon. Okay. Okay, I'm just looking at Manager Barrett, so we'll respond afternoon of the 24th would be our preference. And that meeting is typically held in the Foothills School Division building, just kitty corner to where we went for lunch today. And the final one, when the Reeve and I met with the mayor and the CAO from Okotoks last Friday, they floated a question as to whether Foothills County would be interested in co-hosting a regional dinner with Okotoks. So historically, at one point we were having an annual dinner for the 6 councils near our region. So it was Okotoks, High River, Diamond Valley, Longview, ourselves, and then Nanton was also invited in the past. We haven't had one of those meetings for a couple of years now. The last one, I believe, Okotoks hosted. But we were approached to ask if we have interest in co-hosting that with Town of Okotoks. So I guess I'm just looking to council for some feedback, thumbs up or thumbs down. Do you have interest in co-hosting to get it started? And then typically we'd have a list of all the municipalities, and each year a different municipality takes a turn hosting that dinner to bring our councils together to collaborate and discuss any issues of regional significance.
And so cost wise, I guess we'd be 40-ish, 40 to 50 people. So meals, half of that.
Yep.
Okay. Councillor McHugh?
I would support that. I just was wondering, would there be interest to do that with Vulcan and Willow Creek at another time? But maybe there's merit to that as well. Maybe there's not. Might be, well, maybe Wheatland. Those would be our rural neighbors. Anyway, just something to think about.
Okay. Thumbs up, thumbs down. Looking good. Okay.
No, and that's all I have, Mr. Chair. And open, I've got a few closed items for council, but I'll stop there on the open meeting.
Okay, and just on that very same thread, just had a couple of questions as well, just after a few conversations. Suggestion we should perhaps reach out to MLA Sigurdsson and see if he would care to meet with us. We could talk about roads 2A, 498th and 338th. Just there's a requirement that we get them to lobby for us as opposed to lobbying directly to Alberta Transportation. We'll also talk to him about the MGA revisions in terms of getting the growth management board piece removed from the MGA so that it's not so easy to just bring it back. So just a question if we want to reach out to MLA Sigurdsson for a meeting with him. Also meeting with Mr. Reeve Jason Schneider from Vulcan County. So he's the vice president of the RMA. There's a bit of a question about me talking to him about the MGA and growth boards and I think a few other things as well. And thirdly, the resolution to the RMA regarding the removal of the growth board component out of the MGA. I think with deadline for resolutions is January sometime. So if we want to do that, we could get that going and going forward. So 3 items there, thumbs up, thumbs down. Do we want to meet? Do we want to do a resolution? I see thumbs up on everything and perhaps. Okay, well, we will do that. And that is all I had. So I think that covers it. The only thing left is in-camera discussion. So I would take a motion to, oh, sorry, I'll go back to a CAO Payne.
Sorry, Council and Mr. Chair. I've got a map here from our GIS manager, and I just want to share it with Council. This is on the MLA boundaries. Option, or we could even call it option 4, I guess. Now this is the completely changed map, and it's actually quite simple. So this is it. It creates two constituencies within Foothills County, removes that Banff Jasper as it was shown previously, bumps the population for Okotoks Diamond Valley up to approximately 60,000, according to our GIS manager. That's including Okotoks and Diamond Valley populations. And then the High River Vulcan area really depends on which option A or option B the province were to go with, because I believe option B goes down and circles around Clarisholm, whereas option A actually looks as is, and then it carries on east and follows the Bow River, and then it wraps down around Lethbridge County. So it's a very different area. So depending on where the commission would want to go, High River Vulcan could look different outside of Foothills County, but this is what it would look like in our jurisdiction.
Okay, I like it. Deputy Revol.
I like it, and it shows true humility because Foothills is not named on either one. It's the absentee but majority landowner.
And as much as we'd like to add Foothills to both, I just asked our manager of GIS to use the names that are in the commission's report just to give that small win there.
Okay. So you can take this ahead then with the resolution we had earlier today?
That's correct. I've submitted it to both municipalities that we've been discussing the joint letter with. Just wanted council to see it, make sure there weren't any last minute tweaks before Diamond Valley Council discusses this shortly.
Okay. Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to the chair. So maybe I haven't read enough into the commission's mandate, but it's the same old question: acres versus population, and so I hope we can. It's not a problem with what we have designed and drawn here with 60,000. That actually puts us above the variance. Anyway, we don't have an issue, but when I think about the High River Nanton and I think about that area wrapping around the corner and going up into Wheatland and across the Bow River, it just I don't know if council's with me or not, but it just cannot be based on population alone. There has to be other factors that are consideration. And so once again, it's geography, how an MLA actually services in the area that big. Yeah, it's a big open area. They don't have any issues. Yeah, they have issues, and especially when you jump over rivers and go into separate jurisdictions and don't recognize municipal boundaries and the rest of that. So I'm just throwing that out there as food for fodder for defense of the position of changing these signs and not having it solely rely on population.
Okay, with that, I would look for a motion to go into closed. Councillor Alger, give us that. All in favor? Motion carries.
Okay, thank you. Welcome back. So coming out of closed, I guess just looking for a motion to postpone the strategic plan discussion till next week. Who wants to give me that? Councillor Estes gives us that. All in favor? Motion carries. And that concludes our agenda for today. Next week, we have budget on the agenda and fee bylaw amendment. CO Payne, when do we expect to see the budget, the draft budget?
Yeah, that'll be circulated shortly to council. The budget book, so there's two things that Reg is going to provide. It's the budget book itself, as well as the detailed many pages line by line of every item that's being budgeted as well. So you'll have both items. I would encourage council, if you have any questions as you're going through it, call myself or Reg, and we'll do our best to answer any questions over the course of the next week. And then at 9:30, we'll plan to start with the budget next Wednesday.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Motion to adjourn. Councillor Callister, all in favor? Motion carries.